Welcome into Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios here in Orlando, Florida. And the time here on the East Coast is just past 5 o'clock in the morning. We do want to bring you up to speed and show you some of the top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox today. If you take a look at your screen, you can see that the investigation is underway into who leaked a draft Supreme Court opinion showing that the court is poised to overturn Roe v. Wade. It's a story that we have been following since it broke 2 days ago. Also, today is day 70 of Russia's war in Ukraine. The latest news coming on that front, European Union leader Ursula von der Leyen is proposing a ban to phase out all Russian oil within the EU over the next 6 months. So definitely another story that we will continue to follow. And politics-related news, results are in for the contentious Ohio primary. Republican Governor Mike DeWine has another chance for re-election in the Buckeye State. He'll be facing off against former Dayton Mayor, Democrat Non Whaley, in the November midterms. And another big race coming out of that state, author J.D. Vance won Ohio's contentious and hyper-competitive GOP Senate primary following former President Donald Trump's endorsement. So a lot of different news that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. But first, we do want to get back to that major story of the day that we again have been following throughout the week. The leak of a draft Supreme Court opinion that suggests the court's conservative majority wants to overturn the landmark 1973 Roe v. Wade decision, which legalizes abortion, has caused outrage across the entire country. We did see protests really in multiple states and in dozens of cities. The 98-page draft decision was written and signed by Justice Samuel Alito, a member of the court's 6-3 conservative majority. We do want to be clear, it's not final, but the argument centers around this one point. Because abortion is not mentioned in the Constitution, Roe v. Wade should be overturned, according to that letter, and doing that would give states authority to decide abortion's legality. We do know roughly half, largely in the South and Midwest, roughly half of those states are likely to quickly ban abortion if this does come through. So definitely something that we, again, will continue to follow throughout the day. Our own Live Now's Daytona Everett spoke with legal analyst Doug Burns on this investigation into who leaked that document.
Where, of course, protesters gathered last night following a leaked initial draft majority opinion written by Justice Samuel Alito back in February. The draft opinion circulated inside the High Court and obtained by Politico says justices voted to strike down the landmark Roe v. Wade decision, which has guaranteed federal abortion protection since 1973. Chief Justice John Roberts has now confirmed the authenticity of the draft. The draft states, quote, Roe was egregiously wrong from the start, and there is no constitutional right to abortion services. Justice Roberts has now ordered an investigation into the leak and says while the draft is real, it does not represent a decision by the court or the final position of justices on the case. As of now, there's no word on when the official opinion of the U.S. Supreme Court could be released here, which leads us into our next discussion. Who leaked this document and what potentially could they face? What is that investigation going to look like? I want to bring in legal analyst Doug Burns. Doug, you were with me when all of this broke just yesterday, and we've gotten new developments. You've had a chance to take a look at the opinion itself. But I really want to focus now on the leak. People are probably pointing fingers, and there's a lot of discussions, I would imagine, that are happening behind closed doors. Let's walk through this.
It's very interesting because you really do have the mixture of, law and then, of course, politics and media. So you have to kind of sort it out. I mean, basically, the theories that are going around, one notion is that, one of the liberal justices' chambers, law clerk, disseminated this. under the political idea that it would cause some kind of, backing off by one of the justices, to change the vote. And then you have the exact flip side. Oh no, the conservative side of the court disseminated it, and that was to prevent a justice from changing his or her mind. I happen to think that it's the former, but I don't have to, go overly into it. But the reality is, as we said last night when it first happened, there are two discussions, and all day long I'm watching the two discussions just being mixed together. Okay, so one guest today, literally on a show, was asked point blank, I understand your position on abortion, your substantive position, but on the leak, what do you think? Don't you agree that this was terrible? Answer, literally, I kid you not, if this decision is allowed to stand, it's going to be terrible and horrible. Second time from the host. Well, wait a minute, sir, with all due respect, I just asked you, do you think the leak was bad? If this is allowed to stand, it's horrible. And I said to myself, this is almost like a psychiatric exercise going on here. I can't believe this. So the point is, I think it's very important for the viewers, for everybody to understand that you have two discussions. One is the substance and merits of Roe versus Wade and federal abortion authority. And then the other one, of course, is this horrific breach, absolutely stunning, breathtaking, full-on attack on the Supreme Court itself. Now, on the investigation, it's interesting because you have a bunch of different moving parts. The Supreme Court has its own police force, the Supreme Court Police, and I think there's something like 190 members. That's a lot. Then there's the Marshal of the Supreme Court, who I just learned fairly recently, today, is actually the titular head of the Supreme Court Police. Now, the Supreme Court Police are responsible primarily for the security of the building, the safety and security of the justices, safety and security of dignitaries who visit the building, very common lineup of functions that they do, but they also do apparently have arrest power and so on. So I think the point is, at least initially, it's going to be pretty much an internal Supreme Court investigation, okay? And to get a little more specific, they are going to get cell phone, email, and text information from all of the, I think it's 36 law clerks, okay? And they're going to start combing through all of that. And you'd be surprised, it's going to be pretty effective because they're going to be able to figure out, they know which media entity broke the story, right? So not for me to be a detective or Sherlock Holmes, but just follow me. So they get all of the contact information, for example, for that reporter who I saw on television openly, I forget his name, Gerstein, I believe it is, get his contact information, get his records, what did he receive in terms of emails, texts, and so on. Same thing on the other end, all of the law clerks, and start piecing it together. So I'm sort of predicting that they're, we said this last night when it first happened. I'm confident that they're going to figure out who leaked this information.
That's an interesting conversation in itself, because as a journalist, sometimes people leak you information, give you information as an anonymous source. So
you could take this to any level you want. I mean, we've had journalists, as you well know, being a journalist yourself, jailed, imprisoned until they'll disclose a source. And many of them correctly, in my opinion, stood on the moral principle and legal principle, in a sense, that they are not going to give up their source, okay? So, you may see something possibly along those lines. It's hard to say. I don't think it'll get that drastic, that dramatic, but the reality is you could certainly ask Mr. Gerstein in a grand jury context, grand jury subpoena, who gave you this information. I fully expect that he would decline to answer that standing on source privilege. I get that. But back to my initial formulation, again, they're just going to start drilling into, communication, electronic communication, phone calls, emails, and texts of all 36 law clerks. Also, hang a footnote, I said last night, and I spoke to an expert today, it was interesting, who was over in Europe, but that's irrelevant. But he was a law clerk for Chief Justice Rehnquist, 30 years ago. He was also head of the Office of Legal Counsel, very prestigious figure. And he was saying that I ran by him. I said, well, wait a minute, there's also some clerical people and printers who are privy to the information. I mean, think about it. Now we're talking law enforcement X's and O's more than, all of the political foaming at the mouth. So, you have a printer who was responsible for printing that opinion. They're going to want to have a chat with anybody who was involved in that. You have clerical and secretarial staff, but again, in the political dynamics and discussions, it's much less likely that it's that. But at the same time, there was a split of opinion. One expert I spoke to today said, he was a longtime federal prosecutor, a lot of experience, said, Doug, I'm certain that it's more likely to be clerical staff than a law clerk. The other expert said exactly the opposite. No, I do not think it's clerical staff. So I'll break the tie. I think it was a law clerk. But again, I don't have an infallible crystal ball. But I think it's much more likely that it was a law clerk than secretarial staff. And then you get into the related discussion, unfortunately, which is that, not only is the person that hasn't been identified yet not being condemned, right? It's almost, there were tweets and stuff, which isn't really so much my area, but, oh, this is a hero and this person's fantastic. That's troubling to me.
Yeah, there has been opinions that this person might come out themselves and say, I had to do this, I felt obligated to release this document to everyone ahead of the decision being made. I'm curious, though, with these people that what does it take in order to get into that clerk position, that law clerk position, let's say? Is there anything that you have to sign? What type of, what are the steps you have to take to make sure that you have transparency, but you're not releasing documents like this?
No, it's a great question. I told you last night. First of all, I'll answer your question, and then I'll bring back what I said last night about Chief Justice Rehnquist, the late Chief Justice. Basically, obviously, Supreme Court law clerk is an extremely, extremely elite position. It's considered the absolute gold standard for a young lawyer to get that position. And in fact, it stays with them their whole life. Oh, the associate working on this case is Joe Jones. That's a hypothetical name. Do you realize he clerked on the Supreme Court? I mean, it just goes, it's very prestigious. So these are very, very elite top students from generally, top law schools. Fine. But your question, which is very good, is no, they're going to sign, some confidentiality documents. Laura Ingraham last night said that Chief Justice Rehnquist gave everybody a welcome speech, for lack of a better description. And he said, if anybody breaches any confidence around here whatsoever, you will destroy your career and never practice law again, things like that. So the point is, but what you're getting at subliminally, it's interesting, is there may not be sort of formal legal requirements. And that starts getting interesting. And I'll tell you why in a second, because, the ethics are clear, obviously, not to disseminate any work product of the court, period, end of analysis. Okay. A lawyer who does that, huge, massive ethical breach, can and should be and will be disbarred from practicing law. The other discussion, which you may want to go into in a minute, is whether or not it's a crime. That's kind of a tricky question.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be diving into that. I want to stick with the investigation for right now, though, Doug. You mentioned that as of right now, this is internal. Justice Roberts saying today that an investigation has been opened already. We're not going to know the specifics of that. I'm sure of it. But do you foresee, like, the FBI getting involved?
Well, that was my next comment. So the point is, yes. Right now, Supreme Court police, the justices themselves, trying to find out, possibly calling their law clerks in one at a time, each of the four for each justice, and say, look, we can do this, the easy way or the hard way, and why don't you just tell me what happened, type of thing. And then to your point, and you're right, then you start ratcheting it up a little bit, and you could definitely see the FBI brought in, the Justice Department. The FBI is part of the Justice Department. People sometimes don't realize that. So DOJ/FBI could definitely start investigating it. That takes it up to a more serious level, because ironically, Supreme Court law clerks, are being trained legally. So let's say, just in a hypothetical, they said, I want to get an attorney, or, I don't want to speak with you. Again, if the FBI is investigating, you can get into the level of, grand jury subpoenas and so forth. And then it really starts ratcheting it up. Because unless you assert a Fifth Amendment privilege, for example, saying that what you're going to say is going to incriminate you, you have to answer. So again, I honestly am quite confident that you're going to find out who did it. And I definitely heard you loud and clear, your point, which is I think the person might conceivably step forward.
Yeah, and we'll be watching that going into the rest of the week here. You stepped on it, and we're going to continue to talk about this through the rest of the evening here, but possible criminal charges against this person.
Yeah, that's interesting. I read an article, it's so interesting. And in the article, they were talking about what potential charges, and they quoted a law professor. So I emailed them, but I haven't heard back from him, so it's interesting. But yeah, but the point is, no knock on him. But in there, they cited a statute called Section 641 of Title 18, not to get in the weeds, as a potential charge, taking something of value. I don't see that would be the one that necessarily fits. I looked at a section for the home Googlers, 18 U.S.C. 1905-1905. 1905 of Title 18 talks about disseminating information as a government employee that's not authorized by law. It's a misdemeanor. It seems to have some potential applicability. My mind was jogged because I prosecuted kind of a silly case, for lack of a better term, where somebody at the IRS in Holtzville on Long Island photocopied the tax return of a very, very famous musician slash celebrity, showed it to her friends. And I think it was Section 1905 possibly in that case. So again, but one of the experts I spoke to said it's really not clear. And the article I mentioned, quoting that professor, was saying it's not 100% clear whether it's really a criminal violation. For one more minute into the weeds, if you look at 1905, it's interesting. It talks about, in the title of the statute, it says confidential, but that's really more of a term of art. In the text of the statute, which really controls, it says, disseminated in violation of law. So that's the open question is, while it's clearly, and this is a good way to put it, I think, clearly a massive ethics breach, clearly outrageous behavior for a Supreme Court law clerk. But the discussion of does it violate a federal criminal statute is very often a little bit more of a serious discussion. And that particular statute is a misdemeanor, by the way, 0 to 1 year prison exposure.
Right. I mean, this is unprecedented territory that we're stepping into. There's obviously been leaks in the past to the press in different capacities, tax returns, whatever. But for a document of this stature, nothing.
No, I mean, yeah, this is really, again, by resort a little bit to the political discussions today, which sort of predominated in a good deal of what I was watching. Again, one side, the left, launches just breathlessly into how outrageous this is. It's actually kind of funny, by the way, because some of the rhetoric they're using makes no sense. So they say 9 unelected justices are going to do this. Oh my God. Well, wait a minute. Excuse me. When the same 9 unelected justices did something that you loved back in 1973, that was wonderful and fantastic. So the point is, they really should just think through some of these arguments. Then they turn around and they say abortion, and this is important because you stressed this last night, and I think you're continuing to stress it. Abortion is being eradicated in the United States of America. That's completely false, okay? You've heard expert after expert calmly explain that this is a distinction between states' rights and the federal government, okay? And then the really troubling one today, troubling most notably because it came from very high levels, the President of the United States and Charles Schumer just breathlessly saying, and, okay, this calls into question other reproductive rights decisions, such as the same-sex marriage decision, Obergefell, such as the contraception decision out of Connecticut, Griswold versus Connecticut. I heard Andy McCarthy calmly point out that, well, wait a minute, they're not very familiar with the opinion today, because Justice Alito took great pains to calmly explain that in his view, under the 14th Amendment, without getting in the weeds too much, there's a clear distinction between those cases involving, for example, birth control and other privacy rights and abortion. He drew a clear distinction between those two. So again, it's very troubling for those of us who, read the opinion or following a little more closely, because this is what we do, to hear these kind of political sound bites. Very, very troubling. And it's crystal clear, by the way, to delve into the area that's not my area per se, that, you've heard all the political experts say, they view this as a Hail Mary for November. I mean, that's obvious.
Yeah, I also want to note, while we're on it, President Biden released a statement. He said the Supreme Court should not overturn Roe versus Wade, but if it does, he'll work to protect abortion rights through legislation. He also called on voters to elect pro-choice Congress members to, quote, protect a woman's right to choose. So we're going to be hearing from
that right there gave away the agenda. So I actually listened to that as he was speaking. And you have to vote for Democratic congressmen. That's it's all about November angle to this.
Well, man, we could go for a really long time on this, Doug, but any last thoughts here as we move into some of the other top stories of the day?
No, my last thoughts are that, this is two discussions. One is the leak and the breach of confidentiality and how outrageous it is, and how in the toxic political climate that we find ourselves in, the left could care less, never even mention it. I even heard Senator Schumer was saying that the right is improperly focusing on the leak. They're desperate to talk about that. I mean, it's devolved to a really, really terrible level, the debate and the discussion. The debate should be a lot more straightforward. We understand that not everything's a federal right, and this is to be done in the states, but that's not the discussion you're getting, and it's really sad, and all I can hope is that maybe it'll turn around a little bit, but it's really toxic right now, really bad.
All right, legal analyst Doug Burns live with us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it. We'll talk to you soon.
Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. Sticking with that big news of the day that we have been reporting since it initially broke, an investigation is underway into who leaked that draft Supreme Court opinion, which shows that the conservative majority of the Supreme Court is poised to overturn the landmark 1973 Roe versus Wade decision, which legalizes abortion. As you can see in this video, we have some protests in New York, also some other protests, people taking to the streets in Philadelphia over the past 2 days following this leak. And as we mentioned, an investigation is underway into who exactly leaked that information. We do want to head to a conversation with our own LiveNOW's Daytona Everett, who spoke to a legal analyst and goes a little bit more in depth about what could happen to the person who leaked it.
This very, very sacred document. This is, as we said, extremely unprecedented for something of this stature from the highest court of the land to be leaked, especially to the media, to Politico specifically. So what could this person be facing? There's an investigation underway. I want to bring in legal analyst Andrew Cherkosky. Andrew, thanks for being with us here on the show.
It's always great to be with you.
So next steps, what do you foresee this investigation looking like within the Supreme Court?
Well, they're going to have to figure out how this was leaked. It is often difficult to figure that out when a journalist is part of the leak, because there are protections that protect a journalist from having to release their source for the information that they publicize. So it's going to have to be an in-depth investigation. I think that the Supreme Court and their police force themselves will be investigating this. I also think that the FBI could ultimately become involved to investigate. There are criminal codes that I think could be used if in fact it was perhaps a clerk or other staff member from within the Supreme Court who leaked it. 10 USC 1030 deals with frauds based on computer access. So if perhaps a staffer or a clerk from within the Supreme Court used their computer access or their email access to leak this out to the journalist, they may have gone beyond their authority in using the government system and may very well have violated a criminal code. There also could be certain legal ethics that are at play here. The clerks at the Supreme Court are lawyers and they're licensed in a state, and it could very well be that they violated some degree of judicial canon in releasing this, and that could have an impact on their ability to maintain their bar license.
Right, because there's a massive degree of confidentiality in things like this. I feel like that goes unsaid, but maybe needs to be rehashed. These documents do not get released ahead of time, especially a first document like this, and this one from back in February. So it makes you kind of think about the timing of it all.
Well, there's all sorts of kind of considerations when it comes to the timing. First, the consideration is that this dates all the way back to February. And so you have to look at it as an early draft. It could have changed many times since then and could right now be in a form that's totally different. In fact, it could be that votes have changed or the nature of it has changed. It could have even been a little bit less drastic than what Justice Alito had written and been something kind of arrived at more in the middle. I think a lot of the speculation centers around the idea that it was likely from a liberal clerk or the liberal justices, their camps, that this came out from in order to put political pressure on the issue. But it could be the opposite. It could be that it was from a more extreme conservative view, and that they weren't pleased that the current draft isn't as strong as Justice Alito had put it out as, and they wanted to associate those other justices with a stronger view. So, we're really in the game right now of speculating pretty wildly, and that's what Justice Roberts was saying today. Is it's not published. Speculation should not be had as to exactly what this decision is going to be. And right now, this is just fodder for our conversation in terms of the prediction as to what might happen and what the effect will be.
Exactly. And this is kind of a speculative question, but how do you foresee this possibly swaying the justices? There's a lot of people who are not happy about this right now, and those justices were named in this opinion.
Well, I think that the justices are going to be stoic in their maintenance of whatever their position ultimately is. And let's assume that their position is consistent with the February draft, and that the ultimate opinion is consistent with that February draft. I don't think that this is going to put some sort of political pressure on these justices. Of course, they serve life terms on the court, and I don't think that this is something that's going to sway them away from it. And really, at this point, the best that we can do is, with that assumption, and that's obviously my best guess, knowing the court as I do, and the legend of the justices to remain stoic in their decisions. I think that what we're kind of looking at this point is trying to determine what it will mean for the country, both at the state level and the federal level, seeing Roe v. Wade essentially totally gone.
Yeah. We've had a little bit of time to be able to kind of digest this news. As it came out, it was no one was expecting it, and I think it took a lot of people off guard. Now, having some time to take a closer look at it and read the draft itself, anything in particular that is sticking out to you?
Well, assuming that this draft is consistent with ultimately what the opinion will be, it's really an attack on ultimately the idea that the court 50 years ago found abortion as a constitutional issue, one that grants the right of individuals under kind of the idea of privacy interest, ultimately under the umbrella of a liberty interest, to be able to control their body and their medical decisions. Well, this decision seems to cut against that entirely, and turns the issue of abortion into a political issue and into one that the states can decide. That's ultimately been what the argument has been all along to reverse Roe v. Wade. So it really returns the issue to the states. And so we're going to see a huge drastic difference from one state to the next as to what their ideas are. I think we're also going to see extraordinary efforts on both sides of the aisle in Congress to figure out what this means. And it could mean that Democrats try to pass legislation to allow or to essentially make Roe v. Wade law. But on the other side, I think that conservative Congress could very well try to extend the ways in which Congress tries to ban abortion using perhaps even criminal code, or make it a crime to travel interstate to seek an abortion. And so this is going to be something that goes on for years and years. And I think the final most interesting point on this is what other sort of liberty interests that have been decided outside of Roe v. Wade may ultimately be affected by this. Things that kind of fall under that privacy umbrella, that even arguably could be things like gay marriage and other sorts of expansions on that liberty or that privacy interest that the court has decided upon in recent decades.
Sure. Well, I just pulled up an interesting graphic here. I'm going to take down that lower third. This is a map of the United States, and you can see in red, those are states where a ban is already in place. In blue, there's no ban in place. And then in pink, it's states that are likely to ban it. So I want to go back to your point, because I think there is a sense of confusion within people. You said a lot of power could be shifted to the states if Roe v. Wade is ultimately overturned. What do you mean by that?
Well, the immediate effect of this decision would be that there is no federal right, no constitutional right to be able to seek an abortion, as Roe had originally put out there. So that means that it's the states who get to legislate what goes on within the state. For an example, kind of like marijuana laws are right now in this country. Although there are some federal laws that would seemingly ban marijuana, really what we see is from state to state, you may be able to buy, may be able to use marijuana, and the next state over, you can't. It's kind of a totally different example, but in terms of being able to suggest the difference from state to state as to what you can do versus another state as to what you can't do, this could very well be a good example of what's to come from that. And so when you cross the state line, the idea is that you're just no longer able to seek that. A doctor in that state won't be able to do that because it's just a matter of state law and is not something that is unified across the country. There's many rights that we have, many liberties that we have, that no matter what state we're in, we can expect to enjoy that liberty or that right. And that's ultimately been what we've had in terms of the Roe v. Wade decision. This undoes that and makes it a matter of state-to-state decisions, and crossing that border or living in a different state will dictate entirely whether you're able to seek an abortion in that state or not.
Right, and the legal conflict will continue with that. When state to state, it could look different. Even those bans could look very different when it comes to abortion pills, abortion. You could go to a sanctuary state such as California and maybe go get it done, but maybe your state is going to say, well, you can't do that. They're even banning traveling. So I think there's going to be a slew of questions that come out of this. When it comes to just next steps in the investigation, I want to go back to that real quick. With transparency from the Supreme Court, do you foresee us knowing what's going on behind doors? We haven't really heard too much of a comment. We've obviously heard from Justice Roberts today saying that he ordered an investigation into the leak. But what do you see as kind of the PR aspect of all this?
I think we're going to see very little from the court. I think that it was extraordinary for Justice Roberts to even make a statement today, and it's not something I think we're going to see much more of. As the investigation goes on, perhaps there will be some information shared with the media and the public about the fact that an investigation is ongoing. I don't think that we're going to get much insight into that, and we don't typically. I mean, when the FBI is doing a fraud investigation, we usually have information that they're doing the investigation, and we tend to talk about what that might mean and who might be implicated. I don't think that we're going to see much more of this until there are real kind of conclusions to the investigation, and that could be in the form of charges. It could be in the form of, like I said, disbarment or some sort of ethics action against certain attorneys. I don't think that it's going to be something that's going to be widely publicized or something that's going to result in many press conferences, really probably none. And we will just all be waiting to see what happens from that criminal perspective. I really do think that there are crimes here that are potential for investigation, that are ripe for investigation. I know that the Supreme Court's going to be looking into it. Quite frankly, I think the FBI is probably the right branch of law enforcement to be looking into this, because they're obviously the most sophisticated federal investigative branch in terms of getting deep into these issues and have the most resources to do that. So I think that what we're going to see is potentially some information as to who's handling the investigation, but not a lot of insight as to what they're determining and what they're finding until charges come.
Right. All eyes on the highest court of the land. Any last thoughts?
Well, I think that there's so many things to come yet. The first thing that we've got to be looking for is what the final decision actually is. I'm outrageously curious at this point. We have the draft. It's such an overwhelming, important decision that's coming, and if it's consistent with this draft, there's consequences and there's benefits that come from that, depending on how you look at things. And if the ultimate decision is not consistent with this, we'll have to wonder what took place in order to change it from that February draft. And I'm sure that there will be lots of thoughts about that as time goes by. So until then, which I think is about late June that we'll hear about this, we're just going to be kind of holding our breath, thinking about what this decision could mean for the country, and really waiting to read that decision and see what the holding ultimately is.
Legal analyst Andrew Cherkosky, thank you so much for being with us.
Thank you, Daytona.
Who leaked this draft, this very, very sacred document? This is, as we said, extremely unprecedented for something of this stature from the highest court of the land to be leaked, especially to the media, to
And as always, a big thanks to our own LiveNOW's Daytona Everett, having that conversation with legal analysts about what could possibly happen to whoever leaked this draft opinion from the Supreme Court, which shows those justices may be poised to overturn Roe v. Wade. Lawmakers are also reacting to this. We did hear from Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer and Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell yesterday following this leak. Democratic Senate Majority Leader Schumer, of course, against the possibility that Roe v. Wade could be overturned. And on the flip side, Senate Minority Leader Republican Mitch McConnell saying that this is a lawless action that should be investigated and punished to the fullest extent possible, again, for that leak. So let's go ahead and listen in to Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell first, and then we'll head to those comments by Chuck Schumer.
Look, everybody knows what kind of climate the far left is trying to fuel. One that is antithetical to the rule of law. Right on cue, top Democrats began publishing wild statements about what the court might decide, packed with using unhinged rhetoric that could easily light a match. So what else happened? Activists flocked to the court. An angry crowd surrounded the court, chanting justices' names. There are renewed calls to smash the institutions of both the Senate and the court at the same time. One of the court's most essential and sacred features was smashed just to buy the outrage industrial complex a few extra days to scream nonsense about what the court might rule. This lawless action should be investigated and punished to the fullest extent possible. The fullest extent possible. I'm certain the Chief Justice will seek to get to the bottom of this. If a crime was committed, the Department of Justice must pursue it completely. So listen. I want all 9 justices to know there are still principled senators who have their backs no matter what. There are still some people in this Capitol and a majority in the Senate whose support for the rule of law is not conditional. Not conditional. The court should tune out the bad faith noise and feel completely free to do their jobs. They should follow the facts and the law wherever that leads. As I've warned in the past, courts bowing to activist pressure would never enhance judicial legitimacy. It could only erode it. And the hostage takers would never settle for half a loaf. Now, Mr. President, on another matter, an unfortunate routine keeps playing itself out with the Biden administration. First, they implement bad policies that create problems. Then they propose solutions that are really just more bad ideas. Case in point is inflation. Democrats spent last spring unleashing a deluge of reckless spending on our recovering economy. They spent the rest of the year trying to pull off yet another taxing and spending spree. And now they want to pass a massive tax hike while families are already hurting. Unfortunately for the American people, the same thing is playing itself out in the world of energy policy. Since day one, the Biden administration has done its best to wage holy war on American domestic energy production. The predictable result, thanks to these policies and the broader inflation that Democrats have fueled, is that American families are hurting badly. Across the board, energy costs have risen nearly 32% in a year. But now comes the third part of the unfortunate routine. A slew of bad far-left policy choices and proposals that would make the pain for the American people actually even worse. Some Democrats are pushing for a massive new tax on companies involved in developing and exporting American energy. The last time this wrong-headed idea was given legs, President Carter ended up reducing domestic production, increasing our foreign dependence, and raising Americans' prices at the pump. And over the last few weeks, the Biden administration took two more steps in the wrong direction. After ignoring federal law by failing to award a single oil or gas development lease for 5 straight quarters, the administration has shrunk its land offering by 80%, while jacking up its royalty rate by 50%. That's right. Democrats' response to supply shortages and sky-high prices at the pump is to make American energy even less available and even more expensive. Meanwhile, it's begun to tear up the regulatory reforms put in place under the last administration to streamline infrastructure project permitting. Biden and his team struck the match on a historic surge in energy prices and are now making it even more expensive for American producers to boost supply. They endorsed a bipartisan infrastructure bill and are now making it harder for American builders to get the work. And of course, Democrats are still itching to resurrect their Green New Deal. In the midst of historic inflation, they want to jack costs up even further for consumers while making America wildly dependent on China and other regimes with abysmal environmental and labor standards. The same Democrats who don't want us responsibly exploring for oil and natural gas also don't want us responsibly exploring for critical minerals either, and want to tie up American manufacturing in red tape. So the administration's war on American energy has left destruction in its wake. The only idea they have left to try is the one that would have worked from the beginning. Unleash the abundant, affordable, and reliable supply we've got right here at home.
All right, and that was Senate Minority Leader Mitch McConnell, of course, giving his thoughts on this leaked draft, which again shows that the U.S. Supreme Court may be poised to overturn Roe v. Wade. On the flip side, Democrats, Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer saying that the Supreme Court's leaked draft decision that, again, could possibly overturn that landmark Roe v. Wade law on abortion is, quote, abomination. As promised, let's go ahead and listen in to his full comments.
Got Roe repealed, and he wouldn't even answer yes or no. They spent a decade, 2 decades, trying to repeal Roe, and now they won't own up to it. They're like the dog that caught the bus. They know they're on the wrong side of history. They know they're on the wrong side of where the American people are. They know they'll pay consequences in the 2022 elections. And their spin masters are telling them to avoid the subject. And they did. Incredible. One of the most horrible decisions that looks like it's coming from the Supreme Court. in line with some of the worst decisions throughout the court's history that they caused, and they can't own up to it. They're afraid. So the bottom line is, we know that history is on our side, and we know the politics is on our side. And you can be sure in 2022, this is going to be an issue all across the country, and Republicans will not be able to run away from it. Not be able to run away from it. Republicans sought this outcome for years. You'd think they'd be celebrating. A few are, the real hard-right fanatics, but not Leader McConnell or most of the Republicans. I want to make three things clear. It's our intention in the Senate to hold a vote on legislation to codify the right to an abortion in law very soon. Second, a vote on this legislation is no longer an abstract exercise. It's as urgent and as real as it gets. We will vote to protect a woman's right to choose. Every American is going to see where every senator stands. Which side are they on? Women's health, women's rights, a mainstream America that protects liberty, or on the side of darkness, retrograde history. So the bottom line is this. We are asking the public, I don't think we need to, but we're asking the public to raise their voices. In the next week, let every senator know how you feel. Write, call, email, however you contact them. And continue to raise your voices throughout the year. Our candidates are already talking about this from one end of the country to the other. I cannot tell you the outrage I feel at this decision, and the outrage I feel that Republicans who did it won't own up to it and duck it. It's despicable. We're not talking about anything inconsequential. We're talking about women's health, a woman's right to choose, and the millions and millions and millions of American women who have felt the need to have an abortion. Just about every one of us knows someone in that situation. And they want to take it all away. And they won't stop there. This right-wing retrograde court put in by our Republican Senate, many other rights are at risk if they succeed in getting this accomplished. So that's the bottom line here, folks. We have a great contrast between the Republican vision for America and our vision for America. This isn't your grandfather's Republican Party, America. It's Donald Trump's Republican Party. It's a right-wing Republican Party. It's a party where your children will have less rights than you did. So, I still firmly believe in my very bones that the story of American democracy is the story of progress. I believe we will win this fight because the American people are strongly, strongly, strongly on our side. Senator Murray.
Well, thank you. I went to the steps of the Capitol earlier today where I spoke about these alarming reports we are seeing that the Supreme Court plans to end the constitutional right to abortion in this country and overturn Roe v. Wade. This is a five-alarm fire. This was always the Republicans' end goal, ending the right to abortion. Extreme Republicans were never going to stop at the state level, and mark my words, they are not going to stop with Roe and the right to abortion either. They are coming for your birth control, for all reproductive health care. So we are not going to be quiet. We are going to keep fighting because we do not want this to become a country where women are forced to remain pregnant no matter their personal circumstances. And yes, we are talking about situations like rape and incest. A country where extreme politicians will control patients' most private decisions. A country where, for the very first time ever, the next generation of women will have fewer rights than their mothers. So listen, you've probably already heard from many of my colleagues who are upset and horrified, who are heartbroken, but we are also determined, and we are ready to fight back. And we're going to make sure that Anyone who has not felt the weight of this moment yet, who doesn't think this could happen, who doesn't think it matters to them, gets the message loud and clear. We're going to make sure that every single person in every single state understands this impacts you, your choices, your rights. It's not happening to someone else in some other state. It's happening everywhere. And in the highest court in the land is preparing to rip away your rights at this very moment. So let me be clear. I'm not going to stop fighting to get to President Biden a bill to protect the right to abortion. But we need Americans everywhere to send us more pro-choice Democrats in the Senate so we can get this done. I get it. It's frustrating. I've been fighting for abortion rights since I got to the U.S. Senate, but we need a pro-choice majority here in the Senate, and we need to protect the pro-choice majority in the House, and this November is when we need to make that happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Murray. Senator Durbin.
Did he convince you? Did Mitch McConnell convince you that the real news story is not the opinion that was leaked? It was the leaker? Did he convince you? I hope not. I hope you understand what's at stake here. This is an historic decision authenticated by the Chief Justice of the Court. We know that at least the opinion at the moment is the one that we saw this morning. It really is significant. It's significant because if you read into it, it is part of the culture war. The culture war that you hear over and over from these Republicans, that elections are really about the culture of this country. And we become too liberal, too progressive. We've got to be very careful to shape and to protect family values. And you know the litany that they go through. Certainly abortion, a woman's rights to choose at the top, but there are many others too. All of you, I look around this crowd, are way too young to remember the day, and I can barely remember the experience, when states decided which contraception was legal and which was not. When there were decisions made as to whether people would be prosecuted because they were trying to seek family planning and it violated state laws. It took the case of Griswold versus Connecticut to say enough. The states aren't going to be able to tell people, families, mothers and fathers, husbands and wives, that's something that basic, that personal, that private. And Griswold came out for the proposition that privacy is something we value as Americans. How do you vote on that one? Well, Senator McConnell doesn't want to raise that issue because he knows how Americans feel about their privacy, as they should. And it isn't just about the internet. It's about your personal life, your relationship with your spouse, your decision on what your family's going to look like. Should that be the Republican decision, the state decision, or your decision? We believe it's yours. And McConnell won't raise this issue because he can't defend this invasion of privacy in American families, whether we're talking about contraception, whether we're talking about sexual orientation, whether we're talking about something as basic as a marriage, same-gender marriage. These sorts of things are happening across America, and they reflect the mentality of the moment. Hard to imagine that as long as they have fought this battle, as Senator Schumer said, for decades, here they have indication that it's coming their way at big time. You'd think they'd be dancing in the streets on the Republican side. They're cowering. They want to talk about the leaker. They don't want to talk about the reality of what happened with this decision if it goes forward. And let me tell you, the second part of this thing is they're going to be on the record. They're not going to be able to escape this situation. As Senator Schumer said, we're going to get the vote on the floor. They're going to face it as to whether or not they're going to stand behind Roe versus Wade and the protections included in it on rape and incest and other provisions. We're going to have a matter of record. The American people will know the issue. They'll know what it means to them if the Alito's stark, brazen reasoning continues, and they'll also know which members of the Senate are for them or against them. The election in this November is going to be a referendum on privacy and your rights to freedom as an American. They don't want to make that the case. They want it to be, oh, it's inflation. It's something at the border. No, it's something more basic than that. It's in your bedroom. And we want to make sure the American people understand that's the reality of this issue.
Thank you, Dick. Senator Stabenow.
Well, thank you so much. And as Senator Durbin said, sort of looking around at all of you, this has been something we've talked about theoretically a long time, but it's not been real till this moment for you in your life. And that's where we are right now. This is an incredibly serious moment for women and for our healthcare system. And it's something we have been warning about for a long time. Even last September, in putting out one of our captured courts reports, we talked specifically about the Republican judicial assault on reproductive rights, which has been building and building and building. Now, they're more than willing to send out fundraising emails about this, and my guess would be that they've sent them out today. But they won't stand here. Mitch McConnell won't stand here and answer your questions and own up publicly to what they have done. And we know that if this leaked Supreme Court decision is accurate, this really is the ultimate intrusion into a woman's right to privacy. Michigan women are particularly at risk. If Roe goes away, my state reverts to a very patronistic law from 1931, that makes abortions at any stage a felony with no exceptions for rape and incest. Now, our governor, Governor Whitmer, has seen this coming and has the courage to now come forward with legal action to ask the Michigan Supreme Court to declare the 1931 law contrary to our nation's or to our state's constitution. Our great Attorney General in Michigan, Dana Nessel, and several county prosecutors have said they will not enforce it. They understand what we know, what Senate Democrats understand, that women have a right to make our own health care decisions. And banning abortion doesn't stop abortions, it just stops safe and legal abortions. It all comes down to who makes the decision on your health care, who makes the decision for your life, for your future as a woman in America. People in this building right here, Republicans in the United States Senate who want to make the decision for you, a right-wing Supreme Court who wants to make the decision for you, or do you get to make it? We stand with the women of America. We know we have to pass the Women's Health Protection Act now, and then we need to vote in November as if our lives depend on it, because they do.
Thank you, Senator Stabenow.
What is the abortion bill text that you will vote on? Is it the same text that the Senate already voted on?
We'll be introducing Rule 14ing it this week, and it will codify Roe v. Wade. Yes, go ahead, Manu.
Given that Amy Coney Barrett here is likely to be in the majority, do you regret the decision of Ruth Bader Ginsburg to not step aside from the court and for Democrats not to urge her to do so?
I'm not going to second guess Ruth Bader Ginsburg. Yes.
Senator Schumer, Senator Collins and Murkowski have a separate bill on codifying Roe v. Wade. Would you consider putting that legislation forward and not the one that
I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it.
I mean, the dynamics that led you to not be able to codify Roe previously remain. You still don't have the votes to nuke the filibuster. You still don't have the votes to pass that bill. What are you going to do once that bill goes down yet again?
Look, it's a different world now. The tectonic plates of our politics on women's choice and on rights in general are changing. Every senator now, under the real glare of Roe v. Wade being repealed by the courts, is going to have to show which side they're on. And we will find the best way to go forward after that. But don't think that what happened 2 weeks ago will be exactly the same, certainly out in America, that it is now. Yes.
Mr. Leader, you had a very strong statement this morning, last night, in which you and Speaker Pelosi accused the justices of lying, of being liars. That's a strong statement, unprecedented itself.
Look, the bottom line is, when asked about Roe v. Wade, they said they'd follow precedent, and on issue after issue, they are no longer following precedent. That was misleading the American people. And we have many instances in their private interviews when they talk to people, just the same. They were true misleading. Yes.
Have you spoken to Senator Manchin about this bill?
No,
He was the lone
I have not. Yes.
What this opinion mean what opinion would mean for other cases,
yes.
Like same-sex marriage and abortion?
This court has shown such recklessness in obeying precedent that we worry that other precedents will be overturned. Precedents relating to LGBTQ rights, precedents relating to birth control in terms of Griswold and privacy, even precedents relating to whole other types of issues like environment and labor and things like that. Yes, we are very worried that what has happened today is unfortunately a direction the court wants to go in too many other places, because they have shown just total disregard for precedent, despite when they came before us when they said they would obey precedent. Yes, no?
Given that the conservative court majority is likely to be around for a while, do Democrats need to look more seriously at court expansion?
Look, the bottom line is our first step is to have the vote that we're going to have next week. And the bottom line is that we're going to look to these elections in November, and I think it's going to, the American people are going to speak loudly and clearly that we need some change. We cannot have a right-wing court run America. How that changes, we'll have to see. Last one.
Can I ask you a separate topic on COVID and Ukraine? Do you intend to pair those together? Have you made a decision on that?
Look, we believe very strongly that we have to get both done. The Ukrainian people desperately need our help. And COVID relief may see, it's a little, in a sense, this way. It may be abstract now, but when the next variant hits and scientists tell us 95% chance, and all of the great therapeutics are already bought up by other countries, the vaccines are bought up by other countries, and the American people don't have them, that's going to be a terrible thing. So we're urging our Republican colleagues not to stand in the way of COVID relief. We need to figure out the best way to get both done, and that's what we're going to try to do in the next few weeks. Thank you, everybody.
Should the leaker be punished? Should the leaker be punished?
All right, and that was Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, of course, discussing that bombshell leak of that Supreme Court draft opinion, which does show that the Supreme Court may be poised to overturn Roe v. Wade. We do want to switch gears and bring you some updates coming out of Europe. Right now, we are going to take you to Brussels, Belgium, where we do have the European Union Commission currently meeting on day 70 of Russia's war in Ukraine. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Dans le 5e paquet, si je me souviens bien, je regarde mes collègues, notamment qui est en charge du transport.
I'm just looking to my colleagues here. Adalbert, please.
Thank you very much. Without being able to enter into further details on what exactly is, there is a part in the package which concerns transport, and we will be able to communicate on this as soon as the whole package has been adopted.
Right. Christian, tu as une question de suivi?
Do you have a follow-up, Christian? I don't know if you can answer this, but several partners, including the UK, insures these vessels. Have you had contact with the UK to ensure that these oil shipments coming from Russia, should they continue to be insured? That might be a sanction that could be introduced. Just wondering if you have the answer to that. What I can say, Christian, is this. All of the sanctions that we're proposing here, we stay in very close contact with all of our partners on them, including the UK. I'm not going to go into the details of the discussions we have on every possible sanction package. But when we proposed these sanctions, we've already been in contact with our partners to assess the impact of those sanctions. Eric.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me? Yes, go ahead. Well, I don't think you answered that first question on the war. Do you think that the war will last up until the end of this year? Because the sanctions will only come into force at the end of this year. And what will happen if the war ends before that? Will those sanctions still apply? A second question. We've already seen 5 sanctions packages, but none of them appear to have affected Mr. Putin. The war has continued. Do you think that the sixth package is going to really change things on the ground? Do you think that it's really going to change anything in this war? Or are there other means that we could use to try and end the war and speak to Mr. Putin? Thank you. Well, firstly, we won't speculate about the length of the war. That was what Yuri said as part of his question about the timeframes that are being planned for this embargo. However, I'm going to hand over to Peter to answer this question. I would just like to remind everyone that the President said numerous times that the aim of these sanctions is to ensure that Russia, that the Kremlin, sees that there is an ever-increasing cost to this war, and that we, little by little, reduce the resources they have to carry out that war. But we never thought that any single sanctions package would make Putin stop the war. We think that it would be in Russia's best interests to cease the war immediately. But there's no need for sanctions to achieve that. The aim of the sanctions is to limit Russia's ability to continue that war. When it comes to the length of the war, I'll hand over to Peter. Well, it's really not for us to say how long the war will last. Of course, we want to do whatever we can to at an international level, react and place pressure on the Kremlin to cease the war, and sanctions are just one of the various tools that we have. And these are, of course, some of the measures we have. We've also tried to work with Ukraine to help them defend themselves and try to ensure that Russia is internationally isolated. However, the final decision to end the war, of course, is in Mr. Putin's hands. It is Putin who started this war, and we will continue, as we have said, if the war continues, we will continue our restricted measures to try and react to that. Follow-up. Yes, if I've understood correctly, the sanctions are not part of diplomatic tools we have available. So you have no diplomatic negotiations with the Kremlin, as far as I've understood. But we're getting closer to the 9th of May. And there could be a stepping up of this war. It may become even more pronounced. Now, I've been European for 20 years. It's a union of peace. But I haven't seen any efforts for negotiation and peace here. So now that we have this 6th package after 5 packages, are we going to take any alternative measures? No, I'm afraid I simply...
No, I can't let you away with that. There have been very visible impacts from these sanctions. There have been impacts, for example, on trends related to the Russian economy. Russia is going to be facing a severe recession because of the impact of the war. Secondly, Russia is in a position to get lots of equipment, military forces, that perhaps is not immediately apparent, but that effort will ultimately weaken Russia in a more general sense. Thirdly, The sanctions are demonstrating to Russia that the international community and hundreds of companies now realise that it's not possible to do business in Russia. So that message has been very clearly given. We've seen a number of Russian oligarchs being sanctioned. Now, let me remind you, part of our measures has involved blocking access to finance for Russia, for the Russian state in Western banks. All of that is having an impact. But of course, the sanctions alone won't finish this conflict, but they do play a very important role. They're in line with the measures that the EU is in a position to take. We are an organisation with certain responsibilities, primarily in the economic sphere. So these measures are in line with the economic resources that we have, the abilities that we have. We think the sanctions have achieved a lot. Let me pass now to Peter for the rest of the answer. As we've said, the sanctions are only one instrument that we can use. There are other instruments being used as well, diplomatic efforts, for example. But in order to negotiate, you need to have two parties at the table. Unfortunately, every effort by the EU's representatives to engage Mr. Putin, to engage the Kremlin in negotiations on peace, haven't succeeded. Mr. Putin refuses to negotiate. He's had lots of visits, he's had lots of calls, telephone calls, but ultimately he is not ready to make peace yet. We're going to continue our efforts. We will continue our efforts. But we're also going to react in different ways to support Ukraine and also to sanction Mr. Putin's war machine.
Merci.
Thank you. David.
Oui, merci Eric.
Thank you, Eric. On the measures announced this morning by the President, I wanted more details, please, on the three large radio diffusers, cable, internet, smartphone applications. We wanted to know whether a European channel is going to be able to use and even briefly retransmit the content, and whether that will apply to social media as well. Thank you. Thank you for that question. And at the right point, when COREPER has agreed on the details of the package, we will have a technical briefing, as we did for previous packages of sanctions. At the moment, we are talking about the main focal points, the core elements, and we will await the end of discussions at member state level before going into the details of exactly what is going to be implemented. Philippe.
Merci.
Thank you. I just want to go back on that question of war and peace. Peter said that the objective here is to end the war. But the President said this morning the objective is that Ukraine wins and Russia loses. How can you reconcile those two objectives? No, now, on the words of the President, let's not get confused. The President clearly said Ukraine has to win because they're being aggressed here by Russia. We want to see the resolution, the end of this conflict. That has to be managed by the Ukrainians themselves. We're not going to decide that for them. That's one of our main principles, the sovereignty, the integrity of a state. That means that it's up to the Ukrainians to get the desired result in their negotiations with Russia. That's what the President was referring to.
Y a-t-il d'autres questions pour...
Any other questions on the sanctions? I don't see any. I'm going to make the most of Peter being here to answer the question on Mali.
Oui,
Thank you. So there has been agreements with France on Mali. I just want to know if the EU has any reaction to that. Do you think it's a multilateral problem?
Bien sûr, nous prenons...
Thank you. We've taken note of the unilateral decision of the transitional authorities in Mali. We regret that decision. It's the latest in a series of decisions from the transitional authorities. We believe that we need to deal with the to combat the terrorist threat in Mali. We'd like to see constructive work with the international forces in Mali and with the transitional authorities in Mali. Thanks, Peter. Any other questions on international affairs for Peter? He's dealing with Nabila's files this morning, as you'll have noted.
All right, everybody, apologies for that video cutting out. We're going to switch this for you here on Live Now from Fox instead to the White House. That was a live feed coming in from Brussels, Belgium. The European Commission holding that meeting on day 70 of this ongoing war in Ukraine. Just to keep you up to date, some of the new information we are learning today about the war while we work to get that live press conference back up and running. We have learned that Russian forces have begun storming the Azovstal steel plant in the southern port city of Mariupol, which has been under attack since day one of this war. Again, so we do know Russian forces have begun storming the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol, where civilians and Ukrainian troops were sheltering in place. Thankfully, over the past few days, the International Red Cross as well as the United Nations worked together to evacuate some of those citizens out of Mariupol, out of that steel plant, to a safer place within the country. Also, we have learned that in western Ukraine, specifically Lviv, Russian forces basically attacked several power stations. So again, several power stations in Lviv, which is western Ukraine, have been hit by Russian missiles, knocking out power and forcing some residents to shelter in place. And as we just heard before that video cut out, the European Union, the leader of the European Union, now proposing a new round of sanctions. I believe this will be the 6th round of sanctions from the European Union, which would include phasing out Russian oil within the next 6 months. So as soon as we get any updates or new information, of course, out of Ukraine, we will bring that to you as soon as we get more. The time here on the East Coast is 6:35 in the morning. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. Time here on the East Coast is just before 6:40 in the morning. And some of the top stories that we are following today. Today is day 70 of Russia's war in Ukraine. So again, going on day 70 of this war. We do want to get this graphic up for you on the screen. Another top story we are following, an investigation is underway into who leaked that draft opinion from the Supreme Court on the possibility that the Supreme Court could overturn the landmark 1973 decision about Roe v. Wade, which would bring an end and guarantee the federal protection of abortion rights. So again, another top story we are following. We have seen protests happening not only outside of the Supreme Court, but across the country as well. And those protests are expected to continue throughout the week. Also, the results are in for the contentious Ohio primary. We do know Republican Governor Mike DeWine will be facing former Dayton Mayor Lon Whaley in November, in the November midterms. Also, in terms of the U.S. Senate, author J.D. Vance won Ohio's contentious and hyper-competitive GOP Senate primary following former President Donald Trump's endorsement. So the Buckeye State, definitely a swing state, and will for sure be a very interesting midterm to watch come November. But we do want to head back to the ongoing war in Ukraine and bring you some new video that we have here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to switch out these graphics and give you the correct one, hopefully, when this does come up. But again, this is some new video into our desk showing a key manufacturing plant in the southern port city of Mariupol. It's a target of the Russian military. Again, as this conflict enters day 70, the steel plant has been stormed and raided by Russian forces. The smoke you just saw in that video was seen rising from the sprawling plant that was home to an estimated 2,000 people who stayed in the city as this war raged on. This was the latest in a number of civilian attacks carried out by the Russian military as missiles fly across the country and in western Ukraine as well. We're going to head out to a full report by our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst, who has the latest from Kyiv.
More than 100 civilians arrive in the Ukrainian town of Zaporizhia. The United Nations and Red Cross says they're coming from a steel plant in the besieged city of Mariupol that remains under assault at this hour.
Glory to Ukraine. Today, on May 3rd, enemy naval artillery and barrel artillery shelled the Azovstal compound. Heavy air bombs were dropped. As a result of these criminal actions, 2 civilian women have died.
With heavy Russian attacks ongoing around the plant, the last Ukrainian resistance stronghold in Mariupol, calls are growing louder to save more than 200 Ukrainian civilians believed to be trapped underneath the facility. Protesters marched through the streets of the Ukrainian capital this afternoon, demanding the safe release of those remaining in Mariupol. Across town, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson spoke to the Ukrainian parliament over a video call, announcing an additional $375 million in military aid that will include radar systems and drones.
It's a conflict that has no moral ambiguities or grey areas. This is about the right of Ukrainians to protect themselves against Putin's violent and murderous aggression.
Making similar comments today at a Lockheed Martin plant in Alabama, President Biden called on U.S. lawmakers to approve his $33 billion aid request for Ukraine.
I urge the Congress to pass this funding quickly to help Ukraine continue to succeed against Russian aggression, just as they did when they won the Battle of Kyiv.
Weeks after Russian atrocities were committed near Kyiv, war crimes prosecutors are still digging up the dead, like in Irpin, where Valentina Popo gives a statement about her brother, who was killed during the Russian advance and buried along the side of the road. We had 3 incoming shells in our neighborhood, she explains. He was outside in his backyard.
Today we've heard air raid sirens multiple times across the Ukrainian capital, indicating this city remains a target for Russian forces. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
Kyiv, thank you, or Trey, rather, thank you for that report. We do want to show you some other video. Ukrainian civilians who recently evacuated Mariupol arriving in a southeastern city of Zaporizhia. Several buses carrying dozens of people, mostly women and children, were met by those aid workers you see in the video. They were allowed to evacuate the Azovstal steel plant during a short and brief ceasefire over the weekend in an operation that was organized by the International Red Cross and the United Nations. Many of the residents trying to flee to neighboring countries like Poland. And so far, according to the United Nations, over 5.5 million people have fled Ukraine since the war began. So thankfully, some good news to report out of Ukraine. These are some of the people who are sheltering in place in the Azovstal steel plant. They did manage to get out before those Russian forces stormed the plant. So again, definitely some good news. And we do have this other video coming into our desk where it shows Russian strikes have apparently targeted Lviv, Ukraine, which is near the country's western border with Poland. The smoke you see is from those strikes, which were initially reported yesterday across multiple locations throughout Lviv. It's not immediately clear exactly who or what the strikes were targeting, but we do know that smoke was rising from 3 power substations and 2 water pumping stations. That's according to the mayor of Lviv. He says that those power substations were damaged in the attacks. We also know local residents reported a series of explosions followed by power outages. And there were also reports of a reduction in internet connectivity in Lviv as well. Sticking with news out of Ukraine, we do know President Joe Biden, of course, asking Congress for billions of dollars to help support Ukraine in this war. The president actually made a trip to Alabama yesterday. He was there visiting a facility that is manufacturing weapons for Ukrainian forces. Let's go ahead and listen in to his remarks.
Thank you, Jim. My name is Linda Griffith, and I've lived in Alabama all my life. I have worked at Lockheed Martin more than 25 years. I have worked on several programs, including Javelin, where I have touched every single one of the 50,000 Javelin missiles that had been built in Troy. 50,000! 50,000! I consider my teammates family, and I can say that the entire Lockheed Martin team is honored by this special guest today. It is a great honor to introduce to you the President of the United States.
I tell you what, Linda, if I were CEO of this company, I'd be worried. Well, good afternoon, everybody, and thank you, Jim, for the invitation to be here today, and Linda for the warm welcome today. And Congressman Sewell, Woman Sewell, thank you for all you do for the people of the state and the country and for your friendship, our friendship. I wanted to come down to Alabama to make sure that the American people know what work is this for. And by the way, you have a seat, please take it. By the way, sometimes the press is always fair with me, but every once in a while I make a mistake, not like once a speech, but at any rate, years ago when I started talking to this, for this job, I said, please take your seats. There weren't any seats, everyone was standing, there were no chairs. So I just want to make sure I check whether you had seats. Look, the American people know what work at this facility you're doing and support Ukraine's fight for freedom. And the bottom line is I came to say thank you, thank you, thank you. That's the reason I'm here. I've been in those battlefields where these missiles are fired, and I spent a lot of time going in and out of Iraq and Afghanistan, maybe a total of 40 times, and I tell you what, and I've been in Ukraine a lot prior to the war and on the border since the war, and it's amazing what you've done. We see on the news every single day the atrocities and the war crimes that are being committed by Russian forces in Ukraine, directed by Vladimir Putin, and it really is gut-wrenching. We see the incredible bravery of the Ukrainian fighters defending their country with everything they have. And by the way, it's not just their warriors. It's not just their military. It's people in the street. People in the street staying behind. A lot have gotten out, 5 million, but a lot are staying, including women as well as men, staying to fight for their country. And we know that the United States is leading our allies and partners around the world to make sure the courageous Ukrainians who are fighting for the future of their nation have the weapons and the capacity and ammunition and equipment to defend themselves against Putin's brutal war. A lot of war crimes being committed. But what we don't always see, is the work that makes so much of this possible. And that's you. It's not hyperbole, it's you. You make it possible. You make it possible for them to have a shot. You know, during World War II, the United States was known as the arsenal of democracy. There was Rosie the Riveter, who I actually got to meet, quite frankly, before she passed away, and a lot of people who, in fact, kept it going. I was a slight digression. I went over for the 50th anniversary of the end of World War II, and I was in Normandy, and I went up afterwards with to the cemetery, and I was walking by myself, and it's incredible. It's immaculate. It's perfectly manicured, and the headstones are all the same. I looked down one row, and I saw 3 names, same names, father and 2 sons who had died in the landing. And I was bent down, and I was reading the dates of their births. And all of a sudden, I heard behind me a tinge, up! And I turned around, and there was a gentleman who had to be in his early 80s in a wheelchair, being wheeled by his son, who was a big guy, looked like Hoss Cartwright, and his wife, and one other, and a daughter. And he saluted me, so I saluted him, and at the time, and I turned and I said, "Thank you for what you did. Thank you for literally saving civilization." And he put his hand on his wife's hand was on his shoulder, and he said, no, she did it. She did it. I looked at her and said, she built the landing craft that got us in here. She and her friends, they're the ones that did it. And he went on, and he filled up, and all of a sudden it dawned on me, you're doing it. You really are doing it. You're making a gigantic difference for these poor sons of guns who are under such enormous, enormous pressure and firepower. Those javelins I saw, there's 10 for every tank that there is in Ukraine right now. You're changing people's lives. We built the weapons. No, you really did. But we built the weapons and the equipment that helped defend freedom and sovereignty in Europe years ago. But that's true again today. You know, some of the best, most effective weapons in our arsenal are those Javelin missiles, like the ones manufactured right here in Pike County. They're highly portable. They're extremely effective against a wide range of armored targets. They can hit targets up to 400 meters away and have a fire and forget capability. That means a person firing can, I know you know it, but for anybody who maybe listen, can change positions or take cover before that javelin even strikes home or strikes the target. In fact, they've been so important, there's even a story about Ukrainian parents naming their children, not a joke, their newborn child, Javelin or Javelina, not a joke. So the brave people of Ukraine, including the many civilians who have taken up arms to defend their country, deserve every ounce of credit for pushing back the Russian assault and frustrating Putin's desire to dominate Ukraine. We're at an inflection point in history, for real. It comes along about every 6 or 8 generations, where things are changing so rapidly that we have to be in control. Folks, there's an ongoing battle in the world between autocracy and democracy. Xi Jinping, the leader of China, who I've talked with, I've spent more time with than any other world leader has. Over 78 hours either in person or on the telephone with him. And the fact of the matter is, he's just as straightforward about it. He says that democracies cannot be sustained in the 21st century. Not a joke. They cannot be sustained because things are moving so rapidly. Democracies require consensus, and it's hard to get consensus. Therefore, they can't keep up with an autocracy, one-man rule. But that's not going to be the case. If that happens, the whole world changes. I mean, because of you, in this first really battle, if you will, for that, to determine whether that's going to happen, is because you're making it possible. You're making it possible for the Ukrainian people to defend themselves without us having to risk getting in a third world war by sending in American soldiers fighting Russian soldiers. My dad used to have an expression. He said, the only war worse than one that's intended is one that's unintended. You're allowing the Ukrainians to defend themselves. And quite frankly, they're making fools of the Russian military in many instances. A big part of the reason they've been able to keep up fighting and to make this war a strategic failure for Russia is because the United States, together our allies and partners, have had their back. The United States alone has committed more than 5,500 javelins to Ukraine. You're changing the nation. You really are. Add to that significant supplies from our allies and partners, as well as many thousands of other anti-tank and anti-air weapons, helicopters, armored vehicles, artillery, coastal defense systems. Before Russia attacked, we made sure Russia had javelins and other weapons to strengthen the defenses so Ukraine was ready for whatever happened. In the last 2 months, we continue to move even more resources and equipment at a rapid pace into Ukraine. We've made sure that there are no interruptions in the flow of equipment to Ukraine. Since Russia invaded Ukraine just over 2 months ago, we have sent more than $3 billion in security assistance to Ukraine. Alone, us, not counting our allies. And that money is a direct investment in defending freedom and democracy itself. Because if you don't stand up to dictators, history has shown us they keep coming. They keep coming. Their appetite for power continues to grow. And every worker in this facility and every American taxpayer is directly contributing to the case for freedom. And that's something we can all be incredibly proud of, in my view. Last week, I sent Congress, if you excuse the point of personal privilege, talking like an old senator, but sent a supplemental budget, a fancy way of saying we need more money, to make sure the United States can continue to send weapons directly to the front lines of freedom in Ukraine, and to continue to provide economic and humanitarian assistance to help the Ukrainian people. And I urge the Congress to pass this funding quickly to help Ukraine continue to succeed against Russian aggression, just as they did when they won the Battle of Kyiv. And to make sure the United States and our allies can replenish our own stocks of weapons to replace what we've sent to Ukraine. As I said from the beginning, this fight is not going to be cheap. But caving to aggression would even be more costly. We either back the Ukrainian people as they defend their country, or we stand by as Russia continues its atrocities and aggression. I know what the answer is, and I think you all do too. I'll bet I know what the answer to this plan is. There's something else here to be understood. Being the arsenal of democracy also means good-paying jobs for American workers. In Alabama and the states all across America where defense equipment is manufactured and assembled, 265 people here at this plant are directly employed working on the Javelin program. All told, Lockheed Martin has brought nearly 3,000 jobs to Alabama. The armed forces of the United States of America are going to continue to be the best armed, most capable fighting force in the history of the world. In order to do that, we have to make sure our vital defense supplies are getting the inputs and supplies they need to produce and protect and provide the full capacity. I learned on the tour today that each of the Javelins you produce includes more than 200 semiconductors. I've been a broken record, as the press will tell you, on our need to be able to produce more semiconductors in the United States. We invented the sucker, going to the moon. We, the United States, we're the one that modernized it. We've done more than anybody else. But guess what? We stopped investing in ourselves. We stopped investing in ourselves. And so now we're back in the game, making sure that we become the primary producer of those semiconductors. Computer chips that power much of our modern lives. From our phones, our cars, almost anything that has an on-off switch. And the semiconductor is critical to defense production capacity, as you all know better than I do. That's why we're making it as hard as we can for Russia to get hold of these semiconductors and advanced technologies that it could use to upgrade its military during this conflict. And why we're taking steps to make it easier to source what we need here in the United States during the global semiconductor shortage. And there's just one more reason why Congress has to act quickly to provide the emergency funding of the so-called CHIPS Act by passing a broader bipartisan innovation act so we can produce tens of millions of these chips. There's something we have to focus on, and it's something I've focused on from my earliest days of our administration. I'm determined to make sure the United States hold its technological high ground in competition with other nations, especially China, as we move forward. Folks, you know, we used to invest as a nation years ago, 35 years ago. We invested 2% of our entire GDP in research and development. We do half of that now. We do half of that. We used to be number 1 in the world. Now we're number 13 in the world. My administration, we're changing that. The United States used to own the innovation field. In fact, it was the Department of Research program that established DARPA for the first development of an anti-tank missile with advanced infrared guidance systems that culminate in today's Javelin. The Bipartisan Innovation Act is going to help reverse decades-long decline in federal research and development investment. And it should create and support entire families and expand U.S. manufacturing and strengthen our national security. Where in God's name is it written that the United States can no longer be a leading manufacturer in the world? We've created just in the last 17 months 465,000 permanent manufacturing jobs in America. We have the best workers, the most competent employees, the best science in the world. And by funding the CHIPS Act, we're going to ensure that semiconductors, the power of the economy, and our national security are made here in America again. Today, all of the world's most advanced chips are made overseas. But the events of the past few years have proven beyond a doubt that America's security should never be held hostage to events overseas. Not a pandemic, not a war, not the politics of ambition or other countries. Fundamentally, this is a national security issue. This is one of the reasons why the Chinese Communist Party is lobbying folks to oppose this bill. And it's an issue that unites Democrats and Republicans. So let's get it done. Let's get it done. In her introduction, Linda said she personally touched every single solitary javelin, 50,000 that have been manufactured in this plant 20 years ago. I was worried to shake your hand. I thought you might be electrocuted. But that's where they start, right here, with American skill, American craftsmanship, American patriotism. And just a few days ago, the Wall Street Journal quoted a young Hungarian fighter saying, and I quote, "Without the javelins, it would have been very hard to stop the enemy pushing ahead," end of quote. So these weapons touched by the hands, your hands, are in the hands of Ukrainian heroes, making a significant difference. That's something each and every day you could and should be proud of. And I'm once more urging Congress to quickly pass this supplemental funding bill, over $300 billion, to help the Ukrainians so they can keep all of you very, very busy for a while here. So again, let me end where I began. I came for a basic reason, from the bottom of my heart, to say thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you what you do. Thank you what you continue to do. Unless you go out in the field and see it, you don't realize what a difference you're making. May God bless you all, and may God protect our troops. Thank you so much.
All right, everybody, that was President Joe Biden speaking at a weapons facility in Alabama. That facility there in Alabama manufacturing weapons for Ukraine as the war in Russia now enters day 70. So definitely a show of support of the United States helping Ukraine in their fight against Russia. We do want to take you live out to Washington, D.C., outside of the Supreme Court this morning. We are following that ongoing and developing news about that leaked draft opinion from the Supreme Court, which shows that the Supreme Court may be poised to overturn the landmark 1973 Roe v. Wade case that legalized abortion nationwide. So definitely a story we will be following throughout the day. The president, lawmakers, and citizens reacting to this news across the country. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be back with that story in just a few minutes. Good morning and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. It is just past 7 o'clock in the morning here on the East Coast, and here's a look at some of the top stories we are following today here on Live Now from Fox. We do want to get that graphic up for you on the screen right now. We do want to show you, obviously, a shot of the White House outside of the Supreme Court and video of abortion protests in New York City, just one of many cities across the country holding protests following that leaked draft Supreme Court opinion showing that a majority of those Supreme Court justices believe that Roe v. Wade should be overturned. So a huge story that we first broke to you here on Live Now from Fox on Monday night. So definitely a story we will continue to follow throughout the day. Those protests are expected to continue around the country as well following the leak of that draft opinion, which again shows the Supreme Court may be poised to overturn Roe v. Wade, which is a case that legalized abortion nationwide. Chief Justice John Roberts confirmed the draft opinion yesterday, about a day after it was initially leaked. In the High Court's first public comment since it was leaked, Roberts said, quote, "Although the document described in those reports is authentic, it does not represent a decision by the court or the final position of any member on the issues in the case." Roberts has ordered an investigation into what happened, who leaked it, and he calls it an egregious breach of trust. So again, one of the top stories we are following today, along with Amber Heard. She is expected to take the stand and testify today in Fairfax, Virginia, in that $50 million defamation lawsuit filed by her ex-husband Johnny Depp over a 2018 op-ed that Heard wrote in the Washington Post, where she described herself as a victim of domestic violence. Heard did not specifically name Depp, but he does argue that it did hurt his career, his long career in acting. So we heard from Johnny Depp about a week and a half ago, and again today we are expected to hear from Heard herself as she takes the stand. We are expected to get a live look inside of the courtroom at around 10 o'clock this morning. So we, of course, will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. So we do want to stick with the top story of the day. Of course, that investigation, which is now underway into who leaked that draft opinion from the Supreme Court. You're looking at some of those justices right there on your TV. So it was a 98-page draft decision that was written and signed by Justice Samuel Alito, who's a member of the court's 6-3 conservative majority. We do want to be clear, it is not final, but the argument in that opinion draft centers around one point. Because abortion is not mentioned in the Constitution, Roe v. Wade should be overturned, and doing that would essentially give states authority to decide abortion's legality. We do know roughly half of the states, largely in the South and Midwest, are likely to quickly ban abortion if this draft opinion is finalized and does come through. President Joe Biden himself responding to that leaked draft opinion by the Supreme Court, suggesting it's ready to overturn Roe v. Wade. We do want to get you to some video of him here. This was him before he left for Alabama yesterday. Biden said overturning the landmark case and letting states decide abortion issues would be a fundamental shift that threatens other basic rights like the right to marriage or the right to use contraception. The president blasted such a decision as radical. Let's listen in.
Represent who's going to vote for it yet. I hope there are not enough votes for it. The main reason why I worked so hard to keep Robert Bork off the court is to reflect his view almost anyway. Look, the idea that concerns me a great deal that we're going to, after 50 years, decide women does not have a right to choose. And then the limits of taking up their reproductive cases, number one. But even more ridiculous question. I realize it goes back a long way, but one of the debates I had with Robert Bork was whether Griswold versus Connecticut would stand as law. The state of Connecticut said that in private in your bedroom, with a husband and wife or a couple could not choose to use contraception. The use of contraception was a violation of the law. If the rationale of the decision as believed were to be sustained, the whole range of rights are in question. The whole range of rights. And the idea of letting the state make those decisions, localities make those decisions, would be a fundamental shift in what we've done. So it goes far beyond, in my view, if it becomes the law and if what is written is what remains. It goes far beyond the concerns of whether or not we're right to choose. It goes to other basic rights, the right to marry.
If you're just tuning in, this is video and sound from President Joe Biden speaking to reporters. It does appear as though the audio is a little difficult to hear. The microphones are not quite up to his face as they should be. But the president, again, basically saying that he condemns this possible decision where the Supreme Court is now leaning towards overturning Roe v. Wade, which again legalized abortion, safe and accessible abortions nationwide. So if that is in fact overturned later this summer, it would essentially give states the authority to decide abortion issues. So again, a story that we will continue to watch throughout the week. And we do want to get you some video of protests. So not only the president and lawmakers reacting to this, but protesters as well. People across the country, some pro-life holding their sort of rallies in support of this, and people who are pro-choice protesting. This is New York City, one of the protests that broke out across the country in response to that leaked Supreme Court draft, again indicating Roe versus Wade will be overturned. Dozens of pro-choice supporters came together in the Big Apple in the New York City's Foley Square. Protesters there demanding that the right to abortion be protected. And this all comes, as we mentioned, after that leaked opinion. But again, the final draft on the issue won't be released until June. We do know dozens of states already have laws that would make abortion illegal when Roe versus Wade, if it is overturned. Many pro-choice supporters, on the flip side, are now calling on elected leaders to codify abortion rights by turning them into state law to ensure women don't lose their right to choose. And this is some other video of a protest in Philadelphia. You can see people there marching through the streets with their signs saying safe abortions and pro-choice. So definitely a pro-choice group here marching through the city of Philadelphia, again following that leak of the Supreme Court. And this is some other video coming in from Austin, Texas, a similar scene here where you can see people marching through the streets, police cruisers sort of guiding them through the city of Austin with their signs. So again, another group of protesters in Austin, Texas, gathering there against this possible Supreme Court decision that could overturn Roe v. Wade. And in Los Angeles, sort of a different scene, more violent protests in downtown LA, turning into a very chaotic night. Police say that they asked a small group of stragglers to disperse the area. The protesters then responded by throwing rocks and bottles at police officers. We do know at least one officer was injured. Several arrests were made as police tried to force those protesters to leave. And we do know that LAPD did declare a citywide tactical alert following those protests. So again, making waves across the country following this leak of that Supreme Court draft opinion that could ultimately overturn Roe v. Wade. The reaction that you saw there and prospect of a world without federal abortion rights, prompting lawmakers from the halls of Congress to candidates on the campaign trail to take a stand. Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard has more.
The leaked Supreme Court draft opinion has America divided. What's next if the draft becomes a final decision? My choice! From coast to coast, I am not an incubator. Protesters turned out after a leaked draft opinion from the nation's highest court signaled a possible end to Roe v. Wade.
I'm here to support the next generation of women. They have every right to choose what to do with their bodies.
I would like to see all abortion abolished across the entire United States of America, no exceptions.
Congressional members and the White House weighing in.
Women's rights in America are under attack.
A final decision is not expected until this summer and could change. Republicans argue.
I think their motivation was to scare the court to change its mind about repealing Roe v. Wade. That's not going to work.
A final ruling similar to the draft opinion would mean states would be in charge of their own abortion laws. Roughly half, mostly in the South and Midwest, are expected to quickly put in place bans or restrictions. Supporters of Roe v. Wade say it will impact minorities and low-income communities the most.
A lot of them really can't afford to pay for travel, pay for a hotel. They can't afford to take time off work.
And no matter the outcome, many believe the court's final decision will not stop abortions.
They are going to try herbs. They are going to try things that could harm themselves. But most of them are going to end up going the route of trying to obtain medication abortion online.
Just 6 months ahead of the midterms already, both Republicans and Democrats are using the issue to push voters to the polls. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for that report. Sticking with this news about that leaked draft with abortion rights in danger, one major company is taking it upon themselves to step in for its employees. Amazon announcing that it will cover up to $4,000 in annual expenses for employees who need to travel to other states to get an abortion or transgender care. The announcement did come hours before that leaked Supreme Court opinion on Monday, which again showing the High Court is on the brink of overturning Roe v. Wade. Other companies such as Apple, Citigroup, Levi's, and Yelp have pledged similar measures for their employees. We do want to switch gears and bring you some news out of Los Angeles, actually. We do want to warn you, though, that this video is a little bit graphic, so if you are sensitive to that, you may want to turn away. Comedian Dave Chappelle was apparently attacked. I'm going to get this graphic up for you on the screen. Comedian Dave Chappelle was attacked during his stand-up comedy show in LA last night after a man reportedly jumped on stage in the middle of his stand-up routine. The alleged attacker was injured and carried away in an ambulance, which you see there on your screen. Videos of the incident appear to show the man jumping on stage at the Hollywood Bowl, again, in LA, where Dave Chappelle was performing his stand-up routine for his Netflix is a Joke tour when that man attempted to tackle the comedian. That man was, again, swiftly taken away by security and others who appeared to repeatedly hit the man just off stage. So again, Dave Chappelle attacked during his stand-up routine last night in LA. It's unclear if Chappelle was injured, but we do know that the man who allegedly jumped on stage was injured and taken away in an ambulance. And following the attack, Chappelle remained on stage, thanked to security before joking, of course, about the incident and describing the individual who attacked him, quote, as a trans man, which if you've been following Dave Chappelle, you do know that he has been making a lot of jokes about that in his comedy shows, which has caused quite a stir among that community. So again, Chappelle attacked on stage in Los Angeles yesterday. It is about 7:21 here on the East Coast. We are going to take a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. It is just before 7:30 in the morning here on the East Coast, and a story we are following closely is week 4 of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial, which is happening in Fairfax, Virginia. We have been showing you a live video inside of the courtroom since day 1 of this trial. Johnny Depp's attorneys rested their case yesterday, shifting the case to the defense. Amber Heard is expected to testify possibly as soon as today, as her defense team presented their first witness yesterday. Fox's Ashley Dvorkin has more from LA.
Johnny Depp's attorneys rest their case after nearly 2 weeks of testimony from the actor himself and more than a dozen key witnesses. The case now shifting to the defense, as Amber Heard's first witness took the stand on Tuesday. Dawn Hughes, a forensic psychologist, went into detail about the abuse Heard endured as a child. Hughes said that Heard's childhood made it easier for the actress to fall into an alleged abusive relationship with Johnny Depp. She also diagnosed Heard with PTSD, citing her tumultuous relationship with the Pirates of the Caribbean actor.
When behaviors come up on this scale, they're very worrisome, very scary, and we have to take them seriously. So there were a number of behaviors that came up on this scale, such as Mr. Depp threatens to kill her.
The psychologist claimed Heard was the victim of abuse on multiple occasions during her multi-year marriage with Depp. She said Depp subjected Heard to abusive psychological and sexual behavior, and on one instance performed a cavity search on the Aquaman actress.
There are indications, as I mentioned before, of the sexual assault and the sexual abuse, and how he would, you know, when he was angry and when he was drunk, it was mostly drug and alcohol fueled rage when he would, you know, throw her on the bed and try to have sex with her.
And earlier today, Heard's attorneys asked the judge to dismiss the case, saying Depp did not provide sufficient evidence to prove his case. The judge rejected Heard's motion to dismiss. Amber Heard is expected to take the stand on Wednesday, more than 3 weeks after the high-profile trial began. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
Ashley, thank you for that report. So again, week 4 of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard defamation trial underway in Fairfax, Virginia. We are going to be getting a live shot inside of the court in about 2.5 hours. We, of course, will bring that to you live, raw, and unfiltered as soon as we get it. We do want to head to a conversation with our own LiveNOW's Daytona Everett, who spoke with a legal analyst about what has happened in court so far, about the psychologist who has testified Heard has PTSD, and what to expect from her testimony this week.
Johnny Depp's attorneys rest their case after nearly 2 weeks of testimony from the actor himself and more than a dozen key witnesses. The case now shifting to the defense, as Amber Heard's first witness took the stand on Tuesday. Dawn Hughes, a forensic psychologist, went into detail about the abuse Heard endured as a child. Hughes said that Heard's childhood made it easier for the actress to fall into an alleged abusive relationship with Johnny Depp. She also diagnosed Heard with PTSD, citing her tumultuous relationship with the Pirates of the Caribbean actor.
When behaviors come up on this scale, they're very worrisome, very scary, and we have to take them seriously. So there were a number of behaviors that came up on this scale, such as Mr. Depp threatens to kill her.
The psychologist claimed Heard was the victim of abuse on multiple occasions during her multi-year marriage with Depp. She said Depp subjected Heard to abusive psychological and sexual behavior, and on one instance performed a cavity search on the Aquaman actress.
There are indications, as I mentioned before, of the sexual assault and the sexual abuse, and how he would, you know, when he was angry and when he was drunk, it was mostly drug and alcohol fueled rage when he would, you know, throw her on the bed and try to have sex with her.
And earlier today, Heard's attorneys asked the judge to dismiss the case, saying Depp did not provide sufficient evidence to prove his case. The judge rejected Heard's motion to dismiss. Amber Heard is expected to take the stand on Wednesday, more than 3 weeks after the high-profile trial began. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
So major headlines coming out of the defamation trial today, as of course the defense now bringing forth their witnesses, their experts. To break it all down, I want to bring in legal analyst Katie Cherkosky. Katie, thanks for being with us here. Let's just dive right in, because Don Hughes, the psychologist who was called to the stand today, I would say pretty explosive testimony with, of course, that PTSD statement and so much more.
Absolutely. So obviously Amber Heard is having her opportunity to defend against these allegations that she defamed Johnny Depp by claiming that she was a victim of abuse. So her goal, her team's goal here, is to show that she was in fact a victim of some sort, and that she actually believed she was. And that's what she has to show here, essentially, to defend against this allegation of defamation.
And so with that, I want to bring up some of the video from today, because we showed Amber Heard at the very end. She was getting emotional from hearing about that abuse, which they really went into detail about, saying it was sexual abuse, that she was forced to perform oral sex when Johnny Depp was drunk or high, even saying that he penetrated her with a liquor bottle. Definitely not easy things to be hearing there up on the stand, but these are vastly different from what Depp's legal team has been saying.
Well, of course, and that's always been the trouble, if you will, for Depp, because if Amber Heard can establish that she was a victim, even on one instance, and that she was legitimately victimized, then really his legal argument fails. So if this were a criminal case, then Johnny Depp would have a lot of fodder to work with in terms of disproving certain allegations. But because he sued her for defamation, he has to show that she was not a victim at any point. So I can expect way more details of the abuse that she claimed she suffered at the hands of Johnny Depp in her own testimony. And of course, the psychologist really laid out quite a lot of alarming details that she had learned through her analysis of Amber Heard.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would imagine a lot of Amber Heard's testimony is going to go into, those unfortunate details of what she's alleging of abuse from Johnny Depp. Is that going to be enough for her case?
The way that the Depp camp can win is if they can show that Amber Heard's credibility is so decimated that the jury cannot believe any of the claims of abuse. And that's going to be a very high burden for them to reach on Depp's side. He has the burden here. He brought the lawsuit. He has to prove that she knowingly and falsely, with actual malice, claimed that she was a victim of abuse when she was in fact not. And that, at this point, seems very difficult, because there is a lot of evidence that even through cross-examination of many of Depp's witnesses has come out that there was even mutual abuse. So to reach the burden of showing that she made these allegations up out of whole cloth, I think is difficult for Depp. In terms of the jury believing Amber's credibility, if Johnny Depp's team can really decimate her on cross-examination and essentially get her to rest her entire credibility on one allegation that they can maybe show is false, that would be a chance to show that none of it can be trusted and that she really did fabricate all of these allegations. But because of the nature of the case being a defamation trial, not a criminal trial, that is still going to be a high burden. So I think that if she can establish even some instances of abuse, and it doesn't have to just be physical abuse, it can be sexual abuse, emotional abuse, or otherwise, then she has a very good chance of victory, in my opinion.
Interesting. Well, her legal team requesting a dismissal, and the judge rejected that today. Were you surprised by that? Were you surprised by the request, by the dismissal? What were your thoughts?
Not particularly surprised by the request, not surprised by the denial. The defense has been trying to get the case dismissed for some time. There's been some pretrial motions that have been filed and denied. The judge has determined that this is an issue of fact for the jury to determine that Johnny Depp put on enough evidence to essentially establish what they would call a prima facie case of defamation, if in fact the jury believes his version of events, that she fabricated all of this, that he was in fact the victim, and that she is not a victim at all. And by claiming that she was in this op-ed, it did in fact cost him damages to a great extent.
Well, moving forward here, this is just clearly one person on Amber Heard's side. Who do you foresee coming to the stand? Because we've now confirmed that her ex-beaux, Elon Musk and James Franco, are not going to be testifying. So who do you see their legal team kind of utilizing to push their case forward?
Well, the biggest testimony is going to come from Amber Heard herself.
Right.
And in fact, the defense's case, even though part of it is from Johnny Depp's witnesses, is a lot of the cross-examination that they conducted on those witnesses that came up to kind of tear apart the plaintiff's case in this matter. So her testimony is going to be key here, and really her cross-examination is the final frontier for Depp's team to really show that she has no credibility, that nothing she says can be trusted, and that she did, in fact, make up these allegations and cost him all of this money and damages and loss of employment. So I'm not sure in terms of further witnesses who they're going to call, but really Amber Heard is the crux of the case here.
Yeah, a lot of weight on one person's shoulders, especially in the midst of a lot of attacks from online. She said that she's logged off of social media while this trial goes on, but I would imagine she's probably heard about what is circulating on social. She fired her PR team. What role does that play when a trial is going on, but there's still so much happening outside of the courtroom?
Well, it must be difficult. Obviously, Johnny Depp has legions of fans that really support him and really believe that he should win this case. That doesn't necessarily mean the law is on his side if you look just at the evidence, and this comes down to the jury's decision. So in terms of Amber Heard's approach, whether she obviously was impacted by what she saw as the direction of the case, I don't know that it impacted the jury as much as maybe she believed it did, but it's going to come down to the jury and whether they believe that the legal burden was met here. And really, if they can be swayed that she was in fact lying, it could still go in Johnny Depp's favor. But legally speaking, if you're just looking strictly at the evidence, it is going to be very difficult, in my opinion, for Johnny Depp to prevail.
All right, Katie Cherkosky, any last thoughts on this? Things that you'll be watching in the courtroom this week?
Waiting for Amber Heard's testimony. I was hoping that she would testify today. Obviously, the psychologist finished up and we'll have cross-examination in the morning. So that will be interesting as well. But that in and of itself can establish enough of a defense for victory for Amber Heard if she does well on her testimony itself.
Okay, we'll watch it alongside you. Katie Cherkosky, legal analyst, thanks so much for joining us here.
And as always, a big thanks to our own LiveNOW's Daytona Everett for always providing us with some in-depth conversations about top stories we follow here on LiveNOW from Fox. We want to switch gears and talk about student loan debt forgiveness. It's a topic a lot of millennials and people with college debt are interested in. We know that President Biden is considering student loan debt forgiveness to help those who are struggling to pay it off. But a new study shows that the nation's wealthiest households could catch the biggest break. Our Fox Business Network's Grady Trimble has more.
Biden says he'll keep student loan debt forgiveness, a popular proposal among progressives and many with student loans.
It's an issue that is affecting working class Americans of all backgrounds, and it's a crisis that the president can fix with the stroke of a pen.
But a January report from the Brookings Institution suggests the people who benefit most from such a policy would be the wealthy. The report says the wealthiest 20% of households owe almost a third of student loan debt. The next fifth owe right around 30%. The bottom 20%, the least wealthy, owe only 8% of student loan debt. Mark Goldwine is with the Nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget.
This is not a targeted way to provide relief. This is not reduce the wealth gap or reduce the income gap. If anything, it worsens economic inequality.
But the White House says its intention is targeted relief. It's exploring the possibility of income caps for those whose loans will be forgiven.
The president talked back on the campaign about taking steps or looking at steps to help people making less than $125,000 a year.
The Biden administration insists the president can use executive action. If not, and it requires Congress to act, there may be wiggle room from Republicans on student debt, but not on blanket forgiveness.
Allowing people to have greater grace to be able to pay off their debt at a slower pace may be one thing, but just telling people we're going to wipe this out, that's a whole different issue for me.
The Brookings report also says the future value of a college degree is often left out of conversations about student loan debt. On average, it found the typical college graduate makes about $1 million more than someone with only a high school diploma. From Capitol Hill, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
Grady, thank you for that. Sticking with the topic of debt. When debt is soul-crushing, what can you do? Our Fox 11 team in Los Angeles has expert tips on how to get it all under control.
Let's talk about rising interest rates and inflation. Whew, doesn't it feel like it's putting a lot of stress on your finances? Well, couple that with high debt. It can really have a huge impact on anyone's mental well-being. Here are some of the best ideas about how to cope with debt and financial stress. Is licensed clinical psychologist Dr. Regine Radian. She's a familiar face to us. By the way, also a National Debt Relief Financial Wellness Board member. They are providing the interview, and I'm glad they're doing this, right? It's not just about whether we can do it, it's how it's making us all feel. I'm sure you're fielding a lot of questions about this, Dr. Maradi. Nice to see you.
Nice to see you as well, Michaela.
Okay, so why is it that financial debt causes so much stress in the body and in our minds?
Well, I think overall just being in debt is so overwhelming, and it makes people feel like they've lost control over their lives. And the National Debt Relief, they found that about 69% of respondents said being in debt made them feel withdrawn from the things that they really love. And about 70% felt like a black cloud hanging over them when they're in debt. So this, it creates like this, loss of control and triggers so many fears of the unknown and embarrassment.
Well, and we also know that it is a big issue in a couple, in a relationship, right? It can cause unneeded stress. And in fact, I think that some of the data points to a major reason for divorce for like 54% of couples.
Yes, absolutely. So it's very important, when we talk about relationships just in general, is to kind of feel like you have a plan and that you're communicating also effectively, and finding that person that you can reach the support that you need. So resources like National Debt Relief can really help with that.
Okay, so that's why we turn to you, and that's why you're a board member, right, on the National Debt Relief Association, to talk about what can be done. So how do you counsel people to deal with the financial impact on our lives and the subsequent effect it has on our mental well-being?
Yes. So I think that's a really great thing about National Debt Relief, is where they can really help is, and they've already helped over 450,000 people settle their debt. We're really empowering them to lead a healthier financial lifestyle. And really what they do is they work with people to guide them on the path to becoming debt-free and supporting them in developing a plan to financial independence. And this type of support really helps them feel in control, and they feel like they can breathe again and feel empowered to live again.
When you feel like you have a plan, that feels like a path out of wherever you're at, right? And it can lessen the burden of overwhelm. Self-care, we know, we talk a lot about it, everybody does, and we know how important it is, but sometimes that can get out of hand, financially speaking, and end up costing us money. You any idea of some self-care that's a little more budget-friendly?
Yeah, so that's the good news. Self-care can be free. And I highly recommend doing, here's my top 3 tips that you can do every day and really practice is practicing one activity that you like to do every day. And that could be anywhere from exercising to reading, to talking to a friend. Practicing shifting your mindset from a negative thought to a positive one. I talk a lot about this. And when you talk about debt and feeling overwhelmed, if you're saying to yourself, I'm in debt, shifting to, I have a plan to get out of debt. And my favorite one is creating a self-care emergency kit where you could have anything you want in there that's custom to yourself, such as a notepad with a pen for journaling, maybe like a list of movies that you like, a stress ball, whatever it is that makes you feel good.
How about a piece of chocolate and my best friend's phone number?
Whatever you like. I think that's a good thing.
But the bottom line is it's actively taking a role in your own well-being, and making a plan can really help us not feel victimized by this. Because a lot of times, when you see prices go up, when you see inflation rising, when you see the bills stack up, it feels like it's happening to us, because it is, and it feels almost like an attack. This way, you're kind of pushing back against that attack.
Yes, and it's a sense of control. I think that's the most important, is that you feel like you're gaining that control.
All right, point people to where they can get more help.
So people can go to nationaldebtrelief.com. They can also call 1-800-927-6955 for a free consultation.
If that number went by too fast, don't worry. We'll make sure to put it on our website, foxla.com/links. And, of course, we'll link to the nationaldebtrelief.com website as well. Dr. Manatee, it's always nice to talk to you, and I really appreciate you helping people out. You're not alone, honey. It does cause stress. You can feel the blood boil every time you open your bills. It's very stressful. Good to see you.
All right, everybody, we do want to take you back live out to Washington, D.C., right outside of the Supreme Court this morning, where we have been bringing you nonstop coverage of this bombshell news of that leak of the Supreme Court draft opinion, which suggests that the Supreme Court may be poised to overturn the landmark 1973 Roe v. Wade case that legalized abortion nationwide. We have seen protests really across the country. And coming up in 2 minutes, right after the break, we're going to head out live to our Fox 2 Detroit's Robin Murdoch, who is covering that situation there in Detroit. Again, one of the cities where we saw those protests. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thank you so much for joining us. My name is Mackenzie Stasko with you from our studios in Orlando, Florida. Time here on the East Coast is about 7:47 in the morning. We do want to bring you up to speed with all of the top stories that we are following here on Live Now from Fox. Right now, you're taking a live look outside of the Supreme Court in Washington, D.C., of course, a major story that we first broke to you Monday night here on Live Now from Fox. Protests have been happening across the country following the leak of that draft opinion from the Supreme Court, which shows that the Supreme Court may be poised to overturn the landmark 1973 Roe v. Wade case that legalized abortion nationwide. Chief Justice John Roberts confirmed that leaked draft yesterday, saying, quote, although the document described in reports is authentic, it does not represent a decision of the court or a final position of any member on the issues in the case. Roberts has since ordered an investigation into what he called an egregious breach of trust. Finally, some reaction from the Supreme Court on this leaked draft opinion, which again shows that the Supreme Court could possibly overturn Roe v. Wade in the near future. We have seen protests nationwide, as we mentioned. And right now, we do want to head out live to Fox 2 Detroit's Robin Murdoch. She is live in Detroit at this very moment. Robin, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We have seen protests in New York City, in Austin, Texas, here in Orlando, LA, really across the country. What are you seeing in Detroit?
Well, I think that we're going to see a lot more of these demonstrations happening in Detroit and all around the country, Mackenzie. I'm standing right outside the federal courthouse here in downtown Detroit this morning. Very, very quiet now, but it was a completely different scene yesterday evening. And if we could show some video of that demonstration that was happening out here, there were probably about 100 or so pro-choice advocates that were out here at the federal courthouse. They had signs in hand. They were chanting. And again, this was all a result of that Supreme Court draft opinion that was leaked, and it indicates that the Roe versus Wade may be overturned, which would make abortion illegal. That is why a number of people are gathering at various locations all around the country in hopes of bringing attention to the issue. And this is an issue that these demonstrators say puts a woman's right to choose in jeopardy. They are hoping that by coming together that they will be able to persuade the justices involved in this decision-making process that they need to think about this more, that abortion rights are at stake, and this is something that people have been fighting for years and years in our country. Now, again, they're expected to be more of these demonstrations in the coming days. We have another one set for Saturday here outside the federal courthouse. The one thing, though, that was missing from yesterday's demonstration was any pro-life counter protesters. We did not see any of those out here, but we have reached out to them. They say they're cautiously optimistic about this situation. Either way, though, they say that they will continue to fight to protect unborn babies. So that is the very latest here from outside the federal courthouse. I'll send it back to you, Mackenzie.
And Robic, we did see that video of those protests in Detroit. I did want to ask you, we have been seeing a lot of reaction from lawmakers across the country, obviously on the left and on the right. For Michigan, what have you seen or heard from Michigan lawmakers?
Well, I can tell you, Mackenzie, that this is an issue that is very near and dear to our governor, Governor Gretchen Whitmer. In fact, when the justices first started debating all of this, hearing arguments about this, she filed a lawsuit to try and keep abortion rights happening here in Michigan. That is because we have a 1931 law that would basically ban abortion. So if what we are hearing could happen with this leaked draft does in fact happen, that Roe v. Wade is overturned, that would make abortion illegal in Michigan right away. So that is something that the governor here is fighting against. Again, she filed a lawsuit in hopes of protecting women, protecting their right to choose, saying she wants to make sure that abortion is safe, that it is legal, and that it is accessible. So certainly there's going to be a lot more with that part of the story in Michigan as well.
All right, our Fox 2 Detroit's Robin Murdoch reporting live for us in Detroit this morning, of course, bringing us up to speed on the situation there in Detroit. Robin, thank you so much. We appreciate it. All right, everybody, we do want to take you back out live to the Supreme Court right now, where over the past few days, we have seen protests, really, as you heard from Robin, not only in Detroit, outside of the Supreme Court in Washington, D.C., but in the Big Apple as well. So we do want to get you some video of that here on Live Now from Fox. There it is. That's the video of the protests. Again, these pro-choice protests happening in New York City. This happened yesterday. This is a new video into our desk from our Fox 5 New York team. Protests, again, breaking out across the country in response to a leaked Supreme Court draft indicating Roe versus Wade will be overturned. Dozens, it appears hundreds even, of pro-choice supporters came together in New York City's Foley Square, demanding the right to abortion be protected. So again, that is video there. We also have some video of protests in Austin, Texas. You can see some people taking to the streets with their signs, police cruisers with their blue and red lights assisting them as they again walk through the streets against this leaked draft opinion from the Supreme Court. And the same scene in the city of brotherly love. This is a protest happening in Philadelphia. Even more people than Austin, people with their signs marching again through the streets following this leaked opinion draft, which revealed that the Supreme Court is leaning toward overturning a decision that legalizes abortion nationwide. The final draft on the issue, though, won't be released until late June. We do know dozens of states already have laws that would make abortion illegal if and when Roe versus Wade is overturned. Many pro-choice supporters, as you see in this video, are now calling on elected leaders to codify abortion rights by turning them into state law to ensure women don't lose their right to choose. And we do want to turn to a story with our own Fox correspondent Lauren Blanchard. In her report, she details how the shockwaves following that leak could ultimately overturn Roe v. Wade, along with reaction and the prospect of a world without federal abortion rights, which is now prompting lawmakers from the halls of Congress to candidates on the campaign trail to take a stand.
Opinion has America divided. What's next if the draft becomes a final decision? My choice! From coast to coast, I am not an incubator. Protesters turned out after a leaked draft opinion from the nation's highest court signaled a possible end to Roe v. Wade.
I'm here to support the next generation of women. They have every right to choose what to do with their bodies.
I would like to see all abortion abolished across the entire United States of America, no exceptions.
Congressional members and the White House weighing in.
Women's rights in America are under attack.
A final decision is not expected until this summer and could change. Republicans argue.
I think their motivation was to scare the court to change its mind about repealing Roe v. Wade. That's not going to work.
A final ruling similar to the draft opinion would mean states would be in charge of their own abortion laws. Roughly half, mostly in the South and Midwest, are expected to quickly put in place bans or restrictions. Supporters of Roe v. Wade say it will impact minorities and low-income communities the most.
A lot of them really can't afford to pay for travel, pay for a hotel. They can't afford to take time off work.
And no matter the outcome, many believe the court's final decision will not stop abortions.
They are going to try herbs. They are going to try things that could harm themselves. But most of them are going to end up going the route of trying to obtain medication abortion online.
Just 6 months ahead of the midterms already, both Republicans and Democrats are using the issue to push voters to the polls. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
Lauren, thank you for that report. We now want to head to a conversation with our Fox 13 Tampa team, which is digging deeper into that historic leak from the Supreme Court. Again, our Fox 13 Tampa team takes a look at who had access to the draft opinion and what their motive may be.
The Supreme Court confirms the leaked draft on its upcoming abortion ruling is authentic. And this means the court plans to overturn the landmark Roe v. Wade ruling, which legalizes abortion. Chief Justice Roberts has ordered an investigation to find out who's responsible for the leak. Our political editor, Craig Patrick, joins us now for some perspective on this. So, Craig, do we know who had access to the draft opinion and what motive the source could have had to leak it?
Well, assuming that there wasn't some sort of Watergate type of break-in, the universe of suspects would be extraordinarily small. It would basically be 9 suspects, the justices plus their clerks. So we're looking at a universe in total of around 36 people, give or take a couple, who would possibly have access to this particular draft. And with that, bet that the investigation can go a long way to eventually finding the culprit who is behind this leak. And of course, the big question, whoever it is, he or she, why would this person do this? What motive could they possibly have? And that's where you have a lot of theories circulating as we speak. Some stating, well, gee, maybe it's a progressive justice or progressive clerk for a justice. What motive might there be there? Well, possibly to try to stoke outrage or backlash, to try to drive sort of an uprising, so much anger that it may drive one of the 5 justices in the majority to reconsider before all is said and done, maybe to further question the integrity of the court when one might feel it lacks integrity. That would be one theory. Then you have theories emerging, well, maybe it's a conservative justice or maybe a conservative clerk for one of the conservative justices. What motive would possibly exist there? Well, it could be to try to lock in maybe a 5th justice. For example, we knew back on the Obamacare ruling, we knew Chief Justice Roberts waffled on that. We found that out after the fact. If there are concerns that someone might be waffling within the majority, then perhaps someone on the conservative side to try to lock them in could say, okay, well, now we know what the outcome is. You can't backtrack now. You look even worse. And simply put, that's just speculation at this point, but it is highly likely that we will find ultimately who is responsible for this. But having said that, it will be far more difficult to implicate the leaker if it is a justice as opposed to a clerk.
Have we ever had a leak like this from the Supreme Court before, and is this criminal?
Never in recorded history have we had the leak of an entire draft of a ruling. There have been cases. I gave you the example, for example, of Justice Roberts waffling on Obamacare. That was a leak after the ruling came down and we found out how it played out. The same goes for Bush v. Gore. We found out after the fact the nature of the leak. But generally speaking, there have been no releases of entire drafts. That said, outcomes have been released in advance. It's extraordinarily rare. In fact, Time magazine released the outcome of the original Roe v. Wade ruling in 1973 before it actually came out. So it's not unprecedented, but extraordinarily rare. In terms of the criminality of it, there is a vigorous legal debate over that as we speak. We don't have the evidence in full at this time to lead in that direction, but that's what an investigation ultimately will look into, not only to find the culprit, but the legality of what was done or what wasn't done as well.
All right. A lot to come on this. Craig Patrick, thank you. The Supreme Court can...
And as always, a big thanks to our Fox 13 Tampa team for that in-depth conversation, about who could be responsible, who had access to that draft showing that the Supreme Court may be poised to overturn Roe v. Wade. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, and when we come back, we are going to take you to Miami, Florida. We're going to be touching base with our Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell, joining us live from Miami with more on what the state of Florida is doing to help care and protect manatees and their habitats. We'll be right back. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox, everybody. We do want to bring you some news coming in from the Sunshine State. In Florida, more money will be set aside to help care for manatees and their habitats after seeing many die. It's a story we have been following for quite a while. We do want to head out to our Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell. She is joining us live from Miami this morning with a look at what that funding will do. Brandy, good morning to you.
Good morning, Mackenzie. Look, here in Florida, people love the manatees, but these mammals, also known as sea cows, they need help for their survival. We actually have video of them in the water doing their thing. They actually migrate here to southern states, including Florida, during the colder months to stay in warmer water. Now, the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission says there is an unusual mortality event due to starvation in areas like the Indian River. Last year, 1,101 manatees died, and now in 2022, 527 manatee deaths have been recorded by the commission. This week, Governor Ron DeSantis announced over $30 million of the 2022-2023 fiscal year budget will go towards helping the manatees. And here's a synopsis of it, how it breaks down. $20 million will go towards expanding care facilities and rescue and recovery efforts. It will restore access to natural springs and restore habitats where a majority of the manatees visit. It will also create more feeding trials. $5.3 million will go towards the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission manatee mortality and response efforts. It will also create more jobs with them. $160,000 will help increase aerial surveys of the manatees, and the last $4.7 million will support care facilities, research, rescue, and conservation activities. Now, this announcement, it will be an over $17 million increase over the last fiscal budget. Sending it back to you, Mackenzie.
All right, our Fox Weather's Brandy Campbell live for us in Miami, Florida, of course, giving us an update on the beloved manatees here in the Sunshine State. So as always, Brandy, thank you for joining us here on Live Now from Fox with an update on that. All right, everybody, again, a big thanks to Brandy Campbell for that report. As you heard, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis pledging millions of dollars to help save manatees here in the state of Florida. We do want to switch gears and bring you back to our top story that we have been following since this news first broke on Monday. So again, we want to take you live out to Washington, D.C., a live look outside of the Supreme Court. We also have a shot of the White House and some video of the pro-choice protests held nationwide following that bombshell leak of a Supreme Court opinion draft, which shows a majority of the Supreme Court justices want to overturn Roe v. Wade, a historic 1973 landmark case which legalized abortion at the federal level. So sticking on this very same topic, we do want to head out to a press conference with Democratic senators, including Majority Leader Chuck Schumer, who gathered on the Senate steps yesterday for reaction after that draft opinion again suggested that the U.S. Supreme Court could be poised to overturn Roe v. Wade. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Well, this is a dark and disturbing day for America. Last night, a report came out that a conservative majority on the United States Supreme Court is ready to overturn Roe v. Wade and uproot decades of precedent affirming a woman's right to an abortion. It is hard not to feel angry, troubled, and deeply disturbed about what overturning Roe would do to women across America. More than 20 states have laws or constitutional amendments in place that would outlaw abortion should the Supreme Court invalidate Roe. Over 80 million women live in those states. If the report is accurate, the decision would be an abomination, one of the worst ever in modern history. Of course, Republicans have sought this outcome for years, so you'd think they'd be celebrating such a decision, but they aren't. No, this morning, Republicans are shamefully scrambling to try and distract from the main issue. Republicans are spending all their focus on the leak because they don't want to talk about Roe v. Wade, where they know they're on the wrong side of history and on the wrong side of American people. Let me say it again. Republicans are spending all their focus on the leak because they don't want to focus on Roe v. Wade, where they know they're on the wrong side of history and on the wrong side of the American people. Try as they might, they can't distract from the truth. The blame for this decision falls squarely on Senate Republicans who spent years pushing extremist judges and justices while claiming this day would never come. But come it has. So in light of this potential ruling, I want to make three things very clear. First, it is our intention for the Senate to hold a vote on legislation to codify the right to an abortion in law. Second, a vote on this legislation is no longer an abstract exercise. This is as urgent and as real as it gets. We will vote to protect a woman's right to choose, and every American is going to see which side every senator stands on. Third, to the American people I say this: the elections this November will have consequences because the rights of 100 million women are now on the ballot. To help fight this court's awful decision, I urge every American to make their voices heard this week and this year. Call your members, write them. Call your senators, write them, email them, text them. And most of all, cast your ballots this November. Because if Roe v. Wade is overturned, we have to assume there's more to come. The question is, what will these Republicans, these right-wing Republicans, target next? Will they have the Supreme Court overturn Griswold so they can prevent American women from contraception? They may say, we wouldn't do that because of precedent. Why would anyone believe them anymore? Will they have the Supreme Court overrun Obergefell so that they can prevent same-sex marriage? They may say, we wouldn't do that because of precedent. Why would anyone believe them? No, it's clear that they will try to turn back the clock to a time when women, people of color, LGBTQ people are second-class citizens. I do not believe the hard right will succeed. I still firmly believe in my very bones the story of American democracy is the story of progress. Democrats are going to fight this decision all the way for as long as it takes. We will not relent. We will not give up. We know history is on our side, and we're determined to preserve the precious rights that are the bedrock of this great nation. I thank all my colleagues for being here and call on our great leader on so many of these issues, Senator Murray.
Thank you. If the report we saw last night is true, that the Supreme Court plans to end the constitutional right to abortion in this country and overturn Roe v. Wade, this is a 5-alarm fire. It is exactly the kind of dangerous outcome I have been warning about and was always the goal of Republicans. They are already banning abortion in state legislatures across our country. They are already planning for a federal ban right here in the Senate. And they already pushed through the far-right justices to overturn Roe and end the right to an abortion. In a matter of days or weeks, the horrifying reality is we could live in a country without Roe. A country where women are forced to remain pregnant no matter their personal circumstances. And yes, we are also talking about situations like rape or incest. A country where extreme politicians will control patients' most private decisions. And let's be clear, abortion bans will not actually end abortions. They will just make them unsafe. and they will hurt the women with the least resources and the tightest budgets. I am furious that Republicans could be this cruel, that the Supreme Court could be this heartless, that in legislatures across the country, extreme Republicans are ready for their trigger bans to go into effect. They're excited even. It is craven, and we won't stand for it. I'm not going to sit quietly, and neither should any of you. I know for so many women across the country, this is deeply personal, and it is deeply personal to me too. I remember life before Roe. I knew people who did not have someone to turn to for a safe abortion, who were not wealthy. So even if they could find one, they might not be able to afford it. People who got unsafe procedures that left them at a very young age unable to give birth. That has stayed with me to this day, as have so many of the stories I have heard from women after Roe. I know how big of a difference it has made in the lives of so many women across the country, which is why I am furious at the idea that Republicans are going to take us backward, that this will be the first generation of women with fewer rights than their mothers. My heart goes out to everyone across the country who is feeling the weight of this news. But I'm not done fighting on this issue, far from it. And I know women across the country are not either. We will not be still, we will not be silent, and we will not back down. And to those who have not felt the weight of this moment yet, who don't think this could happen, who don't think it matters to them, it is time to wake up. Every single person in every single state needs to realize this impacts you, your choices, and your rights. It's not happening to someone else in some other state. It is happening everywhere, and the highest court in the land is preparing to rip away your rights at this very moment. We need to fight back with everything we've got right now. We need a pro-choice majority in the Senate. We need to protect our pro-choice majority in the House. We need to send President Biden a bill that will protect every woman's right to an abortion, and we are going to keep pushing to make it happen. Because women's rights are at stake. Women's health is at stake. Women's economic security is at stake. Women's lives are at stake. Thank you.
Senator Durbin, Chairman of the Judiciary Committee.
Thank you very much, Senator Schumer. America woke up today to an unusual event in our democracy. The news that a constitutional right is about to be taken away from the American people. I'm an amateur historian, and I'm searching in history for a comparable situation where some right which we've entertained and used and counted on for 50 years is gone. That's what the Alito opinion is all about. Taking away that right to choose, that right for individual women to have reproductive freedom in this country. I read parts of this Alito decision this morning to try to absorb what his thinking was, and I was stuck on one point. He seemed to make a very strong argument that since the word abortion is not in the Constitution, abortion can't be constitutionally protected. I would say to Justice Alito and the others who are joining him, try to find the word privacy in that Constitution. You won't. It's not in there. But in Griswold versus Connecticut and other cases, we decided that was part of what being an American is all about. If they're going to be so literal in their translation, be prepared. Because this culture war is going to take us beyond abortion. It's going to take us into family planning, the rights of those who are LGBTQ, and certainly gay marriage are all at stake in this culture war that the Supreme Court is pushing on the American people now. I guess it's a day of happiness for Senator McConnell and others. They've been focusing on changing the federal judiciary. Look at the lengths they went to make sure they got an extra vote on the Supreme Court. To leave the vacancy for 10 months after Anton Scalia died, to say to President Obama, no, you were not elected for a 4-year term, you get 3. And on the 4th year, we'll decide whether or not you have the power to fill an appointment on the Supreme Court and fill a vacancy. Well, you know what Senator McConnell did. He held out and he got his wish. Trump won, and he came back with a justice who would serve his political needs. That is the reality of the Supreme Court today. The credibility of that institution is at stake as long as we are dealing with this kind of extremism. We have to gather together and say there's one basic saving grace. The Constitution envisioned so many things, it even envisioned this possibility. And as Senator Murray said earlier, there's an answer. The answer is in November, when the American people stand up and say this is enough of this culture war at the expense of our freedoms in America. We need to have people representing us in the House and in the Senate who will stand up for basic freedoms and not take them away from the American people. It's a chore we all have now, but I would just say to you this morning, the contours of the November election this year changed. We're going to find across America that this decision by the Alito Court is going to be a decision which is going to reverberate around America in states red and blue, and the American people will have the last word.
Thank you, Dick. Senator Stout.
Thank you, Senator Durbin. This is a very serious moment in our country for women and for our health care, and that's why we're here today. If this leaked Supreme Court decision is accurate, it will have grave consequences for women all across our country. It would be the ultimate intrusion into a woman's right to privacy. The ultimate intrusion into a woman's right to privacy. Imagine what this would mean for a 12-year-old in Michigan who is raped. If Roe v. Wade falls, Michigan will revert back to a 1931 law that makes abortion at any stage a felony with no exceptions for rape or incest. Who should decide what's best for this 12-year-old? The girl and her family working with her doctor based on their own faith? Or a right-wing Supreme Court and Republicans in the United States Senate? Imagine what this means for a woman who learns that the pregnancy that she has wanted so desperately isn't viable and her own life is at risk. Who should decide what happens to her? The woman supported by her family and her doctor based on her own religious faith? Or a right-wing Supreme Court and Republicans in the United States Senate? It all comes down to who should make decisions about your health, your life, and your future as a woman in America. Right-wing Republican lawmakers? Right-wing members of the United States Supreme Court? Or you as an American woman? Democrats stand with women across our country who have the right to make their own reproductive decisions. We need to pass the Women's Health Protection Act now, and then we need to vote in November.
Thank you, Dick. Senator Smith.
Thank you. So when I worked at Planned Parenthood, I saw firsthand every day the capacity of women to make good decisions about their health care, including abortion. And this morning, those women and women all across this country, people all across this country, woke up outraged. How dare this conservative, right-wing Supreme Court, how could they do this? How could they take away that right? This is the first time in my living memory that the United States Supreme Court has actually taken away a right. And we are talking here about the most American of values, the values of freedom and autonomy and self-determination. And we all know here today that this didn't just happen. This is the end result of a decades-long campaign fueled by dark money in this country to overturn Roe versus Wade and capture the courts. That is what we are seeing today. And it is clear as a bell. Justice Alito's draft comments said, Roe must be overturned. And this will affect everyone in this country. Do you know that today, over half of all abortions are medication abortions? And so if you're out there and thinking this is not going to affect me because I'm still going to be able to go and get that medication in order to make my own decisions about my own health care, no, that is not the case at all. it's hard not to think that people who are supporting this, these Republican legislators are so out of the mainstream, 70% in every state across the country, at least, of Americans believe that abortion should not be banned. So that is the work that we have ahead of us. We need to organize. We need to vote on the Senate floor for what we believe in, and we need to do everything we can to protect this fundamental right.
Democrats have been fighting for Americans' health care rights, and Republicans have been trying to overturn them. They've tried to overturn the Affordable Care Act, and we have stopped them. And now you don't hear them talking about that because they now want to talk about taking away women's reproductive health care rights. We are going to fight in the United States Senate to make sure that every American understands that 50 years of settled law, 50 years of Republican nominees coming before the committee and saying that they believe this is settled law, to now foist on the American public an invasion of their rights to privacy and pretend that those rights of privacy do not exist in the Constitution. These people are dead wrong. The American people know that those rights to privacy affect so many aspects of their lives. They affect every aspect, whether it's the government intruding on their lives, whether it's other individuals or corporations. They believe that we can make laws to protect an individual right to privacy, and that also is part of determining what we as women do with our own bodies. So the American people, the majority, as my colleague just said, the majority of American people support this policy as settled law. The majority of states support this as settled law. And now we just need a few men on the Supreme Court to come clean about the intentions that they never made clear to a Senate Judiciary Committee, and have our Republican colleagues come clear about this, because they are overturning your constitutional right, and we in America, the women of America, will march to protect these rights on behalf of all of us.
If the Alito opinion becomes the decision of the United States Supreme Court, please understand that it does not emerge from a vacuum. It emerges from a concerted and often covert campaign to capture the court, a campaign that Senate Democrats and the DPCC, thank you Debbie Stabenow, documented in May of 2020 with the Captured Courts report. 4 months later, we predicted the effect on reproductive rights and chronicled the dark money running behind this operation on that issue. And I want to thank, in particular, Tammy Baldwin, who led that report, Debbie Stabenow, the DPCC chair, who published it, Chuck Schumer, our leader, who led it, and Senators Feinstein, Gillibrand, Blumenthal, Hirono, and Duckworth. As we fight this, we will continue to look behind the curtain at why we are where we are. Thank you.
Our last speaker is Senator Blumenthal.
Thank you to my Senate colleagues, all of us Democrats, for standing strong on this issue. I'm so proud to be with them today. You know, I was a law clerk to Justice Blackmun, the author of Roe v. Wade, shortly after the United States Supreme Court decided 7-2, not even close, 7-2, to make Roe v. Wade established precedent as it has been for the last 50 years. And we asked every one of the last 3 appointees on Roe, do you respect established precedent? And every one of them said, we respect established precedent. My question for those men behind those walls and pillars is, did you lie to us? And how do you expect the American people to respect you if you lied to them. Now, this draft language is absolutely abhorrent. The thought of leaking any document from the Supreme Court would have been unimaginable to me as a law clerk. But even more unimaginable would have been the language of this draft opinion, which is contemptuous of the American people and of Congress. They can change the language. They can dress it up. They can smooth the edges. But the fact is, overturning Roe v. Wade would leave American women abandoned and alone. And it's not just American women. 1 in 4 women in America seek an abortion. Every one of you knows someone, every one of you loves someone who has had or needed an abortion. This issue is not a women's issue. Women's health care is a right, but it is about all of us, about our families. And so we know what to do. We need to vote to codify Roe v. Wade through the Women's Health Protection Act to stop all of the restrictions, the bans, the trap laws, all of the impediments to women having access to health care and going back to an age when literally women died. Women died seeking abortion. I hope that states will do what Connecticut did just last week and adopt measures that protect patients and providers who defy Texas and states like it, the 23 that may impose the bounty hunter restrictions and the other abhorrent laws, to protect those patients and providers as Connecticut did. I am proud to be from Connecticut, and we should move right away to make reproductive rights part of this November's election. Reproductive rights will be on the ballot, and women will vote, and they will make sure their voices are heard. Thank you.
Thank you, Dick. Thank you, my colleagues. We are focused like a laser on getting this vote shortly and on the 2022 elections. Thank you.
Senator, what do you say to the Democrats who support maintaining?
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We were just hearing remarks from Senate Democrats on the steps of the Supreme Court yesterday after news had made its way around the country and protests really took to the streets around the country, as well as Chief Justice John Roberts just yesterday confirmed the authenticity of that leaked draft opinion, suggesting the Supreme Court may be poised to overturn the landmark 1973 Roe versus Wade case that legalized abortion nationwide. Now, we have been checking in with our reporters all around the country today as we are looking to get the latest on those protests that have been happening far and wide across the major cities in the United States. I do want to welcome into the show Fox 5 DC's Melanie Alnwick, who joins us live now. Melanie, what is the latest in the DC area?
Well, I can tell you one thing in terms of security is U.S. Capitol Police have put a security perimeter now around the Supreme Court. They've blocked off streets to vehicular traffic on the streets surrounding, simply because of the large number of people who continue to come out to protest and really the heightened feelings about this. This has really ramped up people's emotions about the abortion debate and really put it squarely into the public discourse when it comes to state legislatures. And here in D.C., things are very different than in other states that you may have been checking in on, because D.C. is not a state. So what happens here is that even if the Supreme Court were to bump the abortion decisions to state legislatures, the D.C. City Council can make its own own rules, but Congress still has oversight over laws in the District of Columbia. And it has happened before that D.C. will pass a particular law. Members of Congress, conservative members of Congress, don't like it, and then they prevent it from becoming enacted. And so they're very concerned here in the District of Columbia that that could happen as well. D.C. Has very open access to abortion. There are almost no prohibitions here in the District of Columbia. And leaders got together yesterday speaking very loudly, calling for Congress to act to perhaps pass a nationwide protection for abortion rights on Capitol Hill. And also they're saying they want to continue to push for D.C. statehood so they don't have to continue to go to Congress to ask for the same sort of just ability to make their own decisions that every other state has. So that call coming loud and clear from the District of Columbia. Now, in Virginia, this issue is going to play in very heavily into the midterm elections. Virginia was and still has a very heavily Democratic legislature, but with Virginia Governor Glenn Youngkin, now a Republican, and Attorney General Jason Miyares. Very interesting in Virginia that when we had the Democrats in control in the government and governorship, Virginia was a party, and they had signed on saying that this Mississippi 15-week abortion ban was unconstitutional. Well, the new Attorney General pulled Virginia out of that. They now say that they believe that Roe v. Wade should be overruled and should be put back into the hands of the state. And the Virginia Attorney General saying that he definitely thinks that they want to put more restrictions in Virginia. So that is where things stand here. Governor Glenn Youngkin not quite so forthcoming in a statement, but basically saying that he is pro-life, that he made no bones about that on the campaign trail, and he feels that the language coming out of that draft opinion is very much in line with his thinking as well. In Maryland, sort of that little split screen situation as well. Democrat legislature, popular Republican governor, moderate Governor Larry Hogan. He didn't come out specifically about this draft opinion, Gabrielle, but he was speaking yesterday at the Reagan Library. And some of the comments that he made signal that he is going to be a moderate on this issue, that he said that he really feels like the GOP needs a course correction, though. So he can no longer run for governor in Maryland. We'll see what happens there, whether Maryland decides to go Republican with a governor or back to a Democrat. But Governor Hogan now trying to make some waves on the national spotlight. And I think everyone here, Gabrielle, just kind of watching and waiting to see what happens and making those conversations now about what they can do if indeed it gets put into their court.
Yes, certainly the reaction continues to come in, and we'll be continuing to monitor all of the things that happen as a result of this historic leak. Thank you so very much for the time, Melanie. I'm sure we'll be touching base in the coming days as well. We do want to take you back out live to a look at the nation's capital, as of course we continue to monitor the fallout of this leak of historic proportions here on Live Now from Fox. We did break this news on Monday, and today, of course, the latest news is that the Supreme Court themselves, they have confirmed the authenticity of this leak. Protests are expected to continue around the country today as Chief Justice John Roberts on Tuesday confirmed the authenticity of this leaked draft. In the High Court's first public comment since the draft was published late Monday, Roberts said, quote, "Although the document described in yesterday's report is authentic, it does not represent a decision by the court or the final position of any member on the issues in this case." Roberts ordered an investigation into what he called a breach of trust. The questions that linger today, of course, is who leaked this opinion draft and what comes next as a result of it. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we will touch base with all of our reporters who are covering this story across the country and also give you up to date and get you up to speed, I should say, on day 70 of the war in Ukraine and look ahead to some events later on this morning as well. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And we can confirm today that the Supreme Court has confirmed that this leak of a draft opinion of Roe versus Wade is authentic. That is the latest news as an investigation is underway into who leaked this Supreme Court draft, showing the court is poised to overturn that historic 1973 Roe versus Wade case. This is a situation that we will continue to monitor throughout the morning, but we also are keeping a very close eye on the situation overseas in Ukraine. As the war in Ukraine has hit day 70, European Union leader Ursula von der Leyen has proposed a ban to phase out Russian oil within 6 months. All of this coming just today as a 6th package of sanctions will be discussed amongst the 27-nation bloc. Ursula von der Leyen addressed the European Parliament in Strasbourg, France, and proposed phasing out imports of crude oil within 6 months and refined products by the end of the year. The proposals, of course, need to be unanimously approved to take effect and are likely to be the subject of very fierce debate. All of this, it is worth noting that the EU gets about 25% of its oil from Russia, most of which goes toward gasoline and diesel for vehicles. So this is a situation that we will continue to monitor on day 70 and beyond of this war, as the European Union is now entering and going to debate a new set of sanctions. We also, of course, are live in Fairfax, Virginia, in the upper right-hand corner of your screens, because the Depp versus Heard, the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial is set to continue today. We are well into the 4th week, and today Amber Heard is expected to take the stand. After 13 days of testimony, attorneys for Johnny Depp just yesterday rested their case in this $50 million defamation trial against his ex-wife Amber Heard. And Heard's legal team is going to begin presenting their side, which does include Amber Heard taking the stand. So we will be live in Fairfax, Virginia a little bit later on this morning. 10 a.m. Eastern time is when that trial does begin. But first and foremost, we do want to get you up to speed on the latest here on the home front with the leaked Supreme Court opinion draft that, of course, is making headlines around the country and prompting a very stark reaction from people on both sides. The leak of a draft Supreme Court opinion that suggests the court's conservative majority want to overturn the landmark 1973 Roe versus Wade decision, which legalizes abortion across the nation, was met with both outrage by some and support from others across the country over the past 24 hours. The 98-page draft decision was written and signed by Justice Samuel Alito, a member of the court's 6-3 conservative majority. We do want to let you all know that this is not final, but this argument centers around one specific point, that abortion isn't mentioned in the Constitution, and it continues to state that Roe versus Wade should be overturned as a result of it not being directly mentioned in the Constitution. Doing that would, of course, give states the authority to decide abortion's legality. Roughly half, largely in the South and Midwest, are likely to quickly ban abortion if the decision is ultimately up to the states themselves. Our Fox News correspondent Lauren Blanchard, she has more reaction for us from Washington.
The leaked Supreme Court draft opinion has America divided. What's next if the draft becomes a final decision? From coast to coast,
I am not an incubator.
Protesters turned out after a leaked draft opinion from the nation's highest court signaled a possible end to Roe v. Wade.
I'm here to support the next generation of women. They have every right to choose what to do with their bodies.
I would like to see all abortion abolished across the entire United States of America, no exceptions.
Congressional members and the White House weighing in.
Women's rights in America are under attack.
A final decision is not expected until this summer and could change. Republicans argue.
I think their motivation was to scare the court, to change his mind about repealing Roe v. Wade. That's not going to work.
A final ruling similar to the draft opinion would mean states would be in charge of their own abortion laws. Roughly half, mostly in the South and Midwest, are expected to quickly put in place bans or restrictions. Supporters of Roe v. Wade say it will impact minorities and low-income communities the most.
A lot of them really can't afford to pay for travel, pay for a hotel. They can't afford to take time off work.
And no matter the outcome, many believe the court's final decision will not stop abortions.
They are going to try herbs. They are going to try things that could harm themselves. But most of them are going to end up going the route of trying to obtain medication abortion online.
Just 6 months ahead of the midterms already, both Republicans and Democrats are using the issue to push voters to the polls. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
And thank you to Lauren for that report. These are the sights and sounds of the major protests happening across the United States after that Supreme Court leaked draft was made public by Politico. Here we are looking at New York City. Protesters gather in New York to demonstrate for abortion rights on May 3rd, just yesterday after the leak of a Supreme Court draft opinion indicating a majority of the court was prepared to overturn that landmark Roe versus Wade decision. The draft opinion, of course, as we've been saying, was written by Justice Alito back in February, was obtained by Politico, and these people have taken to the streets to make their voices heard. We've been seeing similar instances across the United States. From New York to Philadelphia we go. We're much of the same. Abortion rights protesters marched in Philadelphia yesterday following that same leak. Of course, Politico reported the obtained draft majority opinion from Justice Alito, which is initially and what majorly sparked this big backlash that we're seeing in the major cities across this country. This video shows a crowd in Philadelphia marching and chanting in support of abortion rights. And in Austin, it was also the same. Protests gathered in Austin, Texas, after that very same leak. We also saw protests happening, of course, in the nation's capital, outside of the Supreme Court. And we'll take you out to LA, where overnight there were also some protests happening, some of which did turn violent. We're going to work on getting you live reports with our team across the country here. But let's listen in to some remarks from some of these protesters who have taken to the streets to make their voices heard. Let's listen in.
We're going to get an abortion. How are we supposed to do that?
Shocking and devastating to see that white Christian fascists are about to decide what women can do with their bodies, and they're about to not only uphold the Mississippi law, but also overrule Roe.
Well, I definitely called my family and we had like a little toast going. This is incredible. I have been part of the pro-life movement since I was like 14, and honestly, I didn't think we'd ever see anything like this. This is, it blows my mind. I am so excited and so optimistic, and I really hope it sticks.
I believe that women have a right to choose. I have my own personal view on the subject, but other women have different rights, and this is part of our fundamental freedoms as people. The right to privacy, I believe, is a right under the Constitution. And I used to vote Republican, and I believe in individual rights. This is going against those fundamental conservative beliefs. I'm an independent, but this is very disappointing to me.
Abortion is a human right, and forced birth is a crime against humanity.
I follow the consistent life ethic, which is the belief that all human beings, regardless of any arbitrary factors such as age, race, sexuality, etc., all human beings are valuable and their lives are more precious than anything else, and no one else has the right to take a human life. No government, no individual, nothing should ever be able to do that.
I'm not shocked that this happened. I am a bit shocked at just how quickly the court is going completely mask off and saying all these other rights that many people support, like gay marriage, even interracial marriage, are now back on the table and might be reconsidered. This decision doesn't end here, and that's why I'm out here today.
And there you heard some mixed reaction, a country divided over this leak. You heard people from both the pro-choice and pro-life sides there in that piece. Everyone taking to the streets to defend their respective views in a leak that has caused quite the stir across the country. We'll continue to monitor reaction coming in, not only from people like you and I, but also from world leaders, from diplomats, from politicians, as those do continue to come into our newsroom. Speaking of politicians and what's coming into our newsroom, we do want to take you out live now to a feed coming in from Finland. The UK Secretary of State, Ben Wallace, he's holding a news conference. It is worth noting that Finland are prepared, reportedly, to hand in their application to join NATO. I am being told that this press conference is about some drills, military drills that could be happening amongst NATO countries. All of this, of course, in an effort to help Ukraine during this time. Let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered.
It was great to go and not only meet the British troops here, but also the Finnish troops, and to look at some of their equipment as well. And to know that, first of all, they're all enjoying the exercise, which doesn't always happen. And I think also that they are having a great success in learning and improving their ability to fight. I think it's also great to see that there are 4 JEF nations here, plus the United States. And that demonstration of international alliances, really wrapped around the values we all share, is a really important message to Russia and to anyone else that would threaten us and our values. And I think we have had a number of JEF exercises already this year. We had a JEF summit in the United Kingdom. We've got more to come, I think in Norway is it all soon. And I think we are doing an awful lot of work together. And that alliance of the 10 JEF nations is really, really important, both at land and on sea. And it wasn't that long ago that both Artie and I were up in Norway on the called response exercise, another multilateral, multinational exercise. So it's been a great visit. I'm delighted, and we'll go back down to Helsinki to have sort of more business discussions. But for any of you here, welcome to take questions. But what's brilliant is the professionalism of both armed forces working absolutely hand in hand here. I think they've even got an attack on as we speak, or about to start the next phase of the exercise. And that is a really important lesson for all of our troops. And the stronger we are in our integration, the stronger we are in our defence. Thank you.
Thank you, Ministers. And now we have time for questions. And first, going there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Nick Robinson from CNN. For both of you, what do you, and this is a potential for Finland potentially joining NATO, what would you see as the principal challenges for bringing Finland's forces in with NATO? And secondly, how do you see Russia's response so far to this current climate of potential integration?
Well, I think we have a very good interoperability with NATO, and I believe that Finland would fulfill the criteria needed to be a NATO member. And I believe that possible negotiations with NATO wouldn't take so much time because of that. And that's the same with Sweden also. If Sweden also decides to apply for membership in NATO. What takes time is the ratification process in the 30 NATO countries. Well, Russia has, on the other hand, said that it's Finland's own decision, but on the other hand also said that there would be some kind of reaction, and well, that is something which will be seen in the future if we decide to apply for the membership in NATO.
I certainly think on professional level between the armed forces, they're incredibly matched, well matched, and in some areas, advanced in their equipment. I just looked at some of the Finnish armoured infantry equipment, which is used by many NATO countries. So there is not in any way, in my view, a gulf at all, often level pegging, often some stronger than others. So I don't think that would be a barrier in any way. I think it would be for the military experts to judge exactly, but I don't think that is an issue at all. I think also the shared standard of training, the shared humanitarian rule of law training we all do, all of those things are important. And I can tell you from Jeff exercising, which includes Sweden and Finland, I don't think there's any issue there. I think Antti is right. It's really about the 30 nations and the speed of ratification. But it is ultimately open door policy. Nations apply, and then those member states take a view on it. What Russia does, we've already seen its statements. Russia definitely seems to have a view that some countries have their sovereignty respected and others don't. I'm afraid we take a different view. Whether you're big or small, Britain stands for the freedom to choose. What you do with that choice is secondary, actually. Britain is supporting Ukraine not to become necessarily a member of NATO, to have the freedom to choose what it wants to do. And the Finnish president's statement back in New Year was a very powerful statement, and it's the sort of thing that is the statement Britain stands by.
Thank you, and Lauri Nurmi from Iltalehti.
Lauri Nurmi from newspaper Iltalehti, Finland. Question to Defense Secretary Ben Wallace. To be honest, Finland will apply for NATO, and the President of Finland will announce that in the next week. So, what kind of security guarantees NATO and Britain can offer Finland during the ratification process? Not legally binding, but in practice, is it a public declaration that Britain will guarantee the security of Finland? And if Russia does a military operation against Finland during the ratification process, will Britain send troops to help us? Thank you.
Well, first of all, I admire the fact you seem to know more about the Finnish government's future intentions than I do. So,
all right.
We in 2016 signed a declaration together, and the whole purpose of the JEF is binding us together around really European countries that share the same common values, with militaries of similar standards, being able to interoperate so we can help each other, both operating and exercising. And obviously different countries in the Nordics have a different view of operations versus exercising, and there's a nuance there in the sort of legal language. But look, it's inconceivable that Britain would not come to the support of Finland or Sweden if it was ever attacked, right? Without any big formal agreement. We are European countries who share the same values, who have deep, long histories. A significant number of the British population seem to be descendant from Vikings anyhow. So, we have that cultural link. It is, I cannot conceive a time when we wouldn't come to support Finland and Sweden, no matter where they were with the NATO debate or where they are with agreements. And I think that is what really binds us. Britain is very forward-leaning on Ukraine, a long way away from Britain, but fundamentally a country that has chosen to be European and embrace European values, and that's what triggers our support. So look, whatever happens on Finland's NATO ambitions, that is entirely for the freedom of Finland to choose, and we are here to support their freedom to choose and not allow some other nation to tell them what to do with that choice. And I think that's actually the most important freedom we can all enjoy. And I'm not going to be here to lobby or direct. That's entirely for your government and your people's choice. Do I think Finland would add to NATO? Yes. Do I think Finland has amazing capabilities that would help us all be better in an alliance? Yes. Do I think if Finland didn't join NATO, Britain wouldn't come along to help? No. Britain would always be here in the Nordics to be part of you, to help you, to support you. And if you think what we share in the maritime space in Norway, Britain and Norway have guarded that North Atlantic for years from Russian submarines, etc. We are always going to be side by side in lockstep. So formal agreements, discussions, that may all come, but and you may know about them before I do. But what I would certainly say is we have, in a sense, a link of values that actually underpins why we would always come to support Finland.
If you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. We are listening in live, raw, and unfiltered to a press conference in Finland. The UK Secretary of State, Ben Wallace, he is holding a news conference in England, in Finland, that is. All of this ahead of NATO preparing for massive military exercises on day 70 of this war in Ukraine. We also, of course, are keeping you all up to date on the latest aftermath and reaction pouring into our newsroom after the Supreme Court that draft document was leaked, showing the court is poised to overturn Roe versus Wade. We are expecting more abortion protests to occur across the country. And speaking of across the country, we actually are going to shift gears entirely. Here's a Live Now look at Santa Monica, California. Well, from Santa Monica, we're actually going to go out to Los Angeles because our Fox 11 LA team is reporting on a story involving Dave Chappelle. He was attacked on stage while performing at the Hollywood Bowl in Los Angeles. Our Fox 11's Mario Ramirez, he joins us live right now. Mario, what exactly happened? Really a shocking incident.
Hi, Gabriella. The comedian tackled while performing on stage. I can tell you that Dave Chappelle was one of several comedians performing here at the iconic Hollywood Bowl as part of the Netflix Is a Joke Festival. Fortunately, we know that the comedian wasn't seriously injured, but we can't say the same for the man who rushed the stage. We want to show you some of the footage that's been circulating online since, and dramatic video that shows the aftermath of this violent encounter involving Dave Chappelle overnight here at the Hollywood Bowl. Now, the person you see here being taken into custody, according to Los Angeles police officials, was armed with a replica firearm that can eject a knife blade. Chappelle reportedly falling to the ground, but quickly recovering before the attacker was tackled by security himself. Jamie Foxx also running on stage to help detain the attacker, later reportedly saying Chappelle's an absolute genius and we have to protect him at all times. Now, the LAPD responding to the incident here late last night. Production cameras were rolling as this was being taped for an upcoming Netflix special that'll air at a later date, but audience members were technically not allowed to have cell phones during the performance, which is why there isn't more cell phone video of that actual attack on stage. Now, following that tackle, Chris Rock, who's no stranger to onstage attacks, he gave Chappelle a hug, then joked to the audience, "Will, was that you?" Obviously, no one can forget last month's incident during the Oscars when Will Smith slapped Rock on stage after a joke was made about his wife, Jada Pinkett Smith. Will Smith later apologizing. Now, coming back out here live, police do say that man was arrested for assault with a deadly weapon. It's still unclear exactly what provoked the attack. Gabriella?
Really shocking images there. A funny joke by Chris Rock, but unfortunately not a funny situation. Looking ahead, what kind of ramifications is this going to have not only on his future shows, but other artists, other comedians who are going to take to the stage in Los Angeles?
Well, it's interesting because what was happening here at the Hollywood Bowl for the Netflix Is a Joke Festival, this is part of an ongoing series of performances throughout Southern California, here in Los Angeles at different venues. So while we haven't heard specific plans about security, increased security, I'm sure this will have a big impact on some of the upcoming performances and some of the comedians throughout the week that'll be performing. Chelsea Handler, Conan O'Brien, Kevin Hart, Jane Fonda, Lily Tomlin. So we'll likely hear more on that in the coming days, even later this morning, Gabriella.
Mario, thank you so much for that report. We'll be touching base to get an update with you and from you a little bit later on this week. We do want to head out back to our live shot of Santa Monica as we can report, of course, that this is not Los Angeles, but a beautiful shot of Santa Monica this morning. Mario Ramirez joining us live from LA with the latest on this Dave Chappelle story that has made quite the buzz this morning. Happy to report that he is doing okay and that individual is now in custody. We do want to take you back out to Finland, where we will continue to listen in live, raw, and unfiltered into this press conference on these NATO military drills that are expected to begin. Let's take a listen.
Right. But in our alliances of the JEF, there are 10 nations. In NATO, there are 30 nations. We achieve our mass through our alliances. And that's why these alliances are really important. So we're here with the Finns, the United States, the Latvians, the Estonians. We're all here, and that creates our mass. And it's the mass and the friendships and the many flags that are the real deterrent to people like Russia. It's not just attacking Finland, it's attacking Britain, it's attacking America, it's attacking Estonia and Latvia. That's actually the real message that we can send.
Well, the support from the Finnish people to the NATO membership, it has been very stable for decades indeed. Around 20% or so of the Finns have been supporting the NATO membership. But Russian attack to Ukraine on 24th of February, it changed very much the security situation in Europe, and also it changed the attitudes of Finnish people and also the decision makers here. The former policy, it worked during those old good times, if I could say, but now the situation is different, and the Parliament of Finland is debating this issue at the moment, and of course the government of Finland, and we are coming closer to the time of conclusions in this issue, and it's pretty close, I'd say. I think it's time for conclusions is now in the coming weeks.
Thank you, and then there.
Tänään ilmoitettiin, että Venäjä yllämme Suomen ilmatilaa. Mikä on teidän kommenttinne siihen? Liittyykö se jotenkin tähän harjoitukseen tai tähän tapaamiseen?
No meillä näitä harjoituksia ja tapaamisia on ollut aikaisemminkin, että vaikea nyt heti vetää sitä johtopäätöstä, että näin olisi, mutta vaikea sulkea poiskaan tietysti ihan vielä tässä vaiheessa. Mutta me suhtaudumme näihin ilmatilaloukkauksiin aina vakavasti, ja ne tutkitaan, ja Rajavartiolaitos on aloittanut tutkinnan tässä tapauksessa, ja palataan tähän sitten, kun saadaan...
And we are listening in live to this press conference of UK Secretary of State Ben Wallace. He is in Finland as NATO and its European allies are gearing up for a series of military exercises that the United Kingdom is calling one of the, quote, largest shared deployments since the Cold War. Now, this press conference is occurring live in Finland, which is why you're hearing some of these responses in Finnish, but we do want to listen in when it does return back to English so that all of you can get the latest on these exercises backed by aircraft, tanks, artillery, armored assault vehicles that are going to take place in Finland, Poland, North Macedonia, and along the Estonian-Latvian border. They will include troops from NATO and include non-NATO members, Finland and Sweden. Now, we do know and have been reporting for quite a few days now that Finland and Sweden are expected to hand in their NATO applications. When we have more details on those applications, we'll be sure to bring that to you live on Unfiltered here on the show. But this press conference, a major press conference ahead of a massive military exercise or set of exercises that are expected to take place between NATO and its European allies. Once again, these exercises taking place in countries such as Finland, Poland, North Macedonia, Estonia, Latvia, all of this on day 70 of the war in Ukraine. Let's listen back in.
To our exercise program already last year. So this is just a normal part of our work. So that's my answer to this question.
Thank you, and we have time for a couple of more questions.
We exercise to keep our defense in shape. Well, I don't know exactly what has Russia said of this exercise, something exact, so it's difficult to comment more at this stage, sorry. Well, that might be a Russian reaction that they would invest more on their military forces in this part of Europe. And they have right, of course, to do that. But I wouldn't say that that would change our attitudes here. And of course, we are interested to see what happens, but I wouldn't say that has a big role in our consideration here.
Well, as I've said, we will support Finland, whatever choice as a country you make. I mean, that is, the nature of the open door policy. If, of course, as I've said, would it add to NATO? Yes, it would. The actual speed, I think, there's a foreign ministers meeting next week or the week after in NATO. I think that is obviously for the alliance to decide. I can't sit here and predict it. But certainly, as a nation that is well exercised with NATO countries, it is in a prime pole position as a country, Finland, should it wish to join, insofar as its capabilities, and then it becomes the ratification discussion. For the United Kingdom, we can ratify very quickly. We have a different constitution from some other countries, and I think that countries are all bound by their constitutions, and that takes different time. So I think that would be. I wouldn't like to predict it unless, because I don't really know the ins and outs of every government system in NATO, but
Okay, thank you. And one more question, and after that, the minister have one-to-one interviews already. So there we go.
Alliances mean security. That's what history shows. If you look at history where countries predominantly lost, it was when they didn't have friends and allies. Alliance means security. That's why I served in northern Germany in my time as a British soldier to help provide security for West Germany. That's why we were there, and to ward off the Soviet Union, and I think that's the answer to this. We are not in the business of doing these things to provoke other countries. We are in the business to respond to a much more aggressive current posture from Russia. That the point about Finland public opinion changing is directly linked to the predominantly strategic blunders of President Putin and aggression that we had seen, and it's about time many parts of Europe woke up to the fact that Putin is not a friend, he is an aggressor, and he has spent a lot of time and money over the last decade or two undermining both our democratic principles through misinformation, funding political parties of extreme, or indeed through military threats. He is not a friend of Western Europe, and it's about time a lot of people realise that, and therefore his response needs to be met, which we warned him would be, as it did in 2014. In 2014, when he invaded Crimea, and illegally, and Donetsk, he was warned he would get more defence spending in Europe, and he'd get more NATO forces on his borders, and that's exactly what he got. When I went to Moscow about 10 days before they invaded Ukraine, not just me, presidents and prime ministers warned President Putin that these actions would be counterproductive. He would likely see more defence spending and more NATO, and that is exactly what is happening. So if his strategic aim is less NATO on his borders, less challenge in military might, he's got it yet again completely wrong. And his latest example of strategic flaws was his Bulgarian exercise, where I think he switched off the gas, and Bulgaria has now decided that they're going to step up support for Ukraine. So I think the answer is alliances make us safer.
If I may just comment this, I'd say that Finland is the net contributor of security at the moment, And I believe as a stable country which has invested a lot in defense, I believe if we would become a member of NATO, we would be also a net contributor of security as a member of NATO as well.
Okay, thank you so much. And now ministers have already scheduled one-to-one interviews.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
I'm not even sure that was on.
And there you have it, the latest update from the UK Secretary of State as NATO and its allies are preparing for massive joint military exercises on day 70 of the war in Ukraine. We do want to take you out to a look at the latest imagery coming into our newsroom from the situation on the ground in Ukraine on day 70 of this obviously situation. Russia is warning the West of arms transports to Ukraine, saying they will be considered targets. All of this also coming on the same day as the EU leader Ursula von der Leyen has called for a Russian oil ban in a new set of sanctions. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the latest news coming out of Ukraine. You won't want to miss it. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And we have hit day 70 of the war in Ukraine as we can report to you all that the Russian military is now storming that Mariupol steel plant that we have been keeping a very close eye on since the beginning of this invasion, and a steel plant that has long been regarded as the last stronghold in Mariupol, in that besieged Ukrainian city that has been under attack since the very beginning of this invasion. The latest coming into our newsroom is that Russian forces have unleashed artillery fires not only in towns in eastern Ukraine but also in the southern portion of that country, killing and wounding dozens of civilians, and they also have begun storming that bombed out steel mill in Mariupol, from where dozens of innocent civilians were evacuated over the weekend. This is the latest imagery coming into our newsroom of the situation in Mariupol. We also have a video of those evacuations that we were referring to. While some were successful, there are still roughly 100,000 civilians left in Mariupol that still have to be evacuated. Russian forces have actually halted evacuations from Mariupol, storming that steel plant held by Ukrainian defenders. Once again, as I said, it was really that last stronghold in this southern port city. Our Fox News correspondent Trey Yingst has the latest on this situation from Kyiv, Ukraine.
More than 100 civilians arrive in the Ukrainian town of Zaporizhia. The United Nations and Red Cross says they're coming from a steel plant in the besieged city of Mariupol that remains under assault at this hour.
Glory to Ukraine. Today, on May 3rd, enemy naval artillery and barrel artillery shelled the Azovstal compound. Heavy air bombs were dropped. As a result of these criminal actions, 2 civilian women have died.
With heavy Russian attacks ongoing around the plant, the last Ukrainian resistance stronghold in Mariupol, calls are growing louder to save more than 200 Ukrainian civilians believed to be trapped underneath the facility. Protesters marched through the streets of the Ukrainian capital this afternoon, demanding the safe release of those remaining in Mariupol. Across town, British Prime Minister Boris Johnson spoke to the Ukrainian parliament over a video call, announcing an additional $375 million in military aid that will include radar systems and drones.
It's a conflict that has no moral ambiguities or grey areas. This is about the right of Ukrainians to protect themselves against Putin's violent and murderous aggression.
Making similar comments today at a Lockheed Martin plant in Alabama, President Biden called on U.S. lawmakers to approve his $33 billion aid request for Ukraine.
I urge the Congress to pass this funding quickly to help Ukraine continue to succeed against Russian aggression, just as they did when they won the Battle of Kyiv.
Weeks after Russian atrocities were committed near Kyiv, war crimes prosecutors are still digging up the dead, like in Irpin, where Valentina Popo gives a statement about her brother, who was killed during the Russian advance and buried along the side of the road. We had 3 incoming shells in our neighborhood, she explains. He was outside in his backyard. Today we've heard air raid sirens multiple times across the Ukrainian capital, indicating this city remains a target for Russian forces. In Kyiv, Trey Yingst, Fox News.
And thank you to Trey for that report. Here is more imagery coming into our newsroom on day 70 of this war. Aerial video of Mariupol, Ukraine, showed heavy smoke from the Azovstal steel plant. So that's that same steel plant that we have been speaking about. And there you see the smoke up in the air, courtesy of this aerial drone footage that has been provided by Sveda News via Storyful. The Russian state-owned channel published this footage, said it was filmed actually by helicopter, so not a drone. The video shows a sweeping view of the steel plant and heavy damage across that surrounding area. And sticking with the Mariupol latest, here is video of dozens of Mariupol evacuees arriving in Zaporizhia, that neighboring city that Trey just referred to as well. Ukrainian officials say that 156 evacuees from Mariupol arrived in that city just yesterday, adding that several hundred others were still sheltering inside of that steel plant, the last holdout of Ukrainian forces in that besieged city. And we have more video of some of these evacuees making their way out of Mariupol and arriving in Zaporizhia. Here you're seeing an interview. Unfortunately, this one is not translated, but we do have a piece that is subtitled, so you'll have to read the words on your screen. But it's all of the stories of the atrocities that some of these individuals have lived that I want to be sure that you listen into and take in on this Wednesday morning.
Деток 4 и 7 лет. Детки 10-12 лет. Больше 10 детей только в нашем бункере. А он не один. Страшные авиаудары. Стены дрожат. Наши 4 этажа просто ложились. Пару прилетов и убежища не будет. Попадания были и в убежище. Состояние детей вы представляете. Сегодняшний день, да, 55, 11 выехали, вот нас сейчас трое, 40 с лишним осталось.
Спасибо нашим воинам, помогают и продуктами, и всем остальным, и морально. Очень приятно вообще.
Сегодня мне пообещали, что меня вывезут в Запорожье. Поэтому я рискнула вот и поехала. Очень много людей здесь еще осталось. Они боятся ехать, потому что им никто не дает гарантии, что их довезут до Запорожья, как обещают. И все будут ждать, пока доберется наш вот этот первый, не знаю, как он называется, гум-конвой, наверное. И если все будет нормально, то здесь очень много детей, здесь очень много женщин. И если все будет нормально, то гражданские будут выезжать.
Мы надеемся доехать в Украину куда-то. Была эвакуация 2 раза, и 2 раза срывалась.
Из-за ежедневных обстрелов нельзя было нос высунуть.
Вас тут не обижали?
Нет, не обижали. Не обижали ни в коем случае. И на русском мы разговаривали смело.
У нас дом разбомбило. Да, и мы пришли в самое, как говорится, ближайшее место, куда мы могли спастись.
А чого раніше не виходили? Ну, там же ж якоби русські предлагали, там зелений коридор.
Спасибо, нас это не интересовала информация. Мы другой политической стороны придерживаемся. Хотели бы жить в стране, в которой родились, да, в которой жили. Жили, строились, учились. Все на свете. Дружили, любили.
На родину.
Домой.
Хотя родина наша здесь, ну, подальше. Ну, в Украину, конечно. Да. Запорожье говорили. Отличный вариант.
Did he say anything about the election?
Стою туда.
And there you have it, some first-hand accounts of the atrocities suffered in the besieged city of Mariupol, people making their way to safety, and that last image of the woman on the bus, on her evacuation bus, just tearing up, looking around at the city that she once called home. Some very powerful words and images there in that piece. We are going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. We'll be right back. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios, and we are looking at live images coming into our newsroom. I do want to bump up the sound here so we feel the power of the opening bell. But there you are seeing a round of applause as stocks are open and trading on this Wednesday, May 4th, 2022. We all will keep a very close eye on the stock market today as the Federal Reserve is set to announce interest rate hike today. So what exactly does this mean? What kind of impacts will it have? We'll be keeping a very close eye on this story as it does develop. We can, of course, and it does appear that we lost that fantastic opening bell shot. So we'll take you out full to a live look at the board here on this Wednesday morning. But we do want to let you know how the markets closed yesterday and what we are expecting today. It was a volatile session on Wall Street just yesterday ahead of this interest rate decision by the Federal Reserve. Investors were really concerned over the move that could send the economy into a bit of a tailspin. The major averages all over the map. The Dow was up 67, the S&P added 19, and the NASDAQ was up 27. That's how the markets closed yesterday. So it does appear to be up, but ever so slightly up 20, 30 points. So we'll keep a very close eye on this. But once again, the Federal Reserve is expected to announce a 0.5% point rate hike today. That's twice the size of a typical interest rate increase. This will be the second of several anticipated increases this year as the central bank seeks to combat soaring inflation, which is at a high not seen in 4 decades. And I'm sure all of you tuning in at home, you feel it. You feel that inflation hike. Federal Chairman Jerome Powell confirmed last month that central bank officials are likely to raise interest rates by 0.5 point in May. So here we are in May, and we are expecting that announcement. Before this announcement, traders will study the first week of this week's labor-related reportings, leading into Friday's release of the monthly jobs report, that is. So on Friday, we will be keeping an eye on that monthly jobs report. But we want to get you up to speed on all of the business news coming into our newsroom. President Joe Biden is considering student loan debt forgiveness to help those struggling to pay it off. Our Fox Business Network's Grady Trimble has more from Capitol Hill.
President Joe Biden says he'll keep student loan debt forgiveness, a popular proposal among progressives and many with student loans.
It's an issue that is affecting working class Americans of all backgrounds, and it's a crisis that the president can fix with the stroke of a pen.
But a January report from the Brookings Institution suggests the people who benefit most from such a policy would be the wealthy. The report says the wealthiest 20% of households owe almost a third of student loan debt. The next fifth owe right around 30%. The bottom 20%, the least wealthy, owe only 8% of student loan debt. Mark Goldwine is with the Nonpartisan Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget.
This is not a targeted way to provide relief. This is not reduce the wealth gap or reduce the income gap. If anything, it worsens economic inequality.
But the White House says its intention is targeted relief. It's exploring the possibility of income caps for those whose loans will be forgiven.
The president talked back on the campaign about taking steps or looking at steps to help people making less than $125,000 a year.
The Biden administration insists the president can use executive action. If not, and it requires Congress to act, there may be wiggle room from Republicans on student debt, but not on blanket forgiveness.
Allowing people to have greater grace to be able to pay off their debt at a slower pace may be one thing, but just telling people we're going to wipe this out, that's a whole different issue for me.
The Brookings report also says the future value of a college degree is often left out of conversations about student loan debt. On average, it found the typical college graduate makes about $1 million more than someone with only a high school diploma. From Capitol Hill, Grady Trimble, Fox Business.
And thank you to Grady for that report. The number of Americans quitting their jobs hit a record 4.5 million in March. This comes at a crucial time with the labor market remaining tight amid unfilled job openings from employers across the nation. Our Fox Business Network's Connell McShane has this story from New York City.
New data released Tuesday from the Labor Department shows job openings have hit record levels despite a slowdown in the economy. Employers reported a record 11.5 million unfilled job openings in the month of March. Now, this means there are nearly 2 job openings for every person who's unemployed in the U.S. Economists expect this trend to rise in the future.
I was in the airport again last night, just sitting on the tarmac because they don't have enough people to unload the planes.
The record number of job postings comes as more Americans quit their jobs. That's a trend that we've seen since the start of the coronavirus pandemic. The Bureau of Labor Statistics revealing that 4.5 million Americans, or 3% of the workforce, called it quits during the month of March. Many of these workers are quitting their jobs in favor of improved working conditions and better wages. As a result, employers now are feeling the pressure to fill these positions by offering higher salaries in an already tight labor market.
It's really easy to shut a country or a world down. It's really hard to open it back up. So when we're doing that, all this dislocation takes a while to settle out. I don't call it the Great Resignation. It's more of a great reassessment.
We have a red-hot labor market. Yeah. We have a shortage. That's part of that supply chain situation.
The April jobs report is due out this Friday, shedding some light on the labor market and the status of the COVID-19 economic recovery. In New York, Connell McShane, Fox Business.
Thank you to Connell. He did just reference that April jobs report. We'll be sure to bring you all of those details and also touch base with our Fox Business team on Friday when that report does come out. Now, diesel costs have hit an average of $5.32 a gallon as of Monday night, up nearly $2 from a year ago, according to AAA. The price also marks a more than 4% increase from a week ago, and American truckers are voicing their concerns.
It's terrible, man. These prices going up, but I can understand why. But it's really costing us, man. It's coming out of my budget.
And it ended up being $999. I think that's the highest I've seen so far.
We cannot afford to drive our vehicles. I mean, and make a profit for our families. It's just, it's ridiculous.
It's affecting the companies more.
These smaller companies are going to they're eventually going to drop out because they can't afford it. But the bigger companies, they'll be all right.
It's real hard for us to maintain because the brokers don't want to go up on the prices when the gas steady going up. So it's real rough, man. It's tough right now.
The gas is expensive. It's bad for me, In Ukraine with Russia, that's a big problem. That problem is for here too.
Biden needs to get in office.
I mean, whoever's in charge needs to be doing more. Can't just blame it on Biden, because I mean, he took over a mess to begin with, so we got to go from there.
I don't hold out any hope for a Biden administration.
As far as the gas going up, that's just one problem. It's a lot of other things going up as well. I mean, not just inflation, and then you got the war going on over there with Ukraine and Russia. And there's a lot of things more important right now, but to get this gas down will be a blessing.
I think we can all relate. Let's lower this volume for you. I think we can all relate to that last gentleman. Let's get the gas down. That is what we all want. But some really interesting insight from the truck drivers themselves who are impacted directly by these record prices when it comes to diesel. That's what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We offer you all perspectives, not just one, to all of the major issues that are impacting all of you at home. And so truck drivers spending more money to fill up their trucks obviously is going to have an effect on all of us. The products that they drive are going to become more expensive. We have broken this down with our Fox Business team. And once again, it's going to be yet another situation that we keep a close eye on as it does evolve. We are getting reports that now may actually be the best time to find a new job. We did just let you know that on Friday we're going to get in that jobs report where our Fox Business Network's Connell McShane, he has actually a full Fox Means Business report where he touches on a couple of different topics. So let's listen in.
There's never been a better time to find work. The Labor Department says the number of job openings hit a record high, 11.5 million in March. Now, a big reason because 4.5 million Americans quit their job the same month. That, too, is an all-time high. And that great resignation trend may keep going. Nearly 2/3 of Americans tell the company UiPath they're interested in finding a new position in the next 6 months. 2 in 5 say the lack of autonomy and opportunity to work on things that they're interested in. That's why they want to jump ship. And if you're a nurse looking for work, you might want to check out Washington. That's because a new report from Wallet Hub says it's the best state for nursing jobs. Survey looked at things like average starting salary and the number of positions that are available. To Wall Street now, where stocks did rise on Tuesday ahead of the Federal Reserve's decision on interest rates on Wednesday. The Fed expected to hike its key rate by 0.5%. And that's business. I'm Connell McShane.
A great recap there from Connell. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we are going to gear up to head out live to Fairfax, Virginia, where our very own Bob Barnard is standing by as we are set to enter a brand new chapter in this $50 million defamation trial. Amber Heard is set to take the stand. We'll get all the details up next on Live Now from Fox.
Hit piece.
Welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. And you are seeing on your screens Johnny Depp and Amber Heard as they are expecting to re-enter that courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia to continue their $50 million defamation showdown. Johnny Depp is suing his ex-wife Amber Heard for $50 million, claiming that he defamed, that she defamed him, I should say, in a 2018 op-ed written in the Washington Post. Amber Heard is actually countersuing Johnny Depp for $100 million. We have been inside of this courtroom for the last 3.5 weeks, and today we are expected to enter a new chapter because Amber Heard herself is expected to take the stand, or so we are hearing. We are actually live on the ground in Fairfax, Virginia, joined by our very own Bob Barnard. Bob, what is the latest and what can the people tuning in expect today?
Well, probably more sordid testimony. The trial resumes in about 15 minutes. And we are told that Amber Heard may take the stand this afternoon, as early as this afternoon. Her legal team got the chance to start presenting their case yesterday. They first asked the judge to dismiss the lawsuit, the $50 million defamation suit that her ex, Johnny Depp, has filed and is now in court. The judge said, no, carry on, start your case. Amber Heard's first witness was a psychologist who testified that she suffers from PTSD and is the victim of sexual violence. If she testifies today, as early as today or in the coming days, to any of the things she has said publicly in the past about Johnny Depp, sorry to tell you, we may hear things like that he's a monster. She has called him a monster, and that he once raped her with a liquor bottle. So that's unfortunately the kind of thing that we may hear in the coming days here as Amber Heard takes the witness stand. Johnny Depp and his lawyers kind of wrapped up their case yesterday with one of his accountants explaining that after and because of that op-ed you mentioned, Gabby, he's lost something like $40 million in movie roles. So that what she claimed in that op-ed that she wrote with the ACLU never named Johnny Depp, but mentioned that she was the victim of domestic violence. Most people assume that to be him, and that's why Johnny Depp sued, because he said he did lose some business and that his reputation was sullied because of that op-ed. I'm sure neither of their reputations are improving based on this trial and the testimony and the things we're hearing so far.
Yeah, you're certainly right about that, Bob. Now, when we touched base earlier in the week, you had spoken about the fact that there was a line of people outside of the courtroom waiting for their wristband to get in. What is that situation been like? Is that still the case? Is there still fans outside of the courtroom waiting to get their seat?
Yes, not at this hour. They were here as early as 9:30 last night. So what happens is at 7 o'clock in the morning Eastern time, the Fairfax County Sheriff's deputies put wristbands on those people who have come here lining up hoping to get a seat in the courtroom. And so they get a wristband with a number on it and are told to come back when the trial resumes at 10 a.m., get here before then to try to get into the courtroom. There's seating for 100 in the courtroom, another 50 in an overflow room. We spoke to a lady this morning who said she was first in line, said she got here at 9:30 last night. When we got here at about 5:30 this morning, there were 100 people in line. So people are coming here overnight, early in the morning, lining up, hoping to get into the courtroom. And I'll tell you, Gabby, almost every one of them is here because of Johnny Depp. That lady from Los Angeles says she's been here for 3 weeks. I would say she was probably in her 60s, says she's been in love with Johnny Depp for 36 years and supports him no matter what. We ran into a group of much younger fans, probably in their early 20s. They called themselves gypsies, gypsies for Johnny. And we're here, say they don't care what Amber Heard has said in the past, what she may testify to in the coming days, that they are fans of Johnny Depp. They're here to support him, want to be in the courtroom with him. This culture of celebrity just, winning over the hearts and minds of some people, regardless of that toxic relationship that this couple had, married for a short period of time. But, the fallout just continues to this day.
Yeah, and when we discussed the fallout, Bob, this was actually something that you brought up a couple of days ago, and there has been some reports since then that Amber Heard has not been happy with the fallout that she has received. She actually fired her PR team. Do you have any more details on that? And what we could hear from Amber Heard as she tries to kind of shift public opinion that, as you've been saying, perhaps hasn't been going her way necessarily.
That's right. She had a crisis management team that she had, a PR team working for her. She fired them. She has hired a new team that has kind of been involved in this unfortunate relationship between these two actors. Johnny Depp is 58. She's 36. Met on a movie set a number of years ago. Were married about 7 years ago for, I think, less than 2 years. And the two of them in the past have had lawsuits against a tabloid, and that's when some of this other stuff came out, where she called him a monster, claims that he has, been violent when he drinks and takes drugs. And so, what we're assuming is, and most of the professional court watchers are telling us, they expect more of that kind of testimony to come out as she presents her side of the story. he presenting his side of the story the last few weeks, both personally, he testifying, and the people that he's had testifying for him, lawyers and therapists and doctors and what have you, in her opinion, was painting her in a bad light. But again, that was with him presenting his case. Now that she can present hers, we'll see. But again, most of the people we've spoken to here, and again, there were dozens lining up to get into the courtroom today, and to a one saying they supported Johnny Depp. They told us they don't care what she says, that they're on his side. And so even though she's hired a new PR firm trying to recover from all this, at least for those who are, ardently supporting Johnny Depp, may be a tough thing to get over.
Yeah, Bob, it certainly is a layered situation, to say the very least. But like you said, we are expecting to hear from Amber Heard directly. Thank you so much for your report. We will undoubtedly be touching base again later on in the week. We do want to take you out live to a look at Fairfax, Virginia. Great stuff from Bob Barnard, who really breaks it all down and paints a picture of what the situation is like there on the ground outside of this courtroom. We have been inside with all of you, and we will head there live, raw, and unfiltered at 10 a.m. Bob, making a great point. We have heard some very vulgar, very harsh language, and we are expecting to hear that undoubtedly from Amber Heard herself. Viewer discretion is always advised when you are listening into this trial. So we will be taking you inside of the courtroom ourselves. And we also want to remind you all that we will have a live feed going during the entire trial, uninterrupted, on our Live Now from Fox YouTube page, so you certainly won't want to miss that. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll recap what happened in the courtroom yesterday and take you out live to Fairfax, Virginia for today's edition of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. But you are actually all live in Fairfax, Virginia. Here is a look at downtown Fairfax, Virginia at this intersection as we are just 5 minutes away from being inside of the courtroom with Johnny Depp and Amber Heard as they do enter well into their 4th week of this $50 million defamation trial. I actually am getting in a feed live right now, so we do want to take you out there of some arrivals for today's edition of this trial. Amber Heard is expected to testify today as there you are seeing on your screens Johnny Depp arriving to the courtroom on this day 14 of this testimony. It was 13 days of testimony from Johnny Depp and his team, but on Tuesday, just yesterday, they rested their case in this defamation trial against Amber Heard, and Heard's legal team did begin to represent their side. So we are expecting to hear from Amber Heard as soon as today. It is expected to begin today, but most definitely at some point this week, we will be hearing from her. Depp is suing Amber Heard, his ex-wife, alleging that a 2018 op-ed she penned in the Washington Post defamed her and caused him to lose work in Washington. Heard, once again, is expected to take the stand for the first time. And here we are getting images into our newsroom of Amber Heard's arrival. I did not see the front of her face, but that does appear to be her hair. And so it does appear that Amber Heard has also arrived to this courtroom. We do want to recap what exactly went down yesterday in this case. Our Fox team, Ashley Dvorkin, she has more on this from Los Angeles.
Johnny Depp's attorneys rest their case after nearly 2 weeks of testimony from the actor himself and more than a dozen key witnesses. The case now shifting to the defense as Amber Heard's first witness took the stand on Tuesday. Dawn Hughes, a forensic psychologist, went into detail about the abuse Heard endured as a child. Hughes said that Heard's childhood made it easier for the actress to fall into an alleged abusive relationship with Johnny Depp. She also diagnosed Heard with PTSD, citing her tumultuous relationship with the Pirates of the Caribbean actor.
When behaviors come up on this scale, they're very worrisome, very scary, and we have to take them seriously. So there were a number of behaviors that came up on this scale, such as Mr. Depp threatens to kill her.
The psychologist claimed Heard was the victim of abuse on multiple occasions during her multi-year marriage with Depp. She said Depp subjected Heard to abusive psychological and sexual behavior, and on one instance performed a cavity search on the Aquaman actress.
There are indications, as I mentioned before, of the sexual assault and the sexual abuse and how he would, you know, when he was angry and when he was drunk, it was mostly drug and alcohol fueled rage when he would, you know, throw her on the bed and try to have sex with her.
And earlier today, Heard's attorneys asked the judge to dismiss the case, saying Depp did not provide sufficient evidence to prove his case. The judge rejected Heard's motion to dismiss. Amber Heard is expected to take the stand on Wednesday, more than 3 weeks after the high-profile trial began. In Hollywood, Ashley Dvorkin, Fox News.
And thank you to Ashley for that report. We are now live inside of this Fairfax, Virginia courtroom for day 14 of this trial. We are going to be expecting Amber Heard to take the stand. There you are seeing Johnny Depp in his seat to the right and Amber Heard in her respective seat to the left. As Ashley recapped there in that lovely piece, where she kind of recapped everything that we saw yesterday, we did begin to hear from the defense, from Amber Heard's team yesterday after 13 days of testimony for Johnny Depp and his team. So once again, Amber Heard expected to take the stand momentarily. Before a full recap of what we saw, and perhaps an even deeper one, our very own Live Now from Fox team broke down what we saw yesterday. We'll continue to recap as we allow this courtroom to get ready for today's proceedings. Let's take a listen.
Their case after nearly 2 weeks of testimony from the actor himself and more than a dozen saying Depp did not provide sufficient evidence to prove his case. The judge rejected Heard's motion to dismiss. Amber Heard is expected to take the stand on Wednesday, more than 3 weeks after the high-profile trial began.
Now bringing forth their witnesses, their experts. To break it all down, I want to bring in legal analyst Katie Cherkosky. Katie, thanks for being with us here. Let's just dive right in, because Don Hughes, the psychologist who was called to the stand today, I would say pretty explosive testimony with, of course, that PTSD statement and so much more.
Absolutely. So obviously Amber Heard is having her opportunity to defend against these allegations that she defamed Johnny Depp by claiming that she was a victim of abuse. So her goal, her team's goal here, is to show that she was in fact a victim of some sort, and that she actually believed she was. And that's what she has to show here, essentially, to defend against this allegation of defamation.
And so with that, I want to bring up some of the video from today, because we showed Amber Heard at the very end. She was getting emotional from hearing about that abuse, which they really went into detail about, saying it was sexual abuse, that she was forced to perform oral sex when Johnny Depp was drunk or high, even saying that he penetrated her with a liquor bottle. Definitely not easy things to be hearing there up on the stand, but these are vastly different from what Depp's legal team has been saying.
Well, of course, and that's always been the trouble, if you will, for Depp, because if Amber Heard can establish that she was a victim, even on one instance, and that she was legitimately victimized, then really his legal argument fails. So if this were a criminal case, then Johnny Depp would have a lot of fodder to work with in terms of disproving certain allegations. But because he sued her for defamation, he has to show that she was not a victim at any point. So I can expect way more details of the abuse that she claimed she suffered at the hands of Johnny Depp in her own testimony. And of course, the psychologist really laid out quite a lot of alarming details that she had learned through her analysis of Amber Heard.
Mm-hmm. Well, I would imagine a lot of Amber Heard's testimony is going to go into, those unfortunate details of what she's alleging of abuse from Johnny Depp. Is that going to be enough for her case?
The way that the Depp camp can win is if they can show that Amber Heard's credibility is so decimated that the jury cannot believe any of the claims of abuse. And that's going to be a very high burden for them to reach on Depp's side. He has the burden here. He brought the lawsuit. He has to prove that she knowingly and falsely, with actual malice, claimed that she was a victim of abuse when she was in fact not. And that, at this point, seems very difficult, because there is a lot of evidence that even through cross-examination of many of Depp's witnesses has come out that there was even mutual abuse. So to reach the burden of showing that she made these allegations up out of whole cloth, I think is difficult for Depp. In terms of the jury believing Amber's credibility, if Johnny Depp's team can really decimate her on cross-examination and essentially get her to rest her entire credibility on one allegation that they can maybe show is false, that would be a chance to show that none of it can be trusted and that she really did fabricate all of these allegations. But because of the nature of the case being a defamation trial, not a criminal trial, that is still going to be a high burden. So I think that if she can establish even some instances of abuse, and it doesn't have to just be physical abuse, it can be sexual abuse, emotional abuse, or otherwise, then she has a very good chance of victory, in my opinion.
Interesting. Well, her legal team requesting a dismissal, and the judge rejected that today. Were you surprised by that? Were you surprised by the request, by the dismissal? What were your thoughts?
Not particularly surprised by the request, not surprised by the denial. The defense has been trying to get the case dismissed for some time. There's been some pretrial motions that have been filed and denied. The judge has determined that this is an issue of fact for the jury to determine that Johnny Depp put on enough evidence to essentially establish what they would call a prima facie case of defamation, if in fact the jury believes his version of events, that she fabricated all of this, that he was in fact the victim, and that she is not a victim at all. And by claiming that she was in this op-ed, it did in fact cost him damages to a great extent.
Well, moving forward here, this is just clearly one person on Amber Heard's side. Who do you foresee coming to the stand? Because we've now confirmed that her expose Elon Musk and James Franco are not going to be testifying. So who do you see their legal team kind of utilizing to push their case forward?
Well, the biggest testimony is going to come from Amber Heard herself.
Right.
And in fact, the defense's case, even though part of it is from Johnny Depp's witnesses, is a lot of the cross-examination that they conducted on those witnesses that came up to kind of tear apart the plaintiff's case in this matter. So her testimony is going to be key here, and really her cross-examination is the final frontier for Depp's team to really show that she has no credibility, that nothing she says can be trusted, and that she did, in fact, make up these allegations and cost him all of this money and damages and loss of employment. So I'm not sure in terms of further witnesses who they're going to call, but really Amber Heard is the crux of the case here.
Yeah, a lot of weight on one person's shoulders, especially in the midst of a lot of attacks from online. She said that she's logged off of social media while this trial goes on, but I would imagine she's probably heard about what is circulating on social. She fired her PR team. What role does that play when a trial is going on, but there's still so much happening outside of the courtroom?
Well, it must be difficult. Obviously, Johnny Depp has legions of fans that really support him and really believe that he should win this case. That doesn't necessarily mean the law is on his side if you look just at the evidence, and this comes down to the jury's decision. So in terms of Amber Heard's approach, whether she obviously was impacted by what she saw as the direction of the case, I don't know that it impacted the jury as much as maybe she believed it did, but it's going to come down to the jury and whether they believe that the legal burden was met here. And really, if they can be swayed that she was in fact lying, it could still go in Johnny Depp's favor. But legally speaking, if you're just looking strictly at the evidence, it is going to be very difficult, in my opinion, for Johnny Depp to prevail.
All right, Katie Cherkosky, any last thoughts on this? Things that you'll be watching in the courtroom this week?
Waiting for Amber Heard's testimony. I was hoping that she would testify today. Obviously, the psychologist finished up and we'll have cross-examination in the morning. So that will be interesting as well. But that in and of itself can establish enough of a defense for victory for Amber Heard if she does well on her testimony itself.
Okay, we'll watch it alongside you. Katie.
And as Daytona said, we are going to watch it live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox. We are inside of the courtroom. The judge has just met at the stand with both parties, and we are expecting this trial to resume any minute now. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break, but when we come back, we will be inside of this Fairfax, Virginia courtroom as we are expecting Amber Heard to take the stand at some point today. We'll see you in 2 minutes. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. As promised, we are back in the courtroom in Fairfax, Virginia, as the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard trial continues here on Live Now from Fox. We did begin to hear the defense. Amber Heard's team are now pulling their witnesses on the stand after 13 days of testimony from Johnny Depp and his team. We are expecting Amber Heard to take the stand herself. Let's listen in here live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
You say that IPV towards males does exist.
Of course.
Okay. And every time you referred to the characteristic of a victim of intimate partner violence yesterday, you used the pronouns she or her, didn't you?
I was using the she and her pronouns in this case because my determination was, as I stated, that Ms. Heard was the victim of intimate partner violence. That is why I was using the she, her pronouns.
You, in fact, said women gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. That's what you said. The woman gets into the relationship for all the right reasons. And then you say difficult for victim to extricate herself. You go on to say that she can and she should. Over and over, you use she, right?
I believe in this case I did because I was referencing this case where I found Ms. Heard to be the victim of intimate partner violence. It doesn't mean that men don't get into the relationships for all the right reasons too. I believe they do.
Nearly every time you referenced the perpetrator of IPV, you used he or him, didn't you?
And it goes back to the same reasoning as I'm describing my understanding and my evaluation in this matter. Of course, men can be perpetrators and victims of intimate partner violence. That's well established in the research, and that's well established in my clinical practice as well.
Isn't the reason that you used the pronouns that you did that you almost always testify on behalf of a woman?
That's not correct.
You don't even remember the last time you testified on behalf of a man.
Well, I don't testify on behalf of someone. I testify as to the results of my evaluation. I frequently treat and assess male victims of childhood sexual abuse who are coming into treatment for abuse by their Boy Scout leader, by their coach, by their teacher, by a trusted adult. I see them in therapy. I see them in forensic matters, in criminal cases. So I treat and evaluate men all the time.
I didn't ask you about treatment. I asked you about testimony. You broke out your practice between treatment and testimony. I'm not asking about treatment. When's the last time you testified on behalf of a man?
I testified recently in a deposition on behalf of a man who was traumatized because he was wrongly convicted.
At the time of your deposition 6 weeks ago, you couldn't remember a single time you had testified on behalf of a man.
I testified in my deposition that I testified in a case of a man who was wrongly convicted about 20 years and suffered physical and sexual violence in prison, and I detailed the traumatic effects of that happened on that gentleman.
All right, why don't we take a look at your deposition?
Sure.
All right, thank you. Yes.
Thank you.
All right. Transcript of the deposition that you gave March 28th, 2022, correct?
Yes.
All right. Let's go to page 77. Let's look at page 78, line 8. So you can't recall a single instance where you were hired by the attorney representing the male in an IPV matter, correct?
In an IPV matter, not in a trauma matter or a child sexual abuse matter.
Okay, so that's the distinction. You don't have any recollection of ever testifying on behalf of a male in an IPV matter.
As I stated yesterday, the very first case that I testified in was in a same-sex intimate partner violence where the man was the victim of another man. I routinely treat and assess same-sex couples where then the female can be the perpetrator of another female and the male can be the perpetrator or a victim of his partner.
So let me get this. You testified in a case where one male is alleged to have engaged in IPV against another male.
Correct.
All right. Okay. But that's the only one you remember. That's the only one you remember.
No, I've done this frequently. As you well know, most cases don't go to trial. I've worked on hundreds and hundreds of cases. You've limited it to testimony. Many cases don't come to trial, but I've issued reports and worked on many cases of same-sex intimate partner violence where men are the victims.
But I did ask you about testimony, and I limited the question to testimony, and the only testimony that you remember is the same-sex couple, right?
There were multiple same-sex couples, I believe, that I testified
That you testified in court at trial.
I believe so, yes.
All right, but you didn't remember that in March.
I did remember that in March.
Okay. You're a professional witness, correct?
That's not correct.
No? You make hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying in court, correct?
Not testifying in court. I conduct thorough, comprehensive psychological evaluations of individuals who are involved in a court case. The majority of those cases never show up in a courtroom. And half of my practice and half of my income is about my clinical work with people who are coming to me for therapy.
I didn't ask you about the other half of your income. I'm asking you whether you made hundreds of thousands of dollars a year testifying as an expert witness in court.
As you're phrasing that question, that's not correct. That would be the amount of income that I generate from my forensic practice. I testify perhaps maybe once or twice a year. Most of the work is done behind the scenes in evaluating individuals and issuing reports.
But you'll agree with me that a big part of that practice is providing expert witness testimony.
That's not correct.
No? That's not a big part of your practice.
If I testify twice a year, that's not a big part of my practice. All the other time is doing the work for the cases and evaluating the individuals and issuing reports.
All right. What percentage of work do you devote to forensic psychology?
As I stated yesterday, I say half and half clinical, half forensic, but I also have a substantial amount of time that I use in the professional activities and serving on professional boards.
So what portion of your practice do you provide expert witness services?
I think you're using the expert witness services synonymous with the forensic psychology part of the practice. So the forensic psychology practice, what I do here today is one part of it, and it's a smaller part as opposed to all of the evaluations and individuals that I'm assessing.
Your practice is successful enough that you maintain your offices on Madison Avenue in New York, correctly?
Correct. I've had that office since 2005.
Right. And you're sufficiently successful at your forensic work that you're able to perform unpaid work at a hospital, correct?
Correct, and I also do pro bono work as well.
All right. In fact, you actually instruct others on the use of expert testimony in court cases, correct?
On the use and understanding trauma and violence abuse in the courtroom and how to, for advocates and people who could not have this level of training or experience, how to come into the courtroom and talk about very difficult issues of domestic violence, yes.
All right. Can we pull up PX 1241? Do you recognize that document?
Yes, it looks like the front page of a PowerPoint presentation.
And it's a PowerPoint presentation given by whom?
By myself and Mary Ann Dutton, who is a very well-known and respected researcher and clinician in the area of domestic violence.
And what's the topic of the PowerPoint that you're giving?
Expert witness testimony in cases involving domestic violence.
Okay. And who did you give this presentation to?
That was to the National Clearinghouse for the Defense of Battered Women. That is an organization that provides legal services to women who have assaulted or killed their partners in self-defense, and mostly people who these individuals, the women who they've seen in treatment, are through shelter-based programs or through advocates, and those are individuals who don't really know how to come into the courtroom and talk, and that's what this presentation and training was for.
I'm going to move PX 1241 into evidence.
Any objection? No. All right, 1241 in evidence. Do you want it published or?
Yes, let's publish it to the jury. Thank you.
Okay.
All right. Why don't we pull up PX 1242? Do you recognize this document?
Yes, this also looks like a PowerPoint presentation that I gave.
All right. And what is the name of this PowerPoint presentation?
This is called The Use of Psychological Experts in Cases of Domestic Violence. It was presented to the Kings County Bar Association, which is in Brooklyn. And what this presentation talked about was some of the things that I talked to you all about yesterday, the myths and misconceptions in intimate partner violence, when women use force, what happens if they drop protective orders, how they present in court. And that's what this presentation was to attorneys at the Bar Association.
Okay. But this is another presentation that you gave as to the use of psychological experts, and you gave it to a bar association.
Right. They were prosecutors and defense attorneys in attendance at that bar association.
At your deposition, you testified that you were going to be paid $100 an hour for your time in this case.
I did not testify to that.
You did not?
That's an error in the transcript.
Oh, that's not right.
That's correct.
So, and you corrected the transcript?
We did not do an errata in the transcript at this point.
So you knew there was an error in the transcript, but you didn't fix it?
There were several errors in the transcript.
But you didn't fix any of them?
There was no time to fix them. That's correct.
All right. So you're not being paid $100 an hour. How much are you getting paid?
I'm being paid $500 an hour.
$500 an hour. And that's what, and that's the bill you sent for your deposition, right? $500 an hour.
Correct.
You submitted a number of disclosures in this case. You have not formed an opinion as to whether Mr. Depp committed intimate partner violence against Ms. Heard, correct?
Correct. I formed the opinion that Ms. Heard's report of the intimate partner violence is consistent with what we know in the literature about intimate partner violence.
You have a limited role here, comparing individual data to group data, and then just determining whether it's consistent, correct?
I wouldn't say it's a limited role, but that's generally correct.
You wouldn't use the word limited role?
A limited role in terms of how we go about a forensic evaluation, not a
whether,
limited role in this case.
Do you remember whether you used limited role in your deposition?
I don't. If you have it in front of me, you probably think I did, but sure.
And you have no independent knowledge of the facts underlying the alleged abuse, correct?
I have the knowledge of the plethora of documents that I've reviewed in this case.
No, I'm asking you your independent firsthand knowledge. You have none of that, right?
You mean whether I was there?
Yeah, you weren't there.
Of course not.
Okay. And you're not testifying to the veracity, the truthfulness of any of the allegations.
Correct. I'm testifying to the consistency of the data points of all the different documents, including the psychological testing and the clinical evaluation that I conducted of Ms. Heard, and how that comports with the therapy records and all the other documents and the photos and texts that I reviewed.
And you have no personal knowledge of any abuse?
Correct, personally, correct.
Right. And all you know is what Ms. Heard self-reported to you and others.
That's not correct.
Because you did collateral interviews?
And I reviewed medical records, and I reviewed other witness statements of what they witnessed and what they saw.
And all of those statements that you reviewed, those were statements that started with Ms. Heard, correct?
Not necessarily.
Well, the medical records did, didn't they?
Well, the medical records, if she's self-reporting what happened to her, sure. I mean, that's what we do when we go to a physician. We say, I have a headache. We're self-reporting our difficulties.
Yeah. Everything Ms. Heard reported directly to you was after she was sued by Mr. Depp in this case, correct?
Correct.
And you didn't meet Ms. Heard until, what, September 2019?
That was the first evaluation appointment, correct.
How'd you get engaged?
Engaged?
How'd you get hired to do this work?
I was contacted by the legal team.
All right, were you interviewed by her legal team as to whether you were going to testify here?
I was not.
You were not interviewed?
I was not.
You were contacted?
Correct.
Had you worked with that legal team before?
I had.
Yeah. So they already knew who you were, right?
Correct.
Right. And at any time that you were working with Ms. Heard or assessing Ms. Heard, she could have chose to fire you, correct?
I suppose her legal team could have chose to fire her. I was not her. She is not my client. The legal team is the one who hires me. I am responsible to the legal team, not Ms. Heard.
And this the legal team that hired you already knew who you were because you worked together previously.
And clearly they knew of my expertise in this area of intimate partner violence and traumatic stress, which is why they contacted me to work on this matter.
All right. Several times yesterday you used language about assessing Ms. Heard's relationship with Mr. Depp. Do you remember talking about that?
Sure.
You can't assess a relationship without talking to both parties, can you?
You certainly can get a lot of information from one party, absolutely. And especially when it's buttressed by other documents, including 4 years of therapy records and couples therapy records, you can get a lot of information based on those documents and that contemporaneous reports of the relationship.
Respectfully, I didn't ask whether you get a lot of information. I asked whether you can assess a relationship without talking to both parties.
I believe you can. There are certainly limitations inherent in that, but you certainly can.
You talked to Ms. Heard for, what, approximately 30 hours, right?
Correct.
How long you spent with Mr. Depp?
I did not spend any time with Mr. Depp. It was my understanding that he did not sit for a psychological evaluation.
Right. In fact, you never met Mr. Depp, have you?
I have not.
But you purport to be able to assess the relationship between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard?
But I also read Mr. Depp's transcripts of his testimony. I watched his deposition testimony. I reviewed his medical records. I reviewed his text messages. So it's not necessarily totally blind. I did have information, although I'm not making a conclusion about Mr. Depp himself.
Is the standard now not necessarily totally blind? That's how you assess the relationship? If it's not necessarily totally blind, I can assess it?
No, we assess as clinical psychologists relationships all the time. That's what we're trained to do. Certainly someone who's been trained in intimate partner violence to understand and look for the dynamics that happen in that relationship. And then when we have external data that supports what the individual is telling us, way before this legal case even came on the scene, that becomes very strong data to support that conclusion.
Let's talk about some of that data.
Sure.
All right. You chose to conduct some collateral interviews.
Correct.
Right? And you interviewed Dr. Bonnie Jacobs.
Correct.
And you looked at her notes.
Correct.
And you know that Miss Jacobs, Dr. Jacobs, doesn't know anything about the version of what happened in Australia until Miss Heard had already been sued. Correct?
I believe she was not in treatment with Dr. Jacobs at the time the Australia incident occurred, so that would be correct. She did reach out to Dr. Connell Cohen about Australia, who she was treating with at that time contemporaneously.
All right, I'll ask you about Dr. Cohen. We'll get there. All right. So, you know that Ms. Heard stopped seeing Dr. Jacobs in August 2014.
That's correct.
And she didn't go back until after she got sued, right?
I believe that's the date. I'd have to look to make sure, but I believe that you're correct.
Yeah. And you said you reviewed you interviewed Dr. Connell Cohen.
That's correct.
And you also reviewed his deposition testimony.
That's correct.
And you know that he testified that when he was treating a patient, he assumes the patient is telling the truth, correct?
I believe he said something to that effect in his deposition.
And
if he has no reason to believe otherwise, if there's no other data to believe otherwise, that your patient's not being totally honest with you, then you believe what they're saying.
Right. No other data to believe otherwise, but the sole thing that's happening is Ms. Heard is talking to Mr. Cohen, or Dr. Cohen.
I wouldn't say she's talking to him, she's going to him for therapy, and he's using his clinical psychological expertise to understand the connection between her symptoms and what she's reporting, what's going on in her life.
All right. But you understand that he testified that he assumes the patient is telling the truth.
Again, I understand that statement in his testimony. I have a lot more rich information of having spoken to him for 2 hours and reviewing his clinical notes.
He testified he was making a leap of faith with respect to that, right? With respect to the truthfulness.
Again, that was not my understanding of speaking with him and reviewing his notes. I'm aware he testified something to that effect.
All right. And you testified yesterday that Dr. Cohen never diagnosed Ms. Heard with any personality disorders. You remember that?
Yes.
In fact, Dr. Cohen's deposition testimony reflects the fact that he doesn't make diagnoses, correct?
Correct, and I asked him specifically, did he have any indications that even if he doesn't, as his practice, use them, does she meet criteria for a personality disorder? And he told me she did not.
All right, so you asked him specifically with respect to a topic that you haven't disclosed in your expert report, and then he made a conclusion that's reflected in no document.
It's reflected in my notes. It's reflected in his notes about what he's treating. He's treating the symptoms. He's not focusing on the diagnosis, but he is treating the symptoms.
You talked about Dr. Cohen's concern for Ms. Heard's safety.
Correct.
He wasn't talking about her physical safety, was he?
Yes, he was.
No, he was talking about her emotional safety. Wasn't that what he was talking about?
He was concerned for both.
Okay. Did Dr. Cohen testify that he never had the feeling that Johnny intended to hurt Ms. Heard?
I believe he said that. I mean, he talked about Mr. Depp being very poorly controlled, and that's what made him, Dr. Cohen, concerned, because in those moments when he was not controlled, that he could accidentally seriously hurt Ms. Heard.
Let's do this again. Ms. Heard told Dr. Cohen that Mr. Depp was poorly controlled, correct?
That's not correct.
Okay. He determined that from the treatment he was providing Ms. Heard.
And he also had a couple session with Mr. Depp, and he also had correspondence with Dr. Kipper. So he had other information as to Mr. Depp's functioning.
All right, you talked about Dr. Banks.
Correct.
Dr. Banks was doing relationship consulting, right? Consultation on relationship.
Correct.
And Dr. Banks only met with them once.
Correct.
All right. And you did an interview, I think, with Ms. Heard's mother, Paige.
That's correct.
All right. You'd agree with me that a person's family member is not the most objective source of information?
Sometimes you have to certainly control for that the person may be wanting to be protective of their daughter, of course.
And you interviewed Ms. Paige Heard after Mr. Depp had already sued Amber Heard.
Right. The entirety of my work in this case happened, obviously, after the lawsuit.
Did you review, in that context, any of Paige Heard's text messages with Mr. Depp?
I'm not sure if I saw them with Mr. Depp. I do believe I saw some with Miss Heard. I mean, Miss Page Heard, Amber Heard's mother, did talk to me about her relationship with Mr. Depp.
And she told you that she loved Johnny even after Amber alleged abuse, correct?
She did.
All right. Now, you testified that you approach a forensic evaluation with, I think you said it again today, a healthy degree of skepticism.
Correct.
All right. This skepticism didn't cause you to conduct interviews with, for instance, Laurel Anderson.
Right, I did not speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson.
And you chose not to speak to Dr. Laurel Anderson because you disagreed with Dr. Laurel Anderson?
That's not correct.
All right. What did Dr. Laurel Anderson do on behalf of Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
She was a couples therapist that they sought. They had 4 couples sessions, as I stated yesterday, one of them in which Mr. Depp stormed out of. She did have a long, I guess, evaluation or interview with Mr. Depp individually and with Ms. Heard individually. And then she saw them intermittently after the May 21st, 2016 incident, and when they were filing for divorce.
So you didn't interview Laurel Anderson, but you know what she did. How'd you figure that out?
Because we had her redacted notes and her deposition.
All right. And you understood from her deposition that Dr. Anderson didn't believe Ms. Heard to be a victim of spousal abuse?
I believe those were her words, yes.
And you also understood from her deposition that Mr. Depp had not had a very long history of being violent with any of his wife or women.
That she said that as well.
Yeah.
But that's something about Ms. Heard significantly triggered him. She talked about that as well.
And Dr. Anderson thought that Mr. Depp had been, her words, well controlled, I think for almost 20 or 30 years, correct?
Up until this point, I believe she said.
Right. I know that you testified that you reviewed medical records.
Yes.
All right. So, you know Ms. Heard had a personal nurse.
Correct.
Erin Filati.
Correct.
You didn't interview Ms. Filati either.
I did not.
You know she spent time with Ms. Heard on a regular basis during her relationship with Mr. Depp.
Correct. I had her clinical notes that I reviewed.
Right. And you reviewed her deposition testimony.
Correct.
Some of which the jury's heard, right?
I believe so.
Yeah. And you reviewed the nursing notes.
Yes.
So you know that Ms. Heard admitted to a history of eating disorders to Ms. Filati, correct?
I know that's in the notes. That's nowhere else in any other record, so I'm not sure where that came from.
But you relied on everybody else's notes.
And there are some things that I disagreed with, like I disagree with Dr. Laurel Anderson about it being mutual abuse.
Right. So the stuff you disagree with, you disregard, and the rest you keep, correct?
That's not correct.
But that's what you did.
That's not correct.
All right. You know that Ms. Filati saw Ms. Heard immediately after she returned from Australia.
I'd have to look at the notes again to be sure, but I know she did see her when she came back from Australia. That's correct.
Did Ms. Filati document any injuries to Ms. Heard in her notes?
I did not see that in the record.
Okay, so you looked at her notes, and there's no injury to Ms. Heard documented in her nurse's notes following her return from Australia?
Correct.
Okay. You talked about this concept, which you then defined, lethality. And you testified there are certain factors of their present relationship where a woman ends up murdered by her partner.
Correct.
And that's one of the ways you look as to whether a woman is in a very dangerous situation.
Correct.
Can we pull up PX 92? This is an evidence. So
It's an evidence.
Published to the jury.
Yeah, it will be published.
Do you know what this is?
I believe this is the knife that Ms. Heard gave to Mr. Depp as a gift.
All right. And you speak Spanish?
Un poquito?
Do you know what it says?
Yes, it says hasta la muerta, until death.
So a woman you suggest has characteristics of being afraid for her life, gives her intimate partner a large knife, which she has inscribed until death. That's your testimony?
Well, there's context.
Okay. We can do that later. So we talked about, you talked a little bit about Mr. Depp purporting to demonstrate jealousy with Ms. Heard. Do you recall that?
Yes, I do.
And you specifically talked about Mr. Depp displaying jealousy regarding the actor James Franco.
Correct.
Yeah. Now, the very first time you met with Ms. Heard, she talked to you about Mr. Franco, James Franco, correct?
I don't know if it was the first time, but I did ask about some other relationships.
Okay, so why don't we do this? Let's go PX 1246. I just want to go to the first page. All right. So, do you recognize the document that's in front of you?
Yes.
All right. And what I would like to do, what is it?
It's a top sheet of a background information questionnaire that I use to help guide the evaluation.
Okay. So, now, this is, who filled it out?
I filled it out.
Whose form is it?
My form.
All right. I'm going to move just the first page into evidence because we're going to talk about other portions of it later.
Could you back us so she can see the whole first page? Any objection? Okay, I can't.
We will admit the whole thing into evidence.
You want the whole thing in evidence?
Sure.
No objection whatsoever.
All right, 1246 in evidence in full. Okay. Are there any identifiers that need, or we're just going?
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be some.
All right.
Probably.
Okay, so you owe me a redacted one, correct?
Don't know what the nature of the redactions are going to be, but.
Okay, well, you can discuss it.
We'll work with you on that.
Thank you.
I'm
All right.
positive there's identifiers on there.
All right. 1246 has been moved into evidence. Can we blow up the bottom right-hand corner?
All right. You want to publish to the jury?
Yeah, let's publish it to the jury.
I'm not comfortable publishing to the jury if there's identifiers.
I don't.
Yeah, I'm happy to do it on the break to make sure that
Well, we can, why don't you,
I don't see anything on the first
if
page.
you want to look at that, any objection to that? Well, that's what they're going to show.
That's what we're going to show.
All right, publish then.
All right. So this is the bottom corner, your notes. And it's under the section of your notes that's entitled Intimate Relationships.
Correct.
Right. And one of the notes here on the right, it says JF, that's James Franco, right?
Correct.
Got close but really wanted to be with Johnny.
Well, it says JF friends. They were friends.
All right. Said friends, but you put him under intimate relationship.
Well, there's a line there because I was asking specifically about other things that were allegations in this matter.
There's a line there because you did not believe that they should go under intimate relationships, but it's on your form?
she wasn't telling me that this was an intimate relationship. I queried as to what's going on with James Franco because that was something that was raised in this case.
And there's a note for December 2015.
When they became more friends, more friendly.
Right. And that was a period of time in which Ms. Heard was married to Mr. Depp, correct?
Correct.
So she became close with Mr. Franco in December 2015, and at least you put it under intimate relationships.
With a line differentiating another part of this document.
Okay. Did you provide another header, like a header that says friends?
No.
No. Well, let's look at the next one. The next one says, I think it says Elon.
Correct.
It's Elon Musk, right?
Correct.
All right. May 2016.
Correct.
Met Ball.
Correct.
That's a big fancy party in New York, right?
Yes, it is.
All right. And she says she dated him after Johnny.
Correct.
She met Elon Musk in May 2016. When did she file the TRO?
The last answer was May 21st. I believe it was May 26th, 27th. If I'm correct.
When did she start dating Elon Musk?
Sometime after that.
All right. Yeah. Sometime after the TRO?
I believe so, yes.
Okay. We can take that down. You talked quite a lot yesterday about this concept of reactive violence.
Yes.
Yeah. Just so I understand your position on this, is it your position that if Miss Heard was abused, she gets to hit Mr. Depp?
That's not my opinion.
But you know she hits him, right?
And I testified to that.
Right. And how many times do you believe that she told you that she hit him?
Do I believe that she told me, or how many instances were there?
Well, I don't know. How would you know other than her telling you? You weren't there, right?
I was not there. That's correct.
All right. How many times did she admit to hitting him?
She indicated a number of times in a number of instances.
All right. You indicated that you had listened to audio recordings as part of the work you did in this case?
That's correct.
All right. I'd like to play you a portion of one of those recordings. It's Plaintiff's Exhibit 343. It's already in evidence. And for the record, the portion I want to play is 2 minutes 246:01 to 247.20.
I said to Travis, I said to you, hey, tell Travis what just happened.
Oh, you told me to do it. You told me to. You said, go do that.
I said, no, tell him what just happened.
And I lied.
And that you punched me in the
You're right.
fucking thing. And
You figured. I'm sorry that I didn't hit you across the face in a proper slap, but I was hitting you. It was not punching you. Babe, you're not punched.
Don't tell me what it feels like to be punched.
You know, you've been in a lot of fights, you've been around a long. I'm sorry I hit you like this. I did not punch you. I was hitting you.
How are you?
What am I supposed to? Me and you're a fucking baby.
Because you started.
You are such a baby. Grow the fuck up,
Because you
Johnny.
started physical fights.
I did start a physical fight.
Yeah, you did. So I had
Because,
to get the fuck out of there.
Yes, you did. So you did the right thing, the big thing. You know what? You're admirable.
You agree with Ms. Heard that it's admirable to retreat from a fight?
Is it admirable? It is admirable to retreat from a fight.
Yeah. Anything about this tape suggest to you that it's characteristic of reactive violence?
In this instance, if true, if she said she hit him first, then that would not be reactive violence.
All right. You testified that Ms. Heard reported to you that she engaged in low levels of violence, correct?
Well, I don't think she said that. I think that was the characterization of knowing the types of minor and severe levels of violence.
Okay, I got it wrong. You consider low levels of violence.
Well, I considered what the literature and the research talks about low levels of violence as opposed to severe levels of violence.
And I think you suggested that Ms. Heard sustained more severe injuries, correct?
I think I said more frequent injuries.
More frequent, but not more severe.
Well, certainly the incidents in Australia and the sexual violence and the incidents on December 15th, 2015 were quite severe.
Right. You said you reviewed medical records in rendering your opinion.
Correct.
And you reviewed photographs.
Correct.
Now, other than the reports to her therapists, which you call medical records, right?
Yeah, I would call those medical records,
Right.
sure.
Other than the reports to her therapist, there's not a single medical record that reflects any injury to Ms. Heard, is there?
That's not correct.
No. There is not other than what doctor reflected injuries to Ms. Heard?
The note by Erin Borum, her married name, I'm not recalling her married name, indicated that she was headbutted by Mr. Depp and that she went for a concussion check and she had a busted lip and then she went to Dr. Kipper's office in order to get checked.
What? And there's a medical record other than that note that reflects it?
There's a note that she showed up at Dr. Kipper's office. There's a note in the
But
similar
there's
2
nothing
days
from
that
Dr. Kipper,
Dr.
is there?
Laurel Anderson saw the 2 bruises from that same incident as well.
All right. You reviewed photographs.
Yes.
All right. I'd like to put up PX 144. It's been published to the jury briefly. I'm going to keep it up very briefly. That photograph doesn't reflect a low level of violence, does it?
Well, that reflects a severe injury, I would agree.
Yeah. Why don't we go to PX 145? That's a severe injury that ended up with Mr. Depp on a gurney, correct?
That is a severe injury, correct.
Yeah. All right. Is it your testimony that throwing a can of mineral spirits at your spouse is characteristic of reactive violence?
If you are running away from your spouse who is trying to hurt you, yes.
All right. So you can throw a can of mineral spirits. What about if you throw a can of Red Bull?
Again, it depends on the incident I think that you're referring to. That was not necessarily reactive violence. That was in a state of frustration or anger.
All right. So when you throw a can of Red Bull in a state of frustration or anger, that's not reactive violence?
No.
Right. What about if you throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon? Is that reactive violence?
Are you asking me hypothetically?
I'm asking you, would that be a characteristic of reactive violence? Throw a bottle of vodka because your husband fell off the wagon.
If it's in the middle of an assault, perhaps. If it's independent of that, no.
Right. So, for instance, if your husband was just having a couple of shots at the bar.
Again, you would need more information and context to make that determination.
All right. You don't think that's a reflective of reactive violence? And you'll agree with me that when you throw the second bottle, that's not reactive violence.
If somebody's throwing multiple bottles, psychological violence and abuse is psychologically destabilizing, which destabilizes individuals' coping strategies. That is absolutely true.
Lost what's true. Is it your testimony that once you've thrown one bottle and missed, when you throw the second one, now it's reactive violence?
That's not what I'm saying. I don't think throwing bottles is acceptable in any context.
All right. All right. I'm going to ask you about some of the testing that you did. One of the things that you did was a form looked like called a CTS2 relationship behaviors form.
The conflict tactics scale, correct.
So CTS2 stands for conflict tactics scale.
That's correct.
And this is one of the documents that you had with you on the stand yesterday.
I had all my testing with me and all my clinical notes from my evaluation with Ms. Heard.
And you gave me a copy of it because you looked at it during your testimony.
Because you asked me, so I gave it to you, yes.
Right. All right. But you have a good recollection of what that test is about, the CTS2 test.
I have a very good memory and a very good recollection. I want to give the jury the most accurate and thorough information. After having done 12 tests with so many questions, I wanted to just be as accurate as possible. I'm sure my memory would miss some things that might be relevant.
All right, so let's talk about the CTS2. It's dated 9/26/2019.
Correct.
All right, 9/26/2019. And it goes through and it asks a whole series of questions about what you've done and what your partner has done.
That's correct.
There's tons of these questions.
Correct.
And every single one of those questions is preceded by the same question, right? How often did this happen in the past year?
Correct.
You knew that as of 9/26/2019, not a single one of the things that Ms. Heard identified happened to her in the last year.
Correct.
Right.
She was oriented to a different time frame to get a checklist of those behaviors.
Right. And one of the although it says, please, how often did this happen in the past year? One of the questions is, my partner used force to make me have oral or anal sex.
Correct.
She went with 0 on that, right?
I'd have to see if you'd like to show me.
Right. Do you have any recollection that she didn't go with 0 on that?
I have a recollection at that point in time, she was framing those type of acts as angry sex. She wasn't framing them as physical force, as most women don't on these measures.
And you helped her to reframe it as something other than angry sex, didn't you, doctor?
My job was not to do treatment. My job was to do an evaluation, and that's what I did.
All right. So you did an evaluation, and one of the evaluations you did and one of the diagnoses that you ultimately made relates to PTSD.
That is correct.
All right. And you diagnosed Amber Heard with PTSD long before you made use of the gold standard test for PTSD.
That is correct.
All right.
And I make the diagnosis of PTSD in my clinical practice without using the CAPS all the time.
All right. So just so you and I are on the same page, and I think we are, this gold standard test that I'm referring to is the CAPS-5.
That is correct.
That's the one that Dr. Curry administered, correct?
Correct.
All right. You didn't administer the CAP-5 until A, after you'd already diagnosed Amber Heard with PTSD, right?
She had PTSD in 2019. She had PTSD in the beginning of 2021 when I evaluated her. And then she had PTSD in December 27, 2021 when I administered the caps. That's correct.
All right. I think you didn't diagnose, you didn't give the caps 5. Hold on, I'm going to strike that question altogether and start it again. You had already diagnosed her with PTSD before you did the gold standard, correct?
Before I administered the caps 5, there was enough data in the psychological testing and my clinical evaluation to establish that she met criteria for PTSD. That is correct.
You submitted an expert disclosure in this case on January 11th, 2022.
I believe the attorney submitted that disclosure, yes.
You participated in that?
In the January 11th, it was the same disclosure that went before. There were no changes on that.
Did you reference the caps 5 in that at all?
I don't believe I gave the results of the caps 5 to the attorneys at that point.
All right. You met with, I got dates here. This time I'm using the cheat sheet. All right. You met with Amber Heard on September 26, 2019.
I would love to have my cheat sheet, but I'll take your word for it.
I'll share.
Thank you.
October 11, 2019. When did you give the caps 5?
The caps 5 was administered the last time that I saw Ms. Heard. I saw her over, as stated multiple times, over the past 2.5 years, and having not seen her in about a year to get an accurate assessment of her current symptoms, having had all the background information, the caps 5 is a great structured clinical interview to do that.
All right. So you hadn't seen her for about a year before you gave her that test?
That is correct.
And you did it over Zoom?
That is correct.
All right. All right.
It contains that we're on track to cut the federal deficit by another $1.5 trillion by the end of this fiscal year. The biggest decline in a single year ever in American history. The biggest decline on top of us having a $350 billion drop in the deficit last year, my first year as president. We also learned that for the first time since 2016, the Treasury Department is planning to pay down the national debt issued to the public this quarter. And for all the talk the Republicans make about deficits, it didn't happen a single quarter under my predecessor. Not once. The bottom line is the deficit went up every year under my predecessor before the pandemic and during the pandemic. And it's gone down both years since I've been here. Period. They're the facts. And why is it important? Because bringing down the deficit is one way to ease inflationary pressures in an economy where a consequence of a war and gas prices and oil and food and it all, it's a different world right this moment because of Ukraine and Russia. We reduce federal borrowing and we help combat inflation. This process is a great deal, is good news, but it didn't happen by itself. The previous administration increased the deficit every year it was in office, in part because of its reckless $2 trillion tax cut. I know you're tired of hearing me saying but a $2 trillion tax cut that was not paid for, And a tax cut that largely benefited the biggest corporations, 55 of which earned $40 billion in profits and paid not a single penny in income tax in 2020, and wealthiest Americans, like the billionaires, who on average pay just 8% in federal taxes. The previous administration not only ballooned the deficit, it undermined the watchdogs, the inspector generals, whose job it was to keep the pandemic relief funds from being wasted. Remember, at the time, I kept saying they're going to fire the inspector generals. Well, they fired the inspector general. And in my administration, those watchdogs are back. The Justice Department has a chief prosecutor for pandemic fraud who's going to go after the criminals who stole billions in relief money meant for small businesses and American families, but never got to them, got in the pockets of criminals. When I came to office, we took a different approach across the board. With the American Rescue Plan and other actions, we started to grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. Rescue checks and tax cuts for working families that gave them just a little bit of breathing room and put food on the table and a roof over their heads. Remember the first year, all those long lines of automobiles lined up and going through a parking lot just to get a box of food in their trunk? We got vaccination shots in arms that helped us go from 2 million Americans who'd been vaccinated to more than 220 million Americans fully vaccinated. And we made it easy for millions of Americans to sign up for coverage under the Affordable Care Act, saving them an average of $2,400 a year. As a result of these and other economic recovery plans, we recovered faster than projected. A record 6.7 million jobs created last year, the most in the first year of any president in American history, and the fastest economic growth in any year in nearly 4 decades. And looking ahead, I have a plan to reduce the deficit even more, which will help reduce inflationary pressures and lower everyone's costs for families. Look, it's a plan that lets Medicare negotiate price of prescription drugs, as they do with the Department of Veterans Affairs. We can cap the price of insulin at $35 instead of the hundreds of dollars, even $1,000 a month for some families. And my plan provides tax credits to utility companies to generate clean energy. And those companies are required to pass those savings on to families. I met with about a dozen of those utility CEOs here in the White House, and they confirmed this plan will lower energy bills for families immediately. My plan includes tax credits for consumers to purchase electric or fuel cell vehicles, new or used, which will save the typical driver about $80 a month not having to pay for gas at the pump. Tax credits for folks to buy solar panels and heat pumps, and more efficient windows and doors for their homes. Estimated savings $500 per year on average. And we can do these things by making sure that no one earning less than $400,000 a year will pay a single penny more in federal taxes. All we're asking is that the wealthiest Americans and the largest corporations begin to pay their fair share, at least part of their fair share. You've heard me say it before, I'm a capitalist. I believe you should be able to make as much money as you legally can, but just pay your fair share. There's no reason why a billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than a teacher or a firefighter. That's in sharp contrast to what today's Republican Party is offering. And if they hadn't put this in print, you'd think I was making it up. Senator Rick Scott of Florida, United States Senator, who's leading the Republican National Senatorial Campaign Committee, released what he calls the ultra-MAGA agenda. It's a MAGA agenda, all right. Let me tell you about this ultra-MAGA agenda. It's extreme, as most MAGA things are. It will actually raise taxes on 75 million American families, over 95% of whom make less than $100,000 a year. Among the hardest hit, working families, kids with folks. Imagine you're a family of 4 and you don't make enough money to have federal taxes. Because you don't make enough money to pay them. You pay all your taxes, but you just don't make enough. And under this new plan, this tax plan, the ultra-MAGA agenda, while big corporations and billionaires are going to pay nothing more, the working class folks are going to pay a hell of a lot more. And it goes further than that. This extreme Republican agenda calls for Congress. Now, I'm not making this up either. You ought to really think about this. It requires a vote, if it were to pass, every 5 years. The Congress would have to vote to reinstate or eliminate Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Social Security is something seniors have paid in for their whole life. And it has to be reauthorized. Has to be reauthorized every 5 years. Look, again, it's hard to make this up, but then again, it's a mega agenda. You know, meanwhile, millionaires and billionaires and corporations skate by. Imagine that. Just imagine that. I think it is truly outrageous. I've offered a different plan, a plan rooted in American values of fairness and decency. Wealthy folks and corporations will pay a little more. Billionaires will have to pay a minimum tax. And again, most importantly, no one making less than $400,000 will pay a penny more in federal taxes. We're going to protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, not put it on the block every 5 years. Let me remind you again, I reduced the federal deficit. All the talk about the deficit from my Republican friends, I love it. I've reduced it $350 billion in my first year in office. And we're on track to reduce it by the end of September by another $1.5 trillion, the largest drop ever. I don't want to hear Republicans talk about deficits and their ultra-MAGA agenda. I want to hear about fairness. I want to hear about decency. I want to hear about helping ordinary people. The bottom line is that for decades, the trickle-down economics has failed as income inequity grew to historic levels under the Republicans, the mega Republicans, the MAGA Republicans. I don't want to mispronounce it, the MAGA Republicans. This is time to grow the economy, but from the bottom up and the middle out. Because here's the deal. When the poor have a ladder up and the middle class grows, the wealthy always do very well. They do very well. That's what this is about. That's what this is about. Everybody doing better. And so I want you to understand, again, first year, $350 billion reduction in deficit.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. President Biden speaking there on the economy and amid the inflation crisis that we are seeing. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here. When we come back, we are going to be talking about Military Appreciation Month and get the very latest there. Really, it should be every month as we honor our military heroes. Coming back in just 2 minutes right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We really appreciate you joining us here. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great to be here with you live from Phoenix as we continue to bring you top stories, headlines, all in the mix right here. And if breaking news occurs, we got you covered there as well. Our next story, May is Military Appreciation Month there. And we honor our military heroes all this month and really every day of the year as well. And to help us really talk about this very special month, let's bring in our guest here this hour, Joe Reagan, with Wreaths Across America, a great program there. And thanks so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Always great to have you, Joe. So maybe just explain this month here in particular. Hold on one second, Joe. We're having a little bit problem hearing you. What we're going to do is take another quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us, and we'll get right back to it. Much for joining us here. As always, we are back in the mix here for you, and we reestablished our connection here. We got the audio for Military Appreciation Month right now, so let's bring in our guest. We have the audio there. Joe, always great to hear from you.
Well, great to be with you, Mike. Thanks for letting us share our mission.
No problem, no problem. So, Joe, you are with Wreaths Across America, a great organization, and maybe just tell us a little bit about Military Appreciation Month.
Absolutely. Well, Military Appreciation Month is an opportunity for all Americans to take a pause and learn about the sacrifices that our men and women that are serving and who have served have made in order to defend the freedoms that all of us hold so dear. It's increasingly important now as only about 1% of Americans are serving in our armed forces. So most people are gracious for the service and sacrifices that those men and women make, but very few people have that direct connection with someone that is serving or has served.
Absolutely, absolutely. It's the great 1%, and you know, so many people in our country maybe don't even know a person in our great military, and it's great to use this month to really honor them in the sacrifices they make, not on a daily basis, but really, you know, every hour of the day across our seas.
Absolutely, and you can see that when it's across the headlines, whether it be National Guard troops that are supporting our allies in Europe, whether it be those men and women that are continuing to maintain readiness in our strategic forces. There's always something that's happening, and to be able to share those stories and to understand kind of the depth in which our military is able to train and maintain that readiness is really quite impressive. And then on the other end of that, to see how our veterans, after serving in the military, continue to serve our communities as volunteers, as law enforcement officers, and in so many different capacities across the country.
And with Wreaths Across America, a great organization, you know, we always think about that obviously in December, but what is something that just a normal individual, what can they do to really honor our veterans this month, as well as really every month of the year?
Absolutely. Well, people do think about Wreaths Across America really only around December and the holidays when we lay that wreath on each headstone. But this is a year-round mission to remember, honor, and teach. And part of that, to me, one of the most important parts is this year we've chosen to expand our teaching portion of our mission. Introduced a curriculum that allows folks to understand the character and the types of activities that our military is doing. And so just taking an opportunity to listen to those service members and to listen to their stories and to understand where they're coming from. That is so tremendously important because, again, as I mentioned, So often people want to show their gratitude for our military, but very rarely do they really understand the full sacrifice that those men and women and their families are making on a daily basis.
Absolutely. I'm glad you brought up the family aspect there too, because they are doing a sacrifice as well. And you know, when we look at the end of the month, obviously we have Memorial Day coming up, but what I want to really try to tell, you know, our viewers is Memorial Day, you have a day off. It's for a reason. It's not just a barbecue. It's just not a get-together. It is one of the most, really, the most, Memorial Day is the most saddest, I would say, the holidays that we have, because we are honoring those that gave the ultimate sacrifice.
Absolutely. And, you know, this past weekend, actually, I was really honored to be invited to attend a convention of the Gold Star Mothers of America's convention in upstate New York, and really was able to spend time with some of these Gold Star families that who lost a son or a daughter as a result of their service into our country. And the thing that kept coming up was the notion of maintaining that legacy, and to watch and how inspiring that these Gold Star families are, that after having overcome such tremendous loss, that they continue to serve in our community, whether it be through scholarships or community service. It's really impressive. And I think that when all of us reflect on Memorial Day and every day, that we use it as an example, that we have an opportunity and that each of us have an obligation to find a way to serve our communities, not just for ourselves, but on behalf of those that we have lost that can't do that for themselves.
Absolutely, absolutely. And when you speak to families that have lost a son or a daughter, what would you say is the common denominator with them? Like you said, they still want to serve their community, but they also have still deep pride in our country.
They absolutely do. They have pride in their country, and they have pride in the service of their loved ones. And they have pride in the service that those that served alongside them with. You know, I had two deployments overseas to Afghanistan and served with some absolutely extraordinary men and women. And to be able to see what they're able to accomplish, not only while we were overseas, but the service that they continue to provide to our communities in various capacities. You know, and these Gold Star families are proud of that. They're proud to maintain those connections with the men and women that preserve that legacy each and every day.
And as a veteran yourself, Joe, what would you say for someone that has never served? What would you hope that they really appreciate with service to the country?
You know, I think that the greatest thing that we can do is listen to those veterans. At Reads Across America, one of the things that we try and do is provide a voice to our veterans so that they can get that story across. When our service members leave active duty and they enter the veteran community, they go back into communities across the country, there's often a feeling of loneliness because they don't feel that direct connection. They feel as if people don't understand the sacrifices that they've made, or more importantly, the skills that they're bringing back to the community after having served. You know, so the thing I would say to folks that might not have served or might not necessarily know someone that served is take an opportunity to know a veteran in your community and really understand what their service looked like.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I, for one, love Wreaths Across America. For one, my dad passed away 5 years ago, and seeing that every December, hit the gravestone and having that beautiful red wreath. I go home in Illinois, and sometimes it has the snow on the ground there, and that red wreath just really pops with the white snow, and it's so it's such a nice touch, and for those individuals that come out and really volunteer for that day, it's an amazing tribute.
It is. It's beautiful, and it's also an opportunity to learn. You know, so often we think of a cemetery as a place that we honor the fallen, but it's also an opportunity to learn their stories. And I think that that's what we at Wreaths Across America believe so strongly in, is that it's more than just laying a wreath. That wreath laying is the start of a journey where it allows someone to connect with a veteran that they may not have known. But hopefully they move down that path to learn more about them and how they lived.
Absolutely. And, you know, like you said, it's more than a name. It's more than a date. It's a story. Every individual there has a unique story on how they served and how they served our country. And those family members all have that story as well. And it's really something to see.
It is, and I think that it's something that veterans have a tremendous amount of pride in their service, and so giving them the opportunity to share that makes them feel welcome. It really shows it shows the extent of that gratitude, because not every veteran has had that as well. If we look at our Vietnam era veterans, many of them came home to a country that didn't understand what they had been asked to do, and it's really largely in thanks to those Vietnam veterans that for my generation of veterans has the gratitude of the nation, and so we're tremendously thankful for all those veterans that have served and giving them an opportunity to share those stories, because it's part of that healing process for these veterans.
Yeah, that is so true. So true. The Vietnam veterans, you're right. They came home to a world that hated them for no reason at all.
Mm-hmm. Right. And, as one of the more rewarding parts of our mission is each and every day welcoming those Vietnam veterans home and being part of their journey to make sure they understand that their sacrifice was valued, even if we're saying that 50 years after the fact. I think all of us across the country have an opportunity to learn from that sacrifice and find that sense of purpose that all of us have to reinvigorate our communities and find those ways to serve each other and our country.
Joe, you said it best right there, and we hope that people around the country not only use this month to honor our military heroes, but really every day of the year there, because their sacrifice is so amazing and should be thought of every day. We appreciate you coming on and talking with us.
Well, thank you so much for having us on, and thank you for allowing us to share this mission.
No problem, no problem. Thank you so much again. Wreaths Across America, always a great organization there, and they do such great work in the communities all across the country. All right, live now from Fox, everybody. We will continue coming up in just a couple of moments. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox in just moments. Thanks, Joe.
I'm going to have a few more.
Welcome back, everyone, and always in the mix right here on Live Now from Fox, as we're taking a look here at the Senate hearing that is going on right now with Department of Homeland Security Secretary talking about the border crisis and so much more. So we got you covered right here on Live Now from Fox.
Intelligence assessments on white nationalists, amongst other topics. And this speaks to how fraught this work is, right? There are going to be Republicans, when Democrats are running DHS, who are going to worry that a focus on domestic terrorism and extremism will target voices to the right of the political spectrum, just as there will be those in the Democratic Party who will worry that if a Republican is in charge of the Department of Homeland Security, that the focus will be on those voices on the left, or they will ignore threats on the right. How do you build an enhanced domestic terrorism focus at the department that avoids these political pitfalls? How do you make sure that you are standing up capacities that look at threats regardless of where they may happen to fall on the political spectrum? Because the legitimacy of this effort is dependent upon your ability to answer the questions that come from both sides on this work.
Mr. Chairman, there are a few foundational principles that are extraordinarily important to articulate in response to your question. The department does not combat speech. The department is involved in protecting the homeland, protecting the security of the homeland. And we become involved when there is a connectivity to violence. That is our mission, and we have been executing on that mission for years and years since the commencement of this department. And one of the threats is the threat of disinformation. We see it from Russia. We see it from the cartels, the peddling of disinformation that threatens the security of the homeland. And when that threat is evident, that is when we become involved. And what we recently rolled out, albeit not as effectively as we had hoped to, was we rolled out an effort, a working group, to bring together the experts throughout our department to ensure that our ongoing work in combating disinformation is done in a way that does not infringe on free speech, a fundamental constitutional right embedded in the First Amendment, nor on the right of privacy or other civil rights and civil liberties. That is a core obligation of ours, and what we did is set up a working group precisely to ensure that there are guardrails and protections in place to protect those fundamental rights.
Thank you very much, Mr. Secretary. Senator Capito.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. My first question is about your Disinformation Governance Board, which you have downgraded now to a working group. First of all, the name in and of itself has, I think, implications to all of us. I heard all about this all over the weekend, of concern of sort of an Orwellian, policing of speech. You yourself have even admitted, and you just repeated it here today, that the rollout of this has been vastly, you say, misunderstood. So I think, quite honestly, for the good of the rest of the department, that now is a good time to abandon this ludicrous and much maligned idea. I wonder, when you say that we have operational control of the border, is that definitionally disinformation? Because from a lot of our perspectives, we don't believe that is true. So it seems such a subjective and undefined what disinformation is. I would challenge you to punt this and rethink for the reasons that you mentioned, which are important reasons to try to deter violence following speech, to make sure that the American people really understand what's going on here. So if you want to make a quick comment, fine, and then I'll get to questions.
I do. Thank you very much, Ranking Member Capito. I certainly haven't downgraded this to a working group. That's what it is.
Well, it started as a board, though, right?
Well, we can discuss the nomenclature, but the point is that the work is so very important to achieving the mission in a way that does not infringe on free speech, on civil rights and civil liberties, on the right of privacy. Our work in this department in addressing disinformation that threatens the security of the homeland has been going on for almost 10 years. And so I asked the question, and we asked the question within the department, what efforts do we have underway? What policies and procedures, what standards of conduct do we have in place to ensure that that vitally important Homeland Security work is done in a way that ensures that it does not infringe on fundamental rights? And the answer was inadequate. And so we put together a working group to ensure that the guardrails are in place, that we have clear definitions, that we have good policies and practices in place to protect the very rights that also are our responsibility not to infringe upon.
These are very sensitive issues to Americans who believe fundamentally in the right to freedom of speech. You know that. And so I think the way that it's been rolled out, your explanation now, we have FEMA, we have CBP, we have CISA who work on all of these issues within your department right now. So I'm going to move to another issue. I want to talk about ICE enforcement and removal. We haven't been satisfied with the reports that you have generating now that don't give us, I don't think, a good sense of how many people are actually deported, how many people, whether you're deporting more criminals or not. You're arguing that deportations for aggravated felonies have gone up, but we can't get behind the data. So I'm asking you right now, will you commit to providing to this committee within 30 days all the raw data behind this report, at least to the extent that was provided in 2020, so we can compare apples to apples with previous reports?
Ranking Member Capito, most certainly, and I'm very disappointed to hear that you feel that you haven't received the data that we are obligated to provide to you in this committee. I certainly have some of it at my fingertips if you'd like to.
I think it's more of a case of reconfiguring how the data is presented, so we can't have an accurate view of where these numbers and how they compare to 2020. But we can work with you on this over the next 30 days as we'll get those figures. I want to ask about the ICE bed cut, because I think this is important. You have testified that you don't have the resources, or you've mentioned you don't have the resources to really detain and hold people. We know that we have appropriated last year 34,000 beds, but because of COVID, you only have those 75% occupied, which is sort of ironic in that Title 42 is going away under a COVID national emergency, yet the ability to use all of your detention beds is stymied because of the COVID requirements by CDC. So that doesn't jive at all. How can you, at the one hand, say you don't have the resources, and on the other hand, come in with a budget that asks for funding for 9,000 fewer beds?
Ranking Member Capito, first of all, we are awaiting new CDC guidelines with respect to our use of detention space, number one. And number two, I have to take a step back, because when we talk about, when we look at the challenge of the border, which has been an enduring challenge, certainly since the Department of Homeland Security was created, whether it's 24,000 beds, 25,000 beds, 31,000 beds, that's not going to address the challenge at the border. There's unanimity in the view that the immigration system is broken and we need Congress to fix it. That's the fundamental enduring response to the problem. In the meantime, what we are looking at, as I identified in our 6 lines of effort that define our preparation and plan, our months-long preparation and planning for the end of Title 42, the CDC's authority, gets to more fundamental solutions, working with countries to the south to ensure that they manage their respective borders, that they provide humanitarian relief and stability to people who qualify under their laws and repatriate individuals who don't. The challenge that we are encountering at the border is not ours alone. This is a regional problem. There are more than 1.8 million Venezuelans in Colombia. In the small country of Costa Rica, that population, the population of that small country, is approximately 2% Nicaraguan right now and growing rapidly. This is a regional problem, and we have got to get to the heart of its cause.
And I would just add, I know I'm over my time, that deterrence is something that I don't think you've placed enough emphasis on. One of the deterrents is detention. Instead of putting alternatives to detention where you put a bracelet where there's 260,000 people in this country under this alternative to detention, and that number is growing, that's not a deterrent. And you stated over on the House side that you're deporting folks but after they have their asylum claims, but you didn't leave the This is after 6 to 8 years after they've been in the country waiting for their claim. So thank you, Mr. Chairman.
I look forward to responding to that, Ranking Member Capito, because that 6 to 8 year period has indeed been a problem for years and years, not just in the past administration, all 4 years of the past administration, but earlier than that too. And we are the first administration to actually tackle that issue and promulgate the asylum officer rule that will take that 6 to 8 year period and reduce it to under a year.
Senator Shaheen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, thank you for being here this morning, and thank you for all of the work that you and everyone at the Department of Homeland Security is doing in these challenging times. You know, everywhere I go, and I saw a report on the news this morning that we have about 2 jobs for every worker in the United States who's interested in working right now, who's unemployed. And there is a connection, I believe, between the most restrictive immigration policies, in my memory, that we've had for the last 5 years and our ability to get the workforce that we need, which is critical if we're going to continue to be competitive and have a strong economy. One of those areas of immigration that we have businesses in New Hampshire that rely on is the H-2B visa program. And I very much appreciated, excuse me, the administration's decision to provide 35,000 additional visas for the second half of fiscal year 2022. But I'm really concerned that despite having this announcement a month ago, these visas still have not been made available. And so we have employers who are looking at, for seasonal work in particular, looking at the season coming up. They don't know if they're going to have their visa workers, and for many businesses, these are workers who have come back year after year. They're not planning to stay in the United States. They don't take jobs away from other people who want them. And how do we move this along? Why has the administration taken so long to release these additional visas?
Senator Shaheen, thank you very much for your question about the H-2B program. We have actually moved with lightning speed in the promulgation of the regulation to issue 35,000 new visas in the second half of this fiscal year. That regulation is with OIRA now, and we expect it to become public within the next 2 weeks. We have actually moved as quickly as possible, and we have an extraordinary workforce dedicated to promulgating regulations as quickly as possible. Fundamentally, if I may, Senator Shaheen, here's another example of a dire need to fix our broken immigration system, including the H-2B program.
I couldn't agree more. I think it's a disaster, and it needs fixing, and it needs bipartisan support to do that. I would just point out, though, it was my understanding that the visas were intended for employees to begin work on April the 1st, and we are way past that at this point. So for those employers who are calling our office saying, what's going on, where are our employees, what can we tell them that they can expect?
We expect the rule to issue within the next 2 weeks, Senator, and I will...
And what does that mean in terms of the ability of people to get here on the ground?
I will follow up with your office, Senator, to get you precise information so that the employers in your jurisdiction, in your state, have the certainty that they need to make their business plans.
Thank you very much. Our season starts Memorial Day, so we don't have a lot of time. One of the other concerns that I have is the continuing challenge of the opioid epidemic, which now is, as we know, much broader than opioids. It includes meth and
all right, so that is the Senate hearing that continues on. We'll have more updates and highlights a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to go right outside of the White House right now. We do have the First Lady there, and soon President Biden will be speaking. And you can see right there in the background, Team USA Olympians are visiting the White House. A special ceremony going on to honor all of their hard work. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
I'll start again. It was everything I love about sports. The moment when the team seems to know each other's thoughts. The air is electric with that connection. when the crowd is breathing with one breath, our hearts racing to the rhythm of each thump of the ball, every basket pure joy. As I watch Stephanie, Alicia, Kelsey, and Jackie fly back and forth on that court, only one thing mattered to the crowd. We were all Team USA. That's the power of what all of you do. You don't just play a game, run a race, hit a target, or win a competition. With every step, jump, roll, kick, and twirl, you show us the heights of our human potential. You show us how to fail and then get back up. You teach us that hard work and sacrifice and determination can push us beyond what we ever thought was in our reach. When we cheer you on, we are more than our cities or our states or our backgrounds. We are a part of something bigger than ourselves. You help us believe in the impossible and leave our differences behind. Now, I know that these games may not have been exactly as you once imagined, with stadiums packed with people and all of your loved ones screaming from the sidelines. But you are all champions just the same. Becoming an Olympian or a Paralympian is a rare accomplishment in a normal time, but you did it during a global pandemic. You are forever one of the most elite, most celebrated athletes in this world. I hope that you are proud of everything you have accomplished, because we all are. We are so proud of you. And we are grateful for the gifts you've given us, the hope, the joy, the unity, and most of all, the chance to see all of you soar. Thank you. And now, an even greater fan of Team USA, my husband, our president, Joe Biden.
Thank you, Julie. You know, as a guy who heads up the Veterans Affairs for America, a big guy standing there, please sit down, guys, knows I'm glad the Lord didn't come down and give me a choice between being president and an Olympian. I had all those Walter Mitty dreams, you know, and they weren't about being president and being about a great athlete. Thought I was, you know, in high school and college. But I tell you what, you all are incredible. You're absolutely incredible. Welcome to the White House. Welcome to the White House. This is your house. This is the people's house. The Bidens are a big sports family. We love watching the Olympics. And Jill came home from Tokyo. All she could do was talk about you all constantly. You think I'm kidding? I'm not. And we know that no matter the results, we wanted to honor you here at the White House. And I'm sorry you had to wait that year between the time it was set and time to go. I mean, you've been through so darn much. You've been through so much. 600 American Olympians and Paralympians from the Summer Games in Tokyo and the Winter Games in Beijing. Athletes from all across America, from all kinds of backgrounds, including 18 veterans of the United States Armed Forces who are here today. and more than 260 medals across a dozen sports weighing 1 million pounds. Thanks for letting me hold those medals, man. It made me feel important for a second. They are something else. Thank you. We also know the pride your families felt and how hard it was for them and for you that they couldn't be there in person with you. Our favorite part of the Olympics, Jill and my family, was watching your families watch you. I'm not joking. Watching your families watch you, learning about who you are, because we learn about how big and diverse and talented, how great this nation is, just how diverse we are. The pandemic made training and competing especially difficult and draining, but you did it. You all did it. We were in awe, not just of your incredible athleticism, but your endurance and your state of mind, but most of all, your character. You all have such incredible character. No matter what event you compete in, you draw inspiration from your work, your hard work, your courage, your discipline as you watch it. As we watch you, I'm serious. Whether you're a would-be athlete like me or you've never played a sport, I'm serious. You look at you look how you handle victory and defeat. It's just astounding, astounding. And as I was saying to a couple of the Paralympians, you inspire people. You inspire people around the world. You inspire them to pursue their hopes and their dreams, not just in sport, but in life. I've had kids come up to me and say, "Did you see? Did you see? I think I can." Not a joke. You all know it. It's real. They're people you'll never meet. Witness how hard you competed, trained, and pushed yourself. And you helped them believe in themselves. You've helped them believe that they can do things that maybe, just maybe I can. They look at you and see that despite the emotional, mental, and financial and physical toll, you've never given up. You just don't quit. As I said to our foreign leaders, my counterparts, there's no quit in America. There's just no quit. And you're the quintessential example of that. There's no quit in America. None. The power of your example gives so many people strength to never give up as well. It matters. Particularly matters today because of the pandemic. So much turmoil has occurred. So many people are dealing with problems, particularly little kids, in terms of health, mental health problems and the like. You've given people so much hope. In you, I see who we are as a nation. The only nation in the world that can be defined by one word. One word. I was asked when I was in the Tibetan Plateau with Xi Jinping, and he looked at me. I had a simultaneous interpreter, and he had one. And he looked at me and said, "Can you define America for me?" It's a true story. It's been published all over the world by now. And I said, "Yes, I can." In one word: possibilities. We believe in America anything is possible, and you are the explanation of what we mean. It's all about possibility. Breaking limits. You represent the very soul of America. And that's not hyperbole. You genuinely do. I'm sure you've been told this 1,000 times since you've been home. And people talk to you and tell you about what they thought when they were watching you. You know, and as sports does, like few things, you helped us unite the nation. We've been a very divided nation philosophically of late, but you brought us together. For no matter the divisions, when we see you compete, we feel a common pride in those three letters, USA. And I mean that. There's a common pride. It crosses all political spectrums. You know, through the lows and the highs and the tears and the joy, we were with you every moment. All of you, whether it was your first time competing or the culmination of your career. I want to thank you for showing what we can do together as one America and one Team USA. And now it's my honor to introduce one of our amazing athletes, Alana Myers-Taylor.
That's my pilot!
Hometown, Douglasville, Georgia. Her dad, a star football player at the Naval Academy before becoming a Marine. Like so many of you, she grew up playing sports. College softball here in D.C. at GW, George Washington University, as a pitcher and a shortstop. She came close to making the Olympic softball team, but never gave up on her Olympic dream. During 2002 Winter Games in Salt Lake, she watched American bobsledders. Vonetta Flowers become the first black athlete to win a gold medal at the Winter Games. And this is what I mean by inspiration. With her mom and her dad's support, she switched sports, trained hard. You know, she was devoted. She even married a bobsledder. Trained harder after becoming a mom. And after a silver and bronze in Beijing, she became the most decorated woman ever to compete in Olympic bobsled and the most decorated black athlete in the Winter Olympic history. And she dedicated her medals to her beautiful baby boy, Nico. She carried our flag during the closing ceremonies. Today, she's here to represent her fellow Olympians and our country at the White House. Alana, the podium is yours. You earned it.
Mr. President, Madam Vice President, Dr. Biden, and Mr. Emhoff, what an honor it is to be here today. This is a moment that is truly beyond the imagination of many of our dreams. One that many of us thought may never be possible. As a team, Olympians, Paralympians, summer athletes, winter athletes, we've been through a lot. A pandemic, a postponement, a war. But this team is resilient. We came together and we persevered, and we hope we've made this country proud.
You did.
We are Team USA. This is one amazing group behind me, and I hope many of you get to know them. And those who couldn't join us today, we are one team, bonded forever by the incredible honor of representing this great nation and wearing our flag. On behalf of the United States Olympic and Paralympic Committee and Team USA, I would like to invite a few of my teammates now to present some pretty awesome Team USA swag. So please, let me introduce speed skater Brittany Bowe, curler John Schuster, javelin thrower Kara Winger, para-triathlete Melissa Stockwell, para-alpine skier Danielle Umstead, para-alpine skier Tyler Carter, wheelchair rugby player Chuck Aoki, and wheelchair basketball player Matt Scott.
Here we go. Don't jump. She's our photographer. Look at her up there. She was in a 3-meter. Got it? Thank you.
Thank you. And let's take a team photo.
There you go. The great White House event there with President Biden and the First Lady, and of course, the Vice President as well, honoring the Olympians at the White House. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More from across the country.
Can expect?
We expect the rule to issue within the next 2 weeks, Senator, and I will.
And what does that mean in terms of the ability of people to get here on the ground?
I will follow up with your office, Senator, to get you precise information so that the employers in your jurisdiction, in your state, have the certainty that they need to make their business plans.
Thank you very much. Our season starts Memorial Day, so we don't have a lot of time. One of the other concerns that I have is the continuing challenge of the opioid epidemic, which now is, as we know, much broader than opioids. It includes meth and other drugs, but fentanyl is the big killer that we're still seeing. And I know that you have included in your budget a plan to add additional screening of trucks coming across the border. Can you tell us a little bit about that and what we can do to ensure that we're doing everything possible to interdict that fentanyl and other drugs that are such a scourge on our population?
Senator, the majority of drugs that are sought to be trafficked into the United States are sought to be trafficked into the United States through the ports of entry. There is miscommunication with respect to that undeniable fact. The effort is not focused in between the ports of entry, but rather at the ports of entry. And we have intensified our use of technology, non-intrusive inspection technology, to identify when drugs are sought to be trafficked through the ports of entry. And we have a really unique effort underway that we are also intensifying forward operating laboratories so that we have the ability not only to detect, but to also analyze and identify controlled substances and interdict them. Our interdiction numbers are exponentially higher than they were in the prior 4 years.
And can that non-intrusive screening detect fentanyl, which is, can be in such small tablets, in any place in a vehicle that's
it is remarkable in its capabilities, and quite frankly, I was in Miami, Florida, but a few weeks ago, seeing it in action, and I, of course, traveled to the border 8 or 9 times during my 14-month tenure, and have seen it operating in other ports of entry along the southern border, and its detection capabilities are really remarkable. And I must say, so is the expertise of the Customs and Border Protection personnel who operate it.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator Kennedy.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Mr. Secretary. It's nice to see you again.
Thank you, Senator. Likewise.
I think you're a nice man, and I mean that. I am in awe of Ms. Jankowicz. I have watched her with slack-jawed astonishment. Who picked her?
Senator Kennedy, it's nice to see you as well. The Department of Homeland Security selected Ms. Jankowicz.
Who at the department picked her?
Senator, we don't discuss our internal hiring processes, but I am the Secretary of Homeland Security, and ultimately I am responsible.
When the department picked her, did it know that she had said that Mr. Hunter Biden's laptop is Russian disinformation?
Senator, let me repeat myself and add one other fact. I was not aware of that. We do not discuss the internal hiring process. Ultimately, as the Secretary, I'm responsible for the decisions of the Department of Homeland Security.
When the department picked Ms. Jankowicz, did it know that she had vouched for the veracity of the Steele dossier?
Senator, let me repeat myself and add an additional fact. One, we do not discuss internal hiring processes. Two, I was not aware of that fact. Three, as the Secretary of Homeland Security, I am responsible for the decisions of the department. And four, it is my understanding that Ms. Jankowicz is a subject matter expert in the field in which she will be working on behalf of the department.
Yeah, I can tell. When the department picked her, was the department aware of her TikTok videos?
Senator,
they're really quite precocious.
Senator, I was not aware of those videos. I, as a secretary, am responsible for the decisions of the department. The department does not discuss its internal hiring processes.
Well, how will this DGB work? For example, when President Obama said, with respect to Obamacare, when he said, if you like your doctor, you can keep your doctor, is that something that the DGB will investigate?
Senator, the working group that we named the Disinformation Governance Board does not have operational authority and does not have operational capability. But there's a more fundamental principle that really strikes at the question that you have posed. And that is that our mission is to protect the security of the homeland. And we address disinformation when it threatens the security of the homeland. For example,
okay, let me interrupt you, Mr. Secretary, because I don't have much time. I'd like to hear that example, and perhaps we can talk privately. I want to continue probing how your DGB will work. When President Clinton was being investigated for having an affair with a White House intern, and he said, I did not have sex with that woman, Ms. Lewinsky. Is that something the DGB would investigate?
Senator, again, let me be clear that the department's responsibility is to address disinformation that threatens the security of the homeland. And importantly, the working group was established because this disinformation work has been ongoing for nearly 10 years. The working group was established precisely to protect against the infringement on individuals' First Amendment rights, precisely to protect their right of privacy.
Can I ask you a couple more before I run out of time? I think the chairman may let me go over a minute. I hope he does. Will the DGB be given its own police, its own enforcement powers?
Senator, as I have articulated, the working group does not have operational authority or capability. Its purpose is to make sure that the work that is underway in protecting the homeland, that has been executed for nearly 10 years, is done within guardrails according to policies and standards that ensure that that work does not infringe on people's fundamental First Amendment rights, right of privacy, civil rights, and civil liberties.
Right. Yeah, the government's going to tell us what's true. What could possibly go wrong? Can I ask one last question?
Of course, and that is quite incorrect. That is quite incorrect.
Is the DGB going to accept referrals from the public where people can call in and say, I think Senator so-and-so said something untrue, and I want you to subpoena him?
Senator, it is so very important that I correct a misstatement that you made, that the Department of Homeland Security is going to be the truth police. That is the farthest thing from the truth. We protect the security of the homeland, and once again allow me to articulate what I have said previously, which is that the working group does not have operational capability and authority. It is to make sure that there are policies in place, standards in place to protect the very rights about which you inquire.
Mr. Chairman, this will be my last comment. Mr. Secretary, I meant what I said. It is nice to see you, and I do think you're a nice man. But I would call in as soon as you get back to the office, and I would ask that person who recommended Ms. Jankowicz to you, and I would fire him on the spot.
Senator Hyde-Smith.
Good morning, Senator.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Secretary, as you've mentioned, equipping our Border Patrol with the workforce tools and technology needed to secure our borders is vital to meet the growing crisis that we face on our southwest border. And I'm sure you're aware of the CBP's light enforcement helicopter fleet is critical to providing surveillance and supporting Border Patrol agents on the ground, disrupting unlawful activity. The fiscal year 2022 omnibus included nearly $10 million for light enforcement helicopters. These funds will purchase 2 rotary wing aircrafts to replace the existing rundown helicopters. Many of the helicopters in the current fleet are near the end of their life cycle. Mr. Secretary, this year's budget request includes $20.5 million to support CBP's light enforcement platform aircraft. Will this include a focus on rotary wing aircraft? And have you been able to ride on one of these helicopters just by chance? And if not, I would like to invite you to do that. But my question is, will this include a focus on rotary wing aircraft?
Senator, I do not know the answer to your precise question, and I apologize for that, and I will follow up. I will say that we are investing in aircraft. We are investing in technology that is an extraordinary force multiplier to achieve border security. And U.S. Customs and Border Protection's air and marine operations is an extraordinary force in achieving that security, and its personnel are remarkable in their dedication and talent. I'll look forward to following up on your precise question.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And like many of my colleagues, I've traveled to the southwest border and seen the work the Border Patrol agents do on a daily basis, an unbelievable task. We've heard statistics of border security operations under your leadership versus previous DHS secretaries. During the month of March, there were 220,000 encounters at the southwest border, 220,000. As Secretary of Homeland Security, would you consider the 220,000 migrant encounters in March a threat to the Homeland Security?
Senator, let me, if I can, articulate something. I'm not sure you heard me earlier this morning, that the number of encounters does not equal the number of unique individuals encountered at the border, because under Title 42, the CDC's Public Health Authority, individuals are expelled. They are not placed in immigration enforcement proceedings. And that expulsion and the fact that they haven't been in enforcement proceedings allows for a high level of recidivism. We have a responsibility to secure our borders.
So do you think those who were encountered is a threat to our homeland security?
Senator, allow me, if I may, that it is our responsibility to secure our border consistent with our laws, and that is precisely what we do. So if an individual is encountered at the border and makes a claim for asylum relief,
I understand that.
Under our laws, and their claim fails before an immigration judge,
I understand
then we
that,
remove
but the number
that
that were encountered, do you think it is a threat to our homeland security?
I believe I have answered your question that we enforce the law that Congress has passed. And the law provides that individuals who are encountered who do not make a claim for relief
so you're not
are promptly
answering my
respond.
question, though.
I believe I am, if I may, Senator. And so those who do not make a claim for relief and do not have a basis to remain in the United States, or those who do make a claim for asylum and whose claim does not prevail before an immigration judge, are removed from the United States.
But the number of encounters, whatever that number is, the number of encounters, do you think that is a threat to our homeland security?
Senator, I believe that the U.S. Customs and Border Protection, the extraordinary 23,000 individuals on our border now and more coming through our intensifying efforts, ensure that there is not a threat at our border through their enforcement of immigration law that Congress has passed. That is
you
what
don't think it's a threat to the homeland security is what you're saying.
Senator,
and at what point in your judgment does the growing number of encounters become a threat to our homeland security?
Senator, what I believe is that when the encounters that we are experiencing now are placing a strain on our resources, which is why we have such a comprehensive plan that we are executing to address that challenge. It has 6 border security pillars, 6 vital lines of effort that we have been executing on since September of last year. And if indeed we experience greater numbers, it will place a further strain on our resources. We are looking at how we could address that further strain. Some of those 6 pillars get to the heart of the matter, working, for example, with our partners to the south of our border so that they manage their respective borders.
But at what point do you see that it's a threat to homeland security? You're saying because you have these people in place that there is not a threat at this time? Because they're doing their job and they're in place, it's not a threat.
Senator, it is our responsibility to ensure that a threat does not materialize, and that is why we have such a comprehensive plan to address what could be an increasing challenge at our border, and working in partnership with countries to the south, not only to manage their respective borders, but to also tackle the transnational criminal organizations and the smuggling operations. But fundamentally, I have heard the articulation of a problem at the border and yet no enduring solution, because the enduring solution is legislation. And everyone agrees that the immigration system is broken. And so
closing the border would not be a solution.
Senator, that would be a dramatic change in law, given what the laws that Congress has passed.
Thank you.
Senator Hoeven.
Just to follow up on Senator Hyde-Smith's question, you're talking about more legislation. Why don't you enforce the tools you have? Why don't you enforce the tools you have? Why don't you enforce the Remain in Mexico policy? Why don't you enforce the Third Safe Country policy? Why don't you keep Public Health Order 42 in place? And why don't you finish building the wall so that your border Customs and Border Patrol people and the Border Patrol can actually get control of the border? Why not enforce the laws that you have now instead of sit there and ask for new ones?
Senator, I'm grateful for your question because we are indeed enforcing the laws.
The statistics would say otherwise. 1.7 million illegal encounters last year, more than 1 million in the first 6 months of this year. Are you going to sit there and pretend that's not going on and say that you're actually enforcing the law?
Oh, we most certainly are, Senator, and let me share with you how we are doing so. Because please remember that the Title 42 authority is not an immigration law. It is a public health authority that rests in the exclusive jurisdiction of the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC. The CDC decides whether the public health imperative compels Title 42 to remain in place or not, and they have made a decision.
You don't need to explain what it is to me. My question to you is, when the administration lifts it, and you're already at more than 1 million illegal encounters this year, what are you going to do? Because that number is going to go up dramatically. So you're content to let these numbers continue to escalate?
Oh, absolutely not, Senator, and allow me to share with you exactly what we are doing. Number one, we are surging resources, personnel, transportation, medical support, facilities. Number two, we are increasing and enhancing Customs and Border Protection processing efficiency through enhanced central processing sites.
Meaning you're just going to put people,
processing.
so you're just going to have more people come across faster. Your plan is just designed to enable you to have more people come across faster. Is that what you're saying?
No, quite the contrary. Number three, we are imposing consequences, expedited removal, criminal prosecutions when the facts
Let me ask you this question. The Supreme Court told you to enforce the third safe country protocol. That decision came down in August. Why are you not enforcing it?
Senator, I'll have to get back to you on what the Supreme Court
remain in Mexico
said.
And the third safe country, both those protocols. Why are you not enforcing? Even if you disregard Public Health Order 42, which you're trying to do, why are you not enforcing remain in Mexico and third safe country?
Oh, we are enforcing remain in Mexico.
How many people
Senator,
under remain in Mexico have you enforced the Supreme Court directive to do that? Because last I checked, it was about 400 people total.
Senator, I will get you the precise data, but let me share with you a very important point that undergirds our implementation of the Remain in Mexico program, which is formerly known as the Migrant Protection Protocols. We require the agreement of the sovereign nation of Mexico, and we have negotiated for the implementation of that program.
Which you said you had in December.
And we continue to implement it.
How many people have you required to remain in Mexico under that protocol?
I look forward to providing that data to you, Senator.
All right. Do you have preparations in your budget if Public Health Orders 42 is lifted, and how many more illegal encounters do you anticipate having? Right now, you're up to 1 million in the first half of the year. What do you anticipate when you lift Public Health Order 42?
Senator, thank you. So, first of all, allow me to express my appreciation to Congress for the appropriation that we received in fiscal year 22 to address the number of encounters at the border. In the service of fiscal responsibility and our responsibility to secure the border, we are utilizing those funds, and we, of course, provided a spending plan as to how we are doing so. We are also looking at what our resources are within the department.
The plan, the 6-point plan that you put forward is simply a plan to have more people come through faster and to process them quicker. It was not a plan to deter people from coming across illegally.
Senator,
let me ask you one other question.
Senator,
I was down in the Rio Grande sector last year, and I just got back a week before last from the Del Rio sector. And Del Rio sector is now overtaking the Rio Grande sector for having the most people crossing illegally, and they have far fewer resources than the Rio Grande sector. Last year, when I was at the Rio Grande sector, CBP officers said people were coming in illegally from 50 different countries. 50 different countries. This year, when I was down at the Del Rio sector, you know how many countries they said people were coming in from illegally? Do you know how many? Have you had the briefing? 100 companies. Last year, 50 countries. This year, 100 countries. How can you say what you're doing is in any way effective? And are you the least bit concerned that people are coming in here illegally from 100 different countries? You don't think that's a problem? You don't think that creates drug issues, human trafficking, risks of terrorists? Is that what you're telling us?
Senator, I have a number of responses, if I may, Mr. Chairman. As I'm mindful. I'm not exactly sure how you can say that targeting and disrupting transnational criminal organizations and smuggling operations actually invites migration. I'm not exactly sure how you can say that deterring irregular migration by having partners to the south of our border interdict migrants and manage their respective
How can
borders.
you disregard the simple numbers, and that doesn't even include the gotaways, which could be another 40% more?
I'll
let the witness respond, but the senator's time has expired.
And the point about individuals coming from different countries around the world underscores a very, very important point that I articulated at the outset, that the challenge of migration that the United States is experiencing is not exclusive to the United States. And in fact, it is not exclusive to even the Western Hemisphere. This is a global challenge. We have seen an unprecedented number of displaced persons around the world. And I know, Senator, I am confident that you would not have me propose that we return Ukrainians encountered at the border to Ukraine. This world is experiencing conflict. This world is experiencing economic downturn, violence in particular countries, authoritarian regimes. I am confident that, or perhaps I shouldn't be, that at least some colleagues would not want us to return every Cuban that we encountered at the border because of their claims of fear of persecution by reason of the authoritarian regime there. And quite frankly, it is that flight from that authoritarian regime that lands me here in this country, serving our country for more than 20 years.
Thank you. Your Border Patrol and Customs and Border Protection professionals will tell you they could secure the border if you would enforce the tools and the laws that you have. You're not doing it.
Thank you, Senator Hoeven. I don't see any other colleagues here. I have one additional question for you, Mr. Secretary. You've had a long couple of weeks. I think this is your last stop in preparation for the budget process. I wanted to talk to you about the investments that we're making in our ports of entry, because I think, as you correctly noted to Senator Shaheen, when it comes to illegal flows of goods, those flows move through the ports of entry, not through the points in between. Mexico has one single gun store, and it's on a military base. So it's not surprising that almost none of the guns that are used to commit crimes in Mexico come from Mexican gun stores. In fact, 70% of the guns that are used in crimes in Mexico come from the United States. 50% of the guns used for crimes in Honduras and El Salvador come from the United States. There is this vicious cycle of violence that exists whereby guns and firearms from the United States, illegally trafficked into Mexico and Central America, are used to commit an epidemic level of violent crime, which then creates the conditions upon which individuals flee to the United States and present at the border. It's just an absolute stunning number of illegal weapons moving from the United States into Mexico and down into Central America. How can the investments that you are asking for at our ports of entry help you identify the goods that are moving out of the United States into Mexico and Central America, in addition to the goods that are moving the other direction? What's the comprehensive strategy to try to deal with this iron pipeline of illegal weapons that are fueling the violence in Mexico and Central America?
Mr. Chairman, this is a challenge that I have addressed with my counterparts in different countries south of our border, and you correctly identify the flow of firearms south from the United States as a problem that we need to address and, in fact, are addressing. I would like to share with you that it is not only through the work at the ports of entry that we are tackling this challenge, but we are actually also doing it with our Homeland Security investigations personnel. We have a number of operations in place, and I would look forward to providing you with greater information, given its law enforcement sensitive nature.
Great. Just two additional comments, and I'll recognize Senator Murkowski. No matter how many times you say that this governance board is a truth police or a censorship bureau, it doesn't make it true. It just doesn't make it true. And folks can try to make this out into something that it is not, but we got a serious problem with foreign misinformation in this country. And I guess you could argue that we should stand down and let the Russians pollute America with dangerous misinformation about the war in Ukraine. I don't want our government to stand down given those threats. And second, you were very careful in answering Senator Hyde-Smith's questions about whether these migrants present a threat. I'll just give you a data point. Immigrants to this country commit violent crimes at a rate much lower than that of individuals born in America. In fact, undocumented immigrants in America commit crimes at a lower rate than those that were born in America. That's not an aspersion on folks that were born in this country. I include myself on that list. It is just a fact of the matter that this notion that there is a elevated threat to the homeland from people who are seeking refuge and asylum in this nation, it's just a fact that the data suggests that, in fact, there is no greater threat, in fact, a lesser threat of violence from those individuals than there are from individuals who began their life in the United States. Senator Murkowski.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Secretary, welcome. I'm sorry that I haven't been here for much of the exchange. We've got multiple appropriations hearings going on, and I understand that you were asked a question from Senator Shaheen with regards to H-2B visas. As you know, we've had multiple conversations critically important to us in the state. The salmon are going to be hitting us in a couple months here, and we need the workers. And the H-2B workers have been a critical piece of how we're able to advance our strong fisheries. I do appreciate the announcement of 35,000 additional visas in March, but we're now into May. We still don't have a final rule. And again, we've got seafood processors as well as tourism businesses that need to apply for the announced visas. And I'm wondering if you have identified when exactly the rule will be released, the final rule.
Thank you, Senator. The rule is with OIRA now. We've worked as expeditiously as possible to get it out to the public, given the urgency that you have identified, and we well understand and echo. I expect that it will be issued in its final form within the next 2 weeks, and I will provide to you, as I represented to Senator Shaheen, more precision subsequent to this hearing.
Okay, I appreciate that, and I would just urge 2 weeks is really a long time for us, as I think I have made clear. So if that can be expedited in any way, I will look forward to following up with you to get more specificity on that. Very quickly, with regards to Coast Guard and icebreakers, we have been told that we are going to see a gap here with regards to the polar security cutters coming online as a consequence of what we have seen with delays last year. The President's budget includes procuring a commercially available icebreaker. I've been told that if it is purchased and if the Coast Guard receives the legislative request that we included in the Coast Guard Authorization Act, we could have a vessel operational within 18 to 24 months. So I'm just asking if you can commit to overseeing that timeline to ensure that we're not going to have this significant gap between now and 2027 when that first U.S.-made polar security cutter comes online.
I most certainly can, Senator. I well understand the importance of the ice cutters And this commercially available cutter is a bridge to that period, and I commit to you to oversee the time frame to make sure that that bridge is delivered on in the fashion that you've identified as needed.
Good, I appreciate that. One more on Coast Guard then, quickly. The Coast Guard unfunded priorities list included requests for child care subsidy increases and additional funds to Kodiak's Child Development Center. We mostly funded that through the infrastructure law. I am encouraged that Coast Guard is prioritizing these, but it's curious that they didn't make it into the final budget. And as I'm talking to Coasties all over, but most certainly in Alaska, they are raising this as key to the retention. I'm just curious as to whether or not there was a reason that it didn't make it into the final budget.
Senator, I'm going to have to follow up with you. Forgive me, I don't know the answer with respect to the disposition of child care centers funding in the U.S. Coast Guard request.
Fair enough. We will look forward to a follow-up there. So you have recently confirmed that the department is in talks with the Department of Veterans Affairs to possibly divert resources, whether it's doctors, nurses, the like, to care for immigrants, some of whom who have entered the country illegally at the southern border. It seems to me that revoking Title 42 is going to be creating more problems than it will resolve. And if, in fact, this proposal moves forward, it's going to be the veterans that would pay the price. And in Alaska, we have significant shortages in key areas within our VA system. So the question is why the department would ask the VA to reallocate resources with regards to doctors and nurses that are taking care of our vets, particularly when they are in overstretched in an overstretched VA system right now. Can you tell me why we're even considering this at all?
Senator, I didn't know the answer at the time in my prior hearing. I know the answer this morning, and we are not making that request to the Veterans Affairs Department, and the Veterans Affairs Department will not be allocating resources to the border.
That will be a huge relief to the veterans in my state. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Murkowski. Senator Murray.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Welcome, Secretary Mayorkas. Good
morning.
To see you. In recent years, Congress has appropriated substantial funding to reduce the backlogs at USCIS. Those backlogs can mean a work authorization does not get renewed in time and an applicant falls out of status, and it could mean losing a job and being at risk of deportation just because of bureaucratic delays. We need an immigration system that works. So how has USCIS used that funding to reduce the backlog?
Senator, your question goes to a very important and significant challenge that we are encountering. And it's not just that we inherited a broken immigration system, but we inherited a broken immigration system that was also dismantled. And the agency responsible for work authorizations, U.S.
All right, everybody, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. When we come back, we will hear from Senate Republicans on the state of the economy. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, listening to Senate Republicans talking about the state of the economy. You're watching Live Now from Fox.
Taxation without representation, and our Democratic colleagues are making this tax worse. It's worth reflecting for a moment on how we got here. Our Democratic colleagues have had a long list of excuses and folks to blame. First, of course, it was all transitory. Remember that? So just nothing to see here. Then it was supply chains. Then it was greedy corporations. I suppose they were generous corporations prior to the inflation, and then they became greedy for some reason. Of course, Republicans generally. Vladimir Putin has been on the list at times. It's all nonsense. We know what the real reasons are. The Biden administration pursued policies that constrained supply of goods and services, while at the same time massive overspending that increased demand. Combination of less supply and more demand is always guaranteed to elevate prices. One example that's particularly vivid is the ongoing foolish war on U.S. energy. Whether it's
Chairman. The American economy is the most complex, most sophisticated, and the greatest in all of human history. It is influenced by many factors, but there are three in particular that I think most fair-minded people could agree on. Number one, interest rates. Number two, consumer confidence. And number three, the expectations of the businesswomen and businessmen in America who create the jobs. Now, here is what they see. I think after 14 months, we understand what the Biden administration believes in. The Biden administration believes in bigger government, higher taxes, more spending, more debt, higher energy costs. And I say that because I believe there are many members of the Biden administration who quietly are very content with the high energy costs. I think they believe that high energy costs sells a lot of electric vehicles, and that this is a good experience for the American people to have to take the pain of higher energy costs. Maybe that will quicken the death of fossil fuels. And I think the Biden administration, if you look at its proposed budget, believes in a weaker military. In the 14 months that I have watched the Biden administration, I have watched the Biden administration do the following. It has mismanaged Congress. It has mismanaged COVID. It has mismanaged the border. It has mismanaged crime. It has mismanaged inflation. It has mismanaged Afghanistan. And I pray to God that it doesn't mismanage Ukraine. All of these things, unless you were in the quad playing Frisbee during Econ 101, influence the economy. Interest rates certainly influence the economy. We're having to raise interest rates because of Bidenomics. Consumer expectations and confidence are low as a result of what I just talked about. And I think if you talk to the average American businesswoman and businessman, they're very discouraged. No wonder GDP is falling.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Pat. Thanks for doing this. Very important issues that we're focusing on here. I want to follow on with what Senator Kennedy focused on, because the biggest drag on the U.S. economy right now involves the rising energy costs that working families across our country are having to deal with. And this is purely a self-inflicted wound by the Biden administration, and our working families are having to pay for it. Again, it bears repeating. Day one, this administration focused on shutting down the production of American energy, stopping and slow rolling American energy infrastructure, strong-arming financial institutions not to invest in American energy, particularly in my state, the great state of Alaska, nominating federal officials in positions across the government who have hostility to producing more American energy, openly hostile, and begging dictators to fill in the gap and produce energy for us. Now, the president keeps saying he is doing everything he can to address this energy problem. You've seen prices go from the beginning of the the beginning of the Biden administration, first day in office, $2.38 at the pump. Right now, it's $4.23 average, $2 a gallon, crushing American families. So the president's saying, I'm doing all I can. That's fundamentally not true. Just in the past 10 days, the president issued a new NEPA regulation that was clearly intended to slow roll American energy infrastructure. I'm going to be introducing with several of my colleagues a Congressional Review Act to reverse that. I think you're going to see a lot of our fellow Democrats probably join us. I know that the building trades of America, the men and women who build stuff, are very interested in joining us. And then just last week, the president took half of the National Petroleum Reserve of Alaska, NPRA as we call it back home, off the table for development. This is an area that's not controversial, set aside decades ago by Congress for oil and gas development, probably the most prolific oil-producing region of any place in the world, and the president took it off the table last week, half of it. I'll tell you who's smiling, Vladimir Putin and the radical enviros. None of this makes sense. None of it makes sense. The results are completely predictable. Higher energy prices on the backs of working families, pink slips for American energy workers, empowering adversaries, and the American people want to produce more energy. A recent poll had over 60% of Americans saying we need to produce more American energy. Why are they doing this? Why the hostility? I think Senator Kennedy said it right. This is purposeful. This is purposeful. Go to the White House, ask them, aren't you purposely driving up energy prices? These policies are, and I think like so much else with the Biden administration, it is the same old tired story. The president's policies are driven by the far left of the Democratic Party. That's what's happening. Right now you have Ukrainian grandmothers standing up to Russian tanks. And Joe Biden can't stand up to the far woke left of his own party, and the American people are suffering very much because of it.
Well, yesterday, back home, hundreds of thousands of Hoosiers registered their votes on primary election day. Now, the issues Hoosiers consider when they go to the polls, of course, vary. They're all over the board, but one thing is on every Hoosier's mind. It's the state of our economy. It's what people increasingly are calling the Biden economy back home. One national poll indicated where things are headed. It indicated that 94% of Americans say they are upset or concerned about inflation. 94%. We remain, in so many respects, a divided nation. And when the President of the United States stood on the steps of the United States Capitol and said he wanted to unite America, I didn't believe he was going to unite America around the notion that we are on the wrong economic track, that spending $1.5–2 trillion in the midst of a growing economy will drive up prices. starving our country of the hydrocarbon resources required to put affordable gasoline in your tank. We're all united around how bizarre this policy agenda is. Inflation is costing Americans an average of $327 per month. Now, I don't know how much $327 is to Joe Biden, but for the average Hoosier family, it's a lot. It's a whole lot. They're being hit by rising energy, grocery bills, rent prices. It's out of control. And it's people of modest means who are being hit the hardest. It's senior citizens on fixed incomes. It's the working families that Joe Biden spent decades addressing from the floor of the United States Senate. He was the working man president. That's what he aspired to be. I think that's what he was elected to be. But his agenda has fallen well short of even his supporters' expectations. 94%, Mr. President, are upset or concerned about inflation. And yet the Green New Deal's not off the table. They're still talking about passing a Build Back Better bill that would throw more money into our economy, chasing the same number of goods and services. If he needs a briefing on Economics 101, I remain available. This is out of control. These rising prices, we know, are a direct result of policy choices made by the President of the United States, by Chuck Schumer, by leaders of the Democratic Party. I sat in the Oval Office in the earliest days of this administration, and I warned the President of the United States and his economic advisor, Brian Deese, that this would lead to inflation. They not only ignored me, they said I was wrong. Mr. President, I was right. 94% of America are right to be concerned, and you're right to be concerned about the November elections. In Terre Haute, Indiana, we saw a local food bank recently had a 40% increase in visitors during the month of April. I don't know what the Democratic Party stands for anymore, but the Republican Party stands for those Hoosiers. The Republican Party has better answers for those Hoosiers. The Republican Party understands that if we don't get inflation under control, things are only going to get worse for Hoosier families.
So I think we all know the numbers. Inflation's at 8.5%. It's gone up every month. Joe Biden has been in office. The producer price index is more than that. We've seen interest rates going up. We saw a reduction in the GDP, which shocked everybody, down 1.4%. And we see the Biden administration basically does nothing. Secretary Raimondo from Commerce testified last week, and I asked her what she was doing on inflation. She said, oh, that's the Federal Reserve's problem. I asked Pete Buttigieg what he was doing, didn't have an answer. You listen to the Biden administration, they have no plan. They have no plan to deal with inflation. If you want to fix inflation, here's the things you do. Number one, you'd become energy independent. It's one of the biggest costs we have, not just for consumers, but for businesses all across the country. You've got to do that. You've got to fix the supply chain. You've got to make it easier for businesses to get started. You can't be constantly making it more difficult to get a permit, constantly more difficult to be in business, constantly the cost of business to go up every day and think that prices are going to come down. They're just not. So I watched my mom struggle. I grew up in a poor family. She struggled to put food on the table with 5 kids. Now here's the stories you're getting out of Florida. We have way more people going to food banks that had never been to a food bank before because the food costs have just skyrocketed. We have small businesses that can't get their products now, and so they're having to shut their doors. We have restaurants that have seen their cost structure go up so much. We have, as a result of federal policies that have given people incentive not to work, we have many businesses that can't hire enough people to make a profit. So this is all under Joe Biden. This all happened in the last year and a half. He could fix it, but he has no interest in fixing. And as far as I can tell, whether it's Secretary of Commerce not doing anything, Secretary of Transportation not doing anything, And I've got Mayorkas speaking this afternoon about the border. That's not getting fixed. So we have a crisis, and we have got to fix this because, as my colleague said, it's the poorest families, it's people on fixed income. They get hurt the most. If you're wealthy, your assets go up in value, that doesn't hurt you. But if you're trying to make ends meet and you see your costs go up 8.5%, 10%, and your wages not going up that fast, which they're not in this country, it's really having an impact not just on the poor, but also those that are not seeing their income go up at all because they're on fixed income.
Bidenomics are the single biggest threat to pursuit of the American dream by middle and lower income families in America today. We actually know what works when it comes to economics because we've had this experiment, this laboratory of democracy known as the states. In Texas from 2010 to 2020, we saw 4 million people added to our population. I think people from New York moved to Florida. People from out west in California moved to Texas. But people actually can vote with their feet when the economies of their states and the policies of their states strangle their aspirations and opportunities to pursue their dreams. And what's so important about that is that when your policies welcome job creators, people who will actually create then an opportunity for workers to earn a livelihood and put food on their table. That is an essential element. Those are essential elements of the American dream. But unfortunately, loyal Americans can't flee national or federal economic policies under Joe Biden. I think most people thought in the 2020 election they were going to get the real Joe Biden and maybe Joe Biden middle-of-the-road economic policies. But what they got were Bernie Sanders and AOC's and the Squad's economic policies. Oh, by the way, they call themselves democratic socialists, which is actually an oxymoron. Their policies are not democratic, they are socialist. Redistribution of wealth, high regulation, bigger government, and a worse standard of living for the American people.
Joe Biden came into office with an economy that was strong and in the process of roaring back after the pandemic. One after the other, he implemented policies that were nothing short of disastrous. Joe Biden has been very, very good for billionaires. He's been very, very good for the elites in Manhattan and San Francisco. But if you're a young person, Joe Biden has been a disaster for you. If you're Hispanic, Joe Biden has been a disaster. If you're African American, Joe Biden has been a disaster. If you're a blue-collar union member, Joe Biden has been a disaster. If you're a suburban mom, Joe Biden has been a disaster. And it's not a coincidence that every group I just listed is moving Republican sharply. Young people, Hispanics, African Americans, blue-collar union members, suburban moms, all of them are moving Republican. It's why in November we're going to see South Texas turn red. It's been a Democratic stronghold for over 100 years. But the people of South Texas are getting killed by Bidenomics. What is Joe Biden's economic plan? Well, it turns out putting socialists in charge of the economy is really bad for the economy, and it's really bad for working men and women. It means galloping inflation. The cost of everything goes up. Cost of electricity, the cost of lumber, the cost of rent, the cost of buying your home, the cost of buying a car, and as we all know, the cost of gasoline. Every one of them has gone up and up and up and up. And what does Joe Biden do? Well, at the White House Correspondents' Dinner, he just laughs away wearing his tuxedo. Because you know what? Biden doesn't pay for the fuel on Air Force One. Nancy Pelosi doesn't pay for the fuel on the private jet that takes her back and forth to San Francisco. John Kerry doesn't pay for the fuel on his private jet as he travels the world lecturing everyone that they need to consume less. If you're a senior citizen right now, and you're on a fixed income, every single bill you face has gone up. If you're a single mom with 3 or 4 kids, working a couple of jobs, all of your costs have gone up. If you're a dad trying to think about, all right, how do we afford braces for our 14-year-old? All of those prices have gone up. And there is a cause and effect. When you spend trillions of dollars, when you borrow trillions of dollars, when you print money like it's going out of style, and when you combine that with an assault from regulators shutting down businesses, ordering shutdowns, assaulting energy production, oil and gas production in the United States, which drives the cost of energy up for everyone, which drives the cost of everything else up for everyone. And then when you put in place a cabinet that is AWOL, the Secretary of Transportation, in the middle of the greatest supply chain crisis of our lives, went on paternity leave and was nowhere to be found. 2 years ago, most people didn't know much about our supply chain, didn't ever really focus on the fact that we had a supply chain until Biden and the socialists came in and screwed it up. And the people who are hurting is working men and women. We know we can do better under President Trump. We cut taxes, we cut regulations, and we saw the lowest unemployment in 50 years. We saw the lowest African-American unemployment ever recorded. We saw the lowest Hispanic unemployment ever recorded. We saw the lowest unemployment for young people in 70 years. We saw the lowest unemployment for women in 70 years. Joe Biden and Kamala Harris and the Socialists and the Democratic Party took all of that and screwed it up. And the working men and women of America are paying the price.
Okay, we've got time for a couple of quick questions. Yeah.
You laid out all the ways you blame Democrats and President Biden for driving inflation up, but Congress gives the Federal Reserve the mandate to stabilize prices. What, if any, blame do you put on the Fed for not acting sooner?
Well, I'll speak for myself. I have been a persistent critic of the Fed. I think they took way too long to acknowledge the problem with inflation, to change course. But as Randy Quarles, a former Fed governor, recently pointed out, President Biden contributed to this problem also. He delayed the decision as to who would be the next chairman way past any previous president making this decision in terms of the governor's cycle, and kind of had the effect of probably freezing the Fed board to some degree. That was completely unnecessary. But by far the biggest factor is just the massive overspending. I don't know of a case where a government can engage in the kind of wild, excessive, unnecessary spending and not have inflation emerge as a problem.
Can I say something?
Yeah, I'm going to jump in on this too.
Sure.
Sorry. Just the Fed dual mandate, as you know from Congress, is price stability and unemployment rate. That's their mandate. It's one of the most powerful institutions in the whole world. That's their mandate. That's their job. One of the other elements that the Federal Reserve has now been taking up as a mandate is climate change. And in my view, it's a backdoor way to choke off capital to the energy sector. So the Fed, by taking this on, you saw one of these nominees from the president whose seems like her primary focus was going to be on choking off capital to the energy sector, not price stability or unemployment. She, fortunately, in my view, was not confirmed by the U.S. Senate. But when the Fed and its Republican and Democrat nominees are now taking on this broader mandate, A, it's not their statutory mandate, but B, it goes to this energy issue that we're all talking about. It goes to the same problem. Other agencies who don't have a mandate, Comptroller of the Currency is another example, who all of a sudden think their mandate is to choke off capital to the American energy sector. It's not their mandate. And the Federal Reserve, that's part of their problem. And I think it's also contributing to inflation as it relates to energy prices.
Yes, the Federal Reserve waited too late. But we're not going to get control of 8.5% and rising inflation without making changes both to monetary policy and fiscal policy. I think the Federal Reserve now understands the mistake it made. It's scaling back quantitative easing, and clearly they're raising interest rates. But you know what? the executive branch and the United States Congress need to do their part too. Here's what we have: a budget. We need to freeze it. We've got a budget. I'm not talking about shutting down government. We've got a budget. We need to freeze all new spending except for defense. And if you poll the members of the United States Congress, they'll say, that's a great idea, great idea. But then if you say, but you understand, that means you can't spend outside your budget. I mean, I'll give you an example. Do we need more money for COVID? The experts in the Biden administration say we do. But when you ask them, well, why don't you just repurpose some of the COVID money that we haven't spent? They say, no. We need new money. That adds to inflation. We have a crisis at the border. It's going to get worse, folks. You watch. In the next 2 months, the Biden administration is going to say we need new spending for border security. And the cherry on the banana split is the big tech giveaway bill, the so-called China competitive bill that we're going to be asked to vote on. That's $250 to $400 billion, and it's a giveaway to big tech. Okay, if you believe in fiscal responsibility and restraint, you can't vote for that bill. Final point I make is look. Let me give you an example of the shortcomings and the reason I don't think this administration is taking all this seriously. Nobody in their right minds, if you're trying to get control of inflation and beat back stagflation and keep from having another GDP drop, would try to promulgate new NEPA rules unless you've parachuted in from another planet. We worked hard in the infrastructure bill. I didn't vote for it because it wasn't infrastructure. And I'm not going to buy a car to get the cup holders. But one of the good provisions in that bill was to reform NEPA. Now the Biden administration is turning that totally upside down. That's going to add extraordinary costs and burdens to business women and businessmen across America. I spoke too long. I'm sorry. I'm done.
That's all right.
That's all I have to say.
Yeah, so Joe Manchin agrees with you guys on a lot of these things. He's putting together a bipartisan group to try to do something to both increase domestic fossil fuel production as well as do something on the climate. Is there a chance to do for Congress to use that to legislate something that would actually have a real impact here this year? Or is there, you guys are just more focused on you got to change the Congress to do anything real?
Well, as for myself, I'm deeply skeptical that we're going to get to something that would make sense that I could support. I don't know if you wanted to say something.
I mean, we've talked about it, but I was in the meeting Monday, and it's a good faith effort to try to get to some kind of compromise. To me, the most constructive element of that discussion, which I think has some potential, is this issue of NEPA reform. In addition to what was done, as Senator Kennedy mentioned, in the bipartisan infrastructure bill, the vast majority of Republicans and Democrats, you go ask a mayor or a governor, it doesn't matter what party they're in, they know that what's really holding us back, whether you want solar, wind, oil, gas, mining, roads, bridges, is a broken permitting system. It's killing us. And,
That was Senate Republicans talking about the state of the economy earlier. We're watching live now from Fox, everybody. We are monitoring breaking news out of Houston, where an officer was taken to the hospital after a shooting. This is in southeast Houston right now. You're watching live now from Fox, everyone. You're seeing the aftermath here. Police tape up at this gas station here. Large law enforcement response that continues right now. Investigation continues, and we'll get you updates as they come in right here on Live Now from Fox. But let's take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you joining us here. We're going to listen into a little bit of the Senate hearing talking about debit and really credit card fees that banks issue. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Merchant on each swipe, but merchants and their customers take it on the chin, and we're going to hear that firsthand today. What can merchants do to try to keep the fee rates down? Not much. Visa and MasterCard are the negotiating agents for thousands of banks. If a merchant wants to be able to accept payment from those banks' customers, they have to agree to Visa and MasterCard's fees and terms. I remember at that hearing 16 years ago, at that table, one of the customers, or one of the retailers, had a stack about 3 inches tall. They had asked for a copy of the contractual agreement with Visa and MasterCard when it came to imposing fees. They quickly said, this isn't the complete contract. They would only give us part of it, 3 or 4 inches tall. And you expect a grocery store, a restaurant, to go through all this? Bottom line, when fees go up, it costs more to use money. And that cost gets billed into prices consumers pay. Visa and MasterCard raised their swipe fees 2 weeks ago, despite bipartisan opposition from Congress. It was obvious. We're suffering from inflation. Don't raise these hidden fees again. They did it anyway. Senator Marshall and I, Representatives Welch and Van Dyne, urged them not to do it. They didn't listen, and we'll talk about it today. The credit and debit card systems are not competitive marketplaces. When you don't have real competition, what happens? You get higher costs, less innovation, weaker security. And new potential competitors get stifled. It's a sweetheart deal for the dominant networks, for the biggest banks, and for certain card holders who have ritzy rewards programs. But the average small business and the consumer, they pay the price. Other countries have figured this out, incidentally. You can't have a fair system when you let networks fix the swipe fees without competition or regulation. So the European Union, Australia, China, India, Israel, South Korea, and more have stepped up to create reasonable swipe fee limits. We have the Durbin Amendment that applies only to debit cards. In 2010, I wrote that law that placed reasonable limits on debit interchange fees that Visa and MasterCard fixed on behalf of big banks. It has generated a lot of talk over the last few years, and a lot of TV commercials. And boy, the big banks hate the Durbin Amendment like the devil hates holy water. In the absence of competitive marketplace, there needs to be some limit on Visa and MasterCard's fee fixing. Here's a few steps I'd like to suggest. Let's have transparency and make it clear to consumers in their monthly statements how much of their card purchases are being deducted as interchange fees. You know you have the information, and you know you can provide it. Maybe if consumers knew how much of their cards were costing their favorite restaurants and retailers, they'd use less costly cards. Second, let's stop the practice of charging swipe fees on the part of the transaction amount that is sales tax. That's a swipe tax on top of a sales tax. Give the consumers a break. Let's stop the exclusivity deals where Visa and MasterCard tell banks they can't use any other network on their cards. Let's give merchants a choice of card network options on each swipe and each online sale. Let's make sure that someone besides the dominant network plays a role in setting security standards for cards. Security innovators and startups are being shut out of the current system. And let's reduce inflationary pressure by preventing network fixed swipe fees from being jacked up to unreasonable levels. We got a lot to talk about today. We're joined by a distinguished panel. I thank them for joining this spirited discussion. And let me turn to Senator Grassley.
Yeah. First of all, Mr. Chairman, thank you for holding this hearing. Thank you for working with us on this side of the aisle to make sure that the interests of all stakeholders are taken into consideration. And I particularly want to thank you for including financial institutions in the panel. Interstate and swipe fees is the amount of money that merchants pay for accepting a debit or credit card. These fees vary depending on many factors, but in general end up being between 1% to 3% of purchases. And I just learned, including sales tax, a great focus has been paid to these fees as more and more consumers use credit and debit cards to make their purchases. As many of my colleagues know, this is an issue that has passionate voices on both sides. Many Iowa businesses have complained that it seems that these fees are high for accepting credit and debit cards for purchases. These businesses want to give their customers the option to pay using different methods, but that can be difficult if fees are eating into already tight margins, especially for small business owners. They may have to then pass along these costs to the consumer. On the other hand, there are a number of benefits to card usage for both consumers and businesses, including convenience, security, and increased purchasing power. Consumers may spend more money on cards than if they use cash. Consumers may also benefit through rewards or cash back on their cards. There's a balancing act here that we need to acknowledge, and that any future action should be carefully considered for possible impact. I look forward to hearing from all of you on this subject. As this is a Judiciary Committee hearing, we're looking at competition and whether interchange fees are set above rates that would be found in the competitive market. Two witnesses here today represent Visa, MasterCard, the two largest payment networks in the United States with over 80% share of credit card market. I look forward from hearing whether these rates reflect market forces. I think, though, that when a subject like this comes up, particularly at the time of high inflation, that's a factor that brings attention to a lot of expenditures that people might feel are unnecessary. It seems like every industry, including merchants and banks, have been blamed by the president for inflation. That blame game doesn't work, as President Biden spends trillions of dollars of money as fast as could be spent on a liberal wish list, even when economists were warning about inflation. Earlier this month, Bureau of Labor Statistics reported the 12-month increase of inflation for March was 8.5% year over year. This is the largest increase in over 40 years. All of this obscures the actual rising costs that Iowans have been hit with. In the Midwest, the price of ground beef, 24.5% up. Bacon, 26% up, pork chops, 23%, chicken, 31%, eggs, 22%. These are not luxury items, but absolute necessities for families' dinner table. These staggering increases are negatively impacting all Americans and must get under control, and that's not by spending trillions more that are being proposed. I yield.
Thanks, Senator Grasso. We have six witnesses. Thank them for joining us. I'm going to give a short introduction to each before they're recognized. First witness is Laura Shapira-Carrette. She's chair and CEO of Giant Eagle, a supermarket chain headquartered in Pittsburgh, 470 locations throughout Pennsylvania, Ohio, West Virginia, Maryland, and Indiana. She served as CEO of Giant Eagle since 2012. Previously served as the Senior Executive Vice President, Chief Strategy Officer, and Senior Vice President of Marketing. She's worked for Giant Eagle since the year 2000, has a bachelor's degree from Amherst. Glad to have you here. Second witness, Bill Sheedy, Senior Advisor to Visa's Chair and CEO, a position he's held since 2020. He's responsible for strategic initiatives. Previously served as Visa's President of Europe, North America, and Latin America, and he helped lead the company's restructuring in 2007 and its IPO in 2008. Undergraduate degree from West Virginia University and an MBA from Notre Dame. Thank you for being here. Next witness is Linda Kirkpatrick. Kirkpatrick, President of North American for MasterCard. She's responsible for overseeing MasterCard's operations and customer-facing activities in the U.S. and Canada. She's been with MasterCard since 1997, and she previously served in a leadership role involving investor relations, U.S. strategy and communication, U.S. issuers, global rules and standards, compliance programs, and dispute resolution management. She has a degree from Manhattanville College. Thank you for joining us. Next witness is Ed Mierzwinski. Close, Ed? Did I get it right? That's because I represent Chicago. He's the Senior Director of the Federal Consumer Program at the U.S. Public Interest Research Group, known as PIRG. Mr. Mierzwinski has worked for U.S. PIRG since 1989, oversees the Federal Consumer Program, helps to lead national efforts to improve consumer credit reporting laws, identity theft protection, product safety regulation, and more. Co-founder of the Americans for Financial Reform, received his undergraduate degree and master's degrees from the University of Connecticut. Senator Blumenthal, take notice. Our next witness is Charles Kim, Executive Vice President, Chief Financial Officer of Commerce Bankshares, responsible for all financial functions of the company, as well as for the company's strategic planning, marketing, technology, enterprise operations, and consumer card business. He's been with Commerce Bank. He received his undergraduate and MBA degrees from Washington University in St. Louis, the Hilltop. Final witness is Doug Cantor. Since 2021, Mr. Cantor has served as General Counsel for the National Association of Convenience Stores. Previously practiced law at Steptoe & Johnson, where he was General Counsel to the Merchant Payments Coalition, among other organizations. In his career, he worked as Deputy Chief of Staff at the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development and as a public school teacher. Received his BA from the University of Virginia, his JD from Yale Law School. Again, thanks to all of the witnesses for being here. Now, it is customary in this committee for us to ask you to take an oath to tell the truth. So if you'd all please stand and raise your right hand. Do you affirm the testimony you're about to give before the committee will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Let the record reflect that all the witnesses answered in the affirmative, which now gives them permission to proceed. And we're going to start with Ms. Corrett.
Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley, and members of the committee. I'm Laura Corrett, CEO, President, and Executive Chair of Giant Eagle, one of the nation's largest multi-format food, fuel, and convenience retailers, with approximately 34,000 team members operating more than 470 corporate and independently owned and operated store locations throughout 5 Midwest states, including Pennsylvania and Ohio. On April 22nd of this year, with no negotiation or threat of competition constraining them, Visa and MasterCard imposed a fee increase that will cost Giant Eagle $1.3 million annually. I appreciate the opportunity to talk to you today about the impact of swipe fees on our business. I'm also proud to serve as Vice Chair of FMI, the Food Industry Association. FMI works with and on behalf of the entire food industry to advance a safer, healthier, and more efficient consumer food supply chain. FMI's membership includes nearly 1,000 supermarket member companies that collectively operate almost 33,000 food retail outlets and employ approximately 6 million workers. Our industry historically operates on razor-thin margins of 1% to 2%. We operate in a highly competitive market, and as inflation has driven prices higher, our customers have become even more conscious of how they are spending their money, driving down profits. There are 3 points I'd like to make today. First, Giant Eagle's swipe fees have materially increased over time, and the April 22nd unilateral increase will only exacerbate this problem. Visa and MasterCard together control 85% of the market. On April 22nd of this year, both Visa and MasterCard increased the fees retailers pay, and they also created new categories of fees. Every bank that issues credit and debit cards adopted these fee increases without deviation or exception. In my estimation, this cannot possibly comply with either the letter or the spirit of our nation's antitrust laws. This latest price increase fits the pattern we've seen for years. Giant Eagle's been paying higher and higher payment fee costs. Electronic tender sales make up about 82% of our sales transactions for our company. Of the 82% that are electronic tender, about 37% of the total sales are Visa and MasterCard. But when you look at the total card processing fees, Visa and MasterCard make up over 62% of those fees. Over the past 4 years, our Visa and MasterCard fees have grown from 57% of our total fees to 62% of our total fees, while at the same time, Visa and MasterCard sales as a percentage of total sales have declined by almost 2%. In stark contrast, during the pandemic, my company and others like it were authorized by the USDA to accept online payments from our customers using the Supplemental Assistance SNAP EBT cards. It's interesting to note that those SNAP electronic transactions are completed securely, without Visa or MasterCard, and without incurring any swipe fees. It's hard for us to understand why.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take another quick 2-minute break here, and when we come back, we will play out the very latest out of California with Governor Gavin Newsom talking about abortion rights.
Of being here and creating the opportunity for me to be here to say a few words. Look, I just want to share and add my voice, the voice of quite literally tens of millions, hundreds of millions of Americans, and express my outrage about the decision the Supreme Court appears to have made as it relates to rolling back our constitutional rights. The rights have been well established and affirmed over and over again for close to half a century. It's a remarkable moment. I remember receiving from my staff, Ann Patterson, my legal secretary, that political article, and I said, is this The Onion? Is this actually happening? Is this true? I honestly felt that way. In so many ways, it was predictable, but when you actually saw that decision, you started to flip through it, it's just a remarkable moment in American history. At a time when countries around the world are expanding liberties, expanding freedoms, expanding rights. Here we are in the United States of America about to roll back rights. The entire history of the Constitution has been about the expansion of rights. The entire history of the United States has been about expanding rights, not restricting rights, not rolling back rights. And this Supreme Court is poised to roll back constitutionally protected rights. And don't think for a second, this is where they stop. And if you think it affects someone else over there, this is about you. I mean, if the right to privacy is not foundational, they're coming after you. They are. Fill in the blank. Who is you? It's us. It's all of us. across a spectrum of issues. You think for a second same-sex marriage is safe in the United States of America? Give me a break. You heard an Indiana senator, United States senator, not retired, a current senator, a U.S. senator, start talking about Loving versus Virginia. I'm actually old enough to remember that Loving decision was determined in my lifetime. Blacks couldn't marry whites in the United States of America, and he actually suggested, because that's unenumerated in the Constitution, that should be on the docket for the U.S. Supreme Court. Just think about that for a second. And you don't have to think that far back. I'll never forget. You look at the lower court decision in the Loving case, I'll never forget the decision. The judge, when sentencing Richard Loving to prison, said, God, sir, God never wanted the races to mix, because God put different races on different continents, he said, for a reason. That was the judge's decision. How far removed are we from that kind of thinking today with this current Supreme Court? I'm serious. How far away, how far removed are we from that kind of thinking with this current majority on the U.S. Supreme Court? But it's not just the Supreme Court. Just think about what President Trump did during his just 4 years as president. 231 federal judges, 84% white, 76% male, young federal judges, 54 of them on the appellate court. This is not just about the 3 on the U.S. Supreme Court. Pay attention, America. They're coming after you next. That's not hyperbole. It is not hyperbole. Watch this space. If privacy is not constitutionally protected, this opens up panoply of issues. So this is a profound moment, and yes, we're not going to be defeated. Certainly not here in the state of California. In fact, we are going further. And while it's well established in statute since 2002 that we are a reproductive freedom state, we are going to enshrine that, codify that, as we should in the state constitution. And I want to just applaud the leadership in the Assembly and the Senate, Tony Atkins, Anthony Rendon, for not only supporting that effort, but embracing it in partnership with Planned Parenthood and its affiliates. And we'll be presenting that to the voters this November as an affirmative step to codify California's leadership. I want to remind folks, we are not just the richest state, 5th largest economy in the world, $3.36 trillion economy. We're the most populous state and the most diverse state in the world's most diverse democracy, and we punch above our weight. This is not a small, isolated state, California. This is a state where we estimate 8.6 million California residents are of reproductive age. 8.6 million. That's more than dozens of states combined. The consequences of what we do here is profound and pronounced. And nor are we naive what to expect, not just with the dozen or so states that have these trigger laws and the likelihood anywhere from 25, 26 or so states, the majority of states in America, may roll back these freedoms and protections and criminalize doctors, criminalize caregivers, criminalize women. But we recognize California's unique status to stand above that and stand tall and stand out. And our responsibility, we've always felt it, our responsibilities to others. Not just to the few, 40 million proud Californians, but to others. And so we'll have to do more, we'll have to do better. And we've been doing that. We've not sat back passively. We've been anticipating. Sadly, we've been anticipating this. In fact, we just sat down. I said, we had a meeting, I think it was 6 or 7 months ago. We laid this out, and not one, every single thing that's happened has happened. I guess we just didn't know it was Alito. We knew it was part of it. So we've been preparing. We've been doing more so we can do better. Protect the health, protect the safety of women and girls, particularly those of color, and let's just disabuse ourselves at all those men up there and fancy suits and all their wealth and status and privilege. that this is going to have a profound impact on their lives because their loved ones, their family members, can get on Southwest or JetBlue and come to one of those blue states. But how about those folks that can't even afford a Greyhound bus ticket? How about all of those women and girls raped in states where they don't even make an exception for rape? Talk about extremists. Rape and incest. That's how extreme the Republican Party is in the United States of America. You want extremism. Rape and incest. They don't even make an exception. How many young women and girls, maybe someone you know or love, finds out 6 weeks and a day later, 15 weeks and a day later, that they're pregnant? They don't have the ability, the money to come to another state. It's not about strengthening the family. I'll end on this. I also find it just the height of perversity and absurdity that these folks, A, lay claim to freedom, but perhaps more insidiously suggest that they're pro-life. When every single one of these folks that are out there trumpeting and championing this decision have consistently opposed prenatal care support, consistently oppose child care, consistently oppose paid family leave, consistently oppose all things to actually strengthen the family and provide the support for someone to live their lives out loud, to support working moms. Consistently, the one group of people that over and over and over again oppose all of those supports, and they claim to be pro-life, they're pro-birth. That's all this is about. It's the pro-birth party. And then you are on your own, consistently opposing all of those supports. Hell, they don't even believe in climate science. Talk to me about being pro-life. Spare me. Your body, your choice. It's a hell of a moment to live in. But like you say, we will not be defeated. We will stand tall, we will stand firm, and we will affirm the currently constitutionally protected rights of women and girls, their reproductive rights and freedoms in California. And we will assert ourselves, as I said, as Californians by punching above our weight, working with other like-minded leaders and governors and legislatures all across this country. And we're not going to roll over. We will not back down. And we will continue to fill in the gaps and address the disparities that continue to persist even in a state like ours. Even in California, women and girls still have to travel long distances to access their reproductive rights. Even in California, though we're changing it, you still have women and girls that can't afford the copays for procedures and care. That will change in January, even in California. Can you imagine how so many others are suffering in all these other states? So this is a powerful moment. Personally, 4 young kids, I had to explain to my kids. I had some other friends of mine said I had a hard conversation, because the first conversation, very young kids, about what Roe is, and what privacy is, choice. Those are hard conversations with young kids. But they're conversations we're all having that we prayed we never would have to have, because we thought we were living in a country that was expanding freedoms and choice and providing the sanctity not only of those decisions to be advanced in privacy, but also protecting people's right to privacy as a foundational principle in our democracy and republic. So I'm grateful for all the incredible work of Planned Parenthood and all its 108 affiliates in the state of California. I'm really proud of our legislature, proud of our legislative leadership. We look forward to going in front of the voters, affirming this constitutional right in our state, in the Constitution, not just statute, because we now recognize the vulnerability of the moment we're living in, and continue to work with others all across this country and continue our efforts to call out the hypocrisy that we see across this nation.
Governor Mike Blood with AP. A lot's been written about how this is going to be a difficult election year for Democrats. You just mentioned voters. How do you feel this changes the political landscape? It does.
No, and I think it's the right question. It's a hard one for me because this is so much more pronounced and profound than just sort of an electoral frame. Though elections do have consequences, and we saw that with Donald Trump.
Do you think it'll have any effect? Does it shift the ground at all?
Putting my political hat, I hope so. Guys, this has never happened in our lifetime. They're taking away rights that have been affirmed over and over again and well established. They are taking them away. Wake up, America. Wake up to who you're electing. I love that appalling silence. It's all about, it's this headline of this leak, the right to privacy against leaks, I guess, that matter more than the damn decision that is apparently pending. They have a hard time even defending this moment when they're wholly responsible for this moment. And so I hope people hold these elected officials into account or to account, and I hope they consider the positions of those they are supporting or opposing in this election. And I certainly hope it has an impact, but that's not what this should be about foundationally, because it's so much more profound than just a situational election.
Governor, from a policy perspective, what exactly do you want to see California do?
Well,
should taxpayers be funding people coming from other states to come here? What does the sanctuary state of California look like when it comes?
Well, we've been doing that. We don't. I guess we've been doing a lot. Let me back up. I think, it's always moments like this, what are you going to do next? But I really think it's important to talk about what we've been doing pretty consistently. I mean, no other state in the union is doing more to protect women's reproductive health and rights. And that's why I wanted to reflect back on the work we were doing in anticipation of this, because it led to a series of initiatives and bills, led to a new task force that was created, went through a series of recommendations, including dealing with co-pays that we enshrined in our budget that will go into effect in January. It went to the expansion of support for providers, supplemental support, $500 million that we provided to support our caregivers. Went to part and parcel of our $1.7 billion workforce ask of the legislature, because we have issues of recruiting and retaining healthcare workforce. It's gone to a series of other recommendations that are going through a legislative process and a budget where just in 2 weeks I'll be putting out, for example, supports for a new portal, a new website, to provide culturally competent access to people across the spectrum so that they know their rights and they know where those supports lie in the state. So we are initiating all of the above in ways that no other state has ever done. We also, and it's important to know, and I want to be sensitive about this, but when people come in for care, we take care of them, period. That goes to your question. Regardless of their ability to pay, regardless of their status across the spectrum. And that's been well established here in the States, a principle we hold dear. And I should just note the 108 affiliates of Planned Parenthood and Planned Parenthood provide care for about 1.4 million folks, meaning this is not just about the issues of abortion. It's across the spectrum. Thousands and thousands of people seeking care from outside the state, not just for abortion as well, that we're already providing. And so that's baked into who we are and what we do. And to the extent that that need will grow, as a dozen or 20 plus states restrict that access, California will do its best to provide for as many people as we can.
Governor, here right now, living in California, can feel pretty far away from what the residents of those 26 states that are going to be directly impacted by this, what they're feeling. What is your message to them, and what can Californians do to help them?
Well, we have their back. Know that they matter, we care. I hope we're a little bit of a beacon of hope, a bright light, that they're not alone. They shouldn't be scared. They shouldn't feel isolated. I want folks to know in California they shouldn't feel alone. Access to reproductive health is legal in this state. I want to remind all Californians, regardless of what you're seeing up in the nightly news and the cross currents of that debate here in the state of California, we're doing more and providing much deeper and better service. And I want folks to know across this country that we're going to fight for them as well, not just here in the state of California. Success leaves clues. California, as I said, punches above its weight. California has a profound impact on policy across the nation on a spectrum of issues. And I also, may I say this, and perhaps I'm getting a little off, for all those businesses, the idea that you're moving your companies to states and then you have to pay for your employees to travel back to the states that you made them move, maybe they should start reconsidering some of those decisions as well. This is an economic issue across the spectrum. At the end of the day, for women and girls, this is an economic issue. Make no mistakes. That's why this is about equality. This is about women's rights. It's so foundational. Sorry.
We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us on Live Now from Fox.
Also needs to be a big part of this. Guys, has anyone been paying attention to what the hell's happened in this country in the last 6-9 months? Anyone pay attention to what that guy DeSantis or something, Santos, is doing in Florida? The attacks on the LGBTQ community? I mean, they're going after now social emotional learning. I mean, CRT, I mean, just completely made up out of whole cloth. I mean, if there was any state that has CRT, I guess they couldn't figure out wasn't happening in California. So now it's about social emotional learning. They're coming after that next. They're banning books. They're banning books. This is 2022. Anyone paying attention? What the hell's going on? It's not just about January 6th. Voter suppression, private police forces. Can you imagine? I have a private police force to send down to LA to make sure we're monitoring local elections. This is extremism at a scale and level I never experienced in my lifetime. Wake up, America. That's all this is about. Wake up. And so I'm a future ex-governor, a guy with 4 kids. Wake up. And I say that as a father. I say that as a Californian, as an American. Wake up, America.
Governor, you put out a tweet that said that this issue is the defining issue of the 2022 race. Why is this issue more important than inflation and homelessness and everything else happening here?
Because rolling back your fundamental constitutional rights has a profound impact across the spectrum of issues. It's a foundational issue. Everything's built off that fundamental right, freedom. I mean, if guys like me were getting pregnant every day, does anyone think this? I mean, this is comical. This is about controlling women. We know that. Historically, it has been. Come on. I mean, you can't. That's not a society that can thrive. There's something more important than empowering women and girls. And it's guys that look like me that are disproportionately deciding these decisions. I don't know. I think folks should really be pissed off at this moment. And if this doesn't animate people to get involved, I sure as hell, I mean it. I don't know what the hell will. Inflation, those are tough issues. Those are international issues. I mean, let's start level setting with folks. Inflation is not unique to the United States. That's an issue that persists all across the globe. Supply chain issues all across the globe. Wake up to what's happening in the macroeconomic sense. And I appreciate the president's work on that and his words this morning on that. All those issues are foundational. They're important. We're working on those 24/7. Budget reflects it. The work we're doing in this state, record surpluses, record rebates. California is going to do more than probably any other state in that space as well. But this issue is a foundational issue, and I think it goes to the core of what it means to be an American and those fundamental protections of privacy that we thought, yes, were inherent in the Constitution, First, Fourth, and Ninth Amendment.
Governor, people in the state of California identify you as Catholic. How do you plan to deal with Catholics in the state of California and convince them to support this idea to have California as a sanctuary state for abortion?
Look, I respect the differences. I've had a difficult time on a number of issues in this space with my faith and our traditions. But we're not mandating anything. We're providing the ability. We're not dictating the terms. They're dictating the terms. It's state-sponsored birth. You have to come to terms with the birth. And then see you later. You're on your own. And again, that should be the most outrageous thing. None of them are promoting across the spectrum support for families. They oppose all the budgets every single year. We can afford $2 trillion tax cut, but we can't afford paid family leave. We can't afford prenatal care. We can't afford child care. So with respect to those that disagree, you have the right to disagree. That's the freedom that we're promoting versus the mandates that they're promoting.
Governor,
Perhaps you two can talk more about what you anticipate, and then I'll answer what we'll do to support.
Yeah, we anticipate substantially more people coming to California and to Los Angeles. We've been working with our hospital partners, with a variety of partners across Los Angeles, across the state, in addition to our legislative and gubernatorial leaders, and really are doing all that we can to anticipate this moment, to have the infrastructure in place, and at the same time, as the governor said over and over and over, this is unprecedented. So we don't know, but what we do know is that our doors will stay open. We will do our damnedest to take care of every woman who turns to Planned Parenthood and all the other incredible healthcare providers across this state. And we will lift up the values of liberty and freedom, knowing that we will not be defeated in this moment or in the long term, because freedom is the future and the foundation of our country.
Are you anticipating some of the criminalization of laws that are on state books, like in Missouri?
We are 100% anticipating that criminalization of women, of families, and of healthcare providers. And as the governor has said, California is preparing for that, but it's not enough. There are people who are in desperate situations all across this country who are about to be criminalized. There's no question about that. We're already seeing it.
Governor, regarding your budget, are you planning to include grants that would go to organizations in other states to help women who may be in need of abortions to get to California?
Yeah, not prepared at this moment. I know we've had a number of conversations. We have a task force with a series of recommendations of how to accommodate and support what's happening. But we'll have to work through with the legislature any determination around that direct support outside of the state of California. That may be more challenging for us, but providing support certainly within the state and supporting those supports for people coming in the states, that's a separate conversation, much easier for us to embrace.
Governor, hi, Francine from the Christian Science Monitor. There's 12 bills in Sacramento that are being worked through.
Yep.
You have your constitutional change you also want to do. Are you working with other states to help them with these things and sort of have California be a model for other states?
Absolutely. In fact, we were prior, in fact, that was the initiation of our original meeting going back 6-9 months ago, was creating a template for other states, supporting and coordinating our efforts with other governors. We just sent out a letter as an example, a specific example to your question yesterday, with other governors supporting efforts, so we are aligned in terms of that advocacy. We will continue to do more of that, but California in particular is proud of its template and the model that we're providing, including the supports that we're proposing and those that go into effect in January of 2023. Look, you want to go fast, go alone. You want to go far, go together. And I think this requires a sense of coordination and collaboration like which we've never seen, bottom up, not just top down. We've seen this across the spectrum of issues, things getting stuck in Congress. I can't take any more Manchin and Senate. I can't take it. I can't take that. What can't be done. But I know what can be done when we come together, bottom up, and coordinate and collaborate, particularly at the state level. And I think the one thing, and forgive me for being long-winded, but I think this is important. It's an extended point, but an important point. One of the really remarkable things from my perspective that's come out of the COVID crisis is the renewed spirit of collaboration with governors and their chiefs of staff across the country. We have relationships that would never otherwise been formed. And those conversations are hand in glove now on this issue in ways that would not have occurred had we not had that 2-year experience.
You've talked a lot about the big picture. You've talked a lot about the big picture today. Florida, you talked about what they're coming for next.
Yeah.
What would your advice be to Democrats in Washington to make that argument that people actually see that this is more than just one weak opinion, what this is going to mean, what's happening?
I mean,
how can voters really understand it?
Well, I think you've seen, you referenced a tweet we sent out. Maybe you've seen a few others I've been sending out the last 6 months. And I felt this enormous sense of frustration Like, where the hell's my party? Where's the Democratic Party? You guys paying attention to what's going on? It's not just, I mean, you know, it wasn't just the initiation of so much of this as came out of the private right of action and the actions in Texas, but it was all of these other bills that are just cookie cutter bills that are being, you know, spun out in states all across the country, across a spectrum of issues. Where's the Democratic Party?
Watching live now from Fox, everybody. We are going to take our final break here of the hour. We do have a State Department briefing coming up in this next hour. We'll have it for you, talking about the very latest in Ukraine. You're watching live now from Fox, everyone. Let's take that 2-minute break. Live now from Fox, everybody. Welcome back here. We are going to listen to a little bit of Senator Mitch McConnell on the floor from earlier today.
Our city is contending with a tragic and record-setting jump in crime. Last year, Louisville saw 188 homicides, the most in any year on record. In the last 2 years, carjackings have tripled. And deadly drugs are becoming so prevalent on our streets. Jefferson County saw 500 overdose deaths in 2021. Unfortunately, the historic wave of crime that has swept my hometown is challenging communities all across America. The murder rates of at least a dozen other major cities set all-time records last year. Chicago saw its most carjackings in 20 years. And in the first quarter of 2022, New York's crime rate is already up, listen to this, 44%. Needless to say, this is a time for strong law enforcement. Studies show that fewer police and less active policing makes crime worse and leaves the most vulnerable communities particularly worse off. But our nation's police officers aren't just facing higher volumes of crime, they're facing more direct personal risk to confront it. Last year, as overall homicide counts continued to climb past 2020's record total, killings of police officers saw a staggering 59% spike of their own. 73 men and women sworn to protect and serve their communities were killed in 2021, while trying to do exactly that. And already 2022 has seen more than 100 more officers shot in the line of duty. The surge in anti-police violence that boiled over in the summer of 2020 has taken its toll on the men and women of law enforcement. An exhaustive report compiled by the city of Louisville last year found that morale among our officers is alarmingly low. A full 75% would leave for another police department. Not surprisingly, this has led to a severe staffing shortage on the force. Our police chief even took out billboard ads in Atlanta, to try to recruit officers from other cities. Now more than ever, we need to fund law enforcement, support police officers, and back the blue. But too many Democrats are apparently bent on doing just the opposite. The far left's call to defund the police has taken root at every level of government. Elected officials, sworn to preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution, have chosen instead to amplify distrust of the men and women who work every day to enforce our laws. So let's just consider who the Biden administration has prioritized for confirmation to top jobs in the Justice Department. There's the new U.S. attorney with a reputation for pushing to cancel entire categories of the criminal code, and the assistant attorneys general who have advocated for efforts to, quote, decrease police budgets, end quote, and invest less in police. There's the newly minted Supreme Court justice who advocated in her last job that the COVID pandemic was an appropriate reason to let inmates out of jail right here in Washington. And just last week, our colleagues on the Judiciary Committee considered a nominee to the Circuit Court with an unapologetic record of hostility toward law enforcement. Without any basis in fact, Nusrat Khojouri suggested that police murdering unarmed black men, quote, happens every day. Happens every day. When our colleague, the junior senator from Louisiana, called her out on it, the nominee tried to claim that she has only made the statement as an act of rhetorical advocacy on behalf of a client. Unsurprisingly, that answer hasn't done much to ease the concerns of America's law enforcement community. Major organizations representing officers, from the Sergeants Benevolent Association to the National Sheriff's Association to the Fraternal Order of Police, have voiced strong opposition and called on President Biden to, quote, take a stand against this dangerous and absurdly divisive rhetoric. Well, needless to say, the President and his administration need to do a lot more than that to prove to the men and women of law enforcement that they have their backs. Now, on another matter, last week President Biden offered a particularly candid look at his view of education in America. Speaking at an award ceremony for public school teachers, he remarked that, quote, they're not somebody else's children, they're like yours when they're in the classroom. Unfortunately, this wasn't a mistake. It was actually a rather accurate summary of the increasingly radical way he and his party think of children in America. When it comes to the respective roles of parents and teachers, Democrats have used the past 2 years of the pandemic disruptions to show their true colors. They've shoveled money into woke training, like the North Carolina program to help preschool teachers deconstruct whiteness. They've torn up time-tested procedures, as in one California district moved to institute an equity lottery for admissions. And last fall, the former chair of the Democratic National Committee ran a gubernatorial campaign saying, quote,
I don't think parents should be telling schools what they should teach. Well, suffice it to say, parents in Virginia saw things differently. Across America, parents have rejected the radical liberal campaign to make education a one-size-fits-all, government-knows-best proposition. From coast to coast, even in deep blue bastions like San Francisco, they've sent rogue local administrators packing and asserted their rights and responsibilities as the first and most important teachers of their children. Yesterday, Senate Republicans made clear once again that we stand with the parents of America. A bipartisan majority adopted Senator Thune's resolution of disapproval on one of the Biden administration's most egregious violations of parents' rights and kids' well-being. Masking children as young as 2 in Head Start programs across the country, including outside on the playground, flies in the face of what even the World Health Organization considers settled science. And it seriously damaged parents' confidence in the systems in which they entrust their children for hours every day. So I was proud to join a majority of my colleagues last night to express the Senate's opposition to this unconscionable policy. But make no mistake, this is not the last we'll hear about the far left's efforts to grab more control over how America raises its kids. As we speak, Senate Democrats are trying to resurrect portions of the failed reckless taxing and spending spree they spent most of last year trying to ram through on party lines. That proposal includes the toddler takeover that would stick American families with dramatically higher costs and dramatically less choice in the market for child care. More red tape for independent providers, special subsidies for bureaucracy's preferred one-size-fits-all systems, outright hostility toward the faith-based options that are preferred by a majority of families who use outside the home child care, and nothing at all for families who choose to have a full-time parent or another family member look after their kids. Just the latest example of a massive overreach the American people never asked for. The Biden administration is having a hard enough time with basic governing responsibilities like national security, energy independence, and controlling inflation. American families, and especially children, will be a whole lot better off the sooner the Democrats stop looking.
We're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. That was Senator Mitch McConnell. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox. We invite you to go to our special YouTube stream. You could see Amber Heard testifying right now, youtube.com/LiveNowFox. We have it there for you in its entirety right there on Live Now from Fox, everybody. Let's take another quick 2-minute break.
American history. The biggest decline, on top of us having a $350 billion drop in the deficit last year, my first year as president. We also learned that for the first time since 2016, the Treasury Department is planning to pay down the national debt issued to the public this quarter. And for all the talk the Republicans make about deficits, it didn't happen a single quarter under my predecessor. Not once. The bottom line is the deficit went up every year under my predecessor before the pandemic and during the pandemic. And it's gone down both years since I've been here. Period. They're the facts. And why is it important? Because bringing down the deficit is one way to ease inflationary pressures in an economy where a consequence of a war and gas prices and oil and food and it's a different world right this moment because of Ukraine and Russia. We reduced federal borrowing and we help combat inflation. This process is a great deal, is good news, but it didn't happen by itself. The previous administration increased the deficit every year it was in office, in part because of its reckless $2 trillion tax cut. I know you're tired of hearing me saying but a $2 trillion tax cut that was not paid for, And a tax cut that largely benefited the biggest corporations, 55 of which earned $40 billion in profits and paid not a single penny in income tax in 2020, and wealthiest Americans, like the billionaires, who on average pay just 8% in federal taxes. The previous administration not only ballooned the deficit, it undermined the watchdogs, the inspector generals, whose job it was to keep the pandemic relief funds from being wasted. Remember, at the time, I kept saying they're going to fire the inspector generals. Well, they fired the inspector general. And in my administration, those watchdogs are back. The Justice Department has a chief prosecutor for pandemic fraud who's going to go after the criminals who stole billions in relief money meant for small businesses and American families, but never got to them, got in the pockets of criminals. When I came to office, we took a different approach across the board. With the American Rescue Plan and other actions, we started to grow the economy from the bottom up and the middle out. Rescue checks and tax cuts for working families that gave them just a little bit of breathing room and put food on the table and a roof over their heads. Remember the first year, all those long lines of automobiles lined up and going through a parking lot just to get a box of food in their trunk? We got vaccination shots in arms that helped us go from 2 million Americans who'd been vaccinated to more than 220 million Americans fully vaccinated. And we made it easy for millions of Americans to sign up for coverage under the Affordable Care Act, saving them an average of $2,400 a year. As a result of these and other economic recovery plans, we recovered faster than projected. A record 6.7 million jobs created last year, the most in the first year of any president in American history, and the fastest economic growth in any year in nearly 4 decades. And looking ahead, I have a plan to reduce the deficit even more, which will help reduce inflationary pressures and lower everyone's costs for families. Look, it's a plan that lets Medicare negotiate price of prescription drugs, as they do with the Department of Veterans Affairs. We can cap the price of insulin at $35 instead of the hundreds of dollars, even $1,000 a month for some families. And my plan provides tax credits to utility companies to generate clean energy. And those companies are required to pass those savings on to families. I met with about a dozen of those utility CEOs here in the White House, and they confirmed this plan will lower energy bills for families immediately. My plan includes tax credits for consumers to purchase electric or fuel cell vehicles, new or used, which will save the typical driver about $80 a month not having to pay for gas at the pump. Tax credits for folks to buy solar panels and heat pumps and more efficient windows and doors for their homes. Estimated savings $500 per year on average. And we can do these things by making sure that no one earning less than $400,000 a year will pay a single penny more in federal taxes. All we're asking is that the wealthiest Americans and the largest corporations begin to pay their fair share, at least part of their fair share. You've heard me say it before, I'm a capitalist. I believe you should be able to make as much money as you legally can, but just pay your fair share. There's no reason why a billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than a teacher or a firefighter. That's in sharp contrast to what today's Republican Party is offering. And if they hadn't put this in print, you'd think I was making it up. Senator Rick Scott of Florida, United States Senator, who's leading the Republican National Senatorial Campaign Committee, released what he calls the Ultra MAGA Agenda. It's a MAGA agenda, all right. Let me tell you about this Ultra MAGA agenda. It's extreme, as most MAGA things are. It will actually raise taxes on 75 million American families, over 95% of whom make less than $100,000 a year. Among the hardest hit, working families, kids with folks. Imagine you're a family of four and you don't make enough money to have federal taxes. Because you don't make enough money to pay them. You pay all your taxes, but you just don't make enough. And under this new plan, this tax plan, the Ultra MAGA agenda, while big corporations and billionaires are going to pay nothing more, the working class folk are going to pay a hell of a lot more. And it goes further than that. This extreme Republican agenda calls for Congress. Now, I'm not making this up either. You ought to really think about this. It requires a vote, if it were to pass, every 5 years. The Congress would have to vote to reinstate or eliminate Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. Social Security is something seniors have paid in for their whole life. And it has to be reauthorized? Has to be reauthorized every 5 years? Look, again, it's hard to make this up, but then again, it's a mega agenda. You know, meanwhile, millionaires and billionaires and corporations skate by. Imagine that. Just imagine that. I think it is truly outrageous. I've offered a different plan, a plan rooted in American values of fairness and decency. Wealthy folks and corporations will pay a little more. Billionaires will have to pay a minimum tax. And again, most importantly, no one making less than $400,000 will pay a penny more in federal taxes. We're going to protect and strengthen Social Security and Medicare, not put it on the block every 5 years. Let me remind you again, I reduced the federal deficit. All the talk about the deficit from my Republican friends, I love it. I've reduced it $350 billion in my first year in office. And we're on track to reduce it by the end of September by another $1.5 trillion, the largest drop ever. I don't want to hear Republicans talk about deficits and their ultra MAGA agenda. I want to hear about fairness. I want to hear about decency. I want to hear about helping ordinary people. The bottom line is that for decades, the trickle-down economics has failed as income inequity grew to historic levels under the Republicans, the mega Republicans, the MAGA Republicans. I don't want to mispronounce it, the MAGA Republicans. This is time to grow the economy, but from the bottom up and the middle out. Because here's the deal. When the poor have a ladder up and the middle class grows, the wealthy always do very well. They do very well. That's what this is about. That's what this is about. Everybody doing better. And so I want you to understand, again, first year, $350 billion reduction in deficit. This year, $1.5 trillion. It's going to bring some relief. Thank you. I take a few questions quickly.
Mr. President, may I ask you a question about sanctions? The EU, about sanctions against, or about further sanctions in Europe. The European Union today announced new sanctions against oil, against Russia. What's the next round for the U.S.? And also on a separate issue, what's the next step on abortion once this case gets settled?
I want to ask about deficits, huh? I want to make sure this doesn't get covered. Okay, here we go. I'm going to answer those two questions and then go out to talk to the Olympians. With regard to the additional sanctions, we're always open to additional sanctions, and I've been in consultation. I'll be speaking with the members of the G7 this week about what we're going to do or not do, number one. Number two, what was the second one? Look.
The second one was on abortion.
As I said when when this hit, as I was getting on the plane to go down to Alabama, this is about a lot more than abortion. I hadn't read the whole opinion at that time. But this reminds me of the debate with Robert Bork. Bork believed the only reason you had any inherent rights was because the government gave them to you. If you go back and look at the opening comments of the Bork-Biden when I was questioning him as chairman, I said, I believe I have the rights that I have, not because the government gave them to me, which you believe, but because I'm just a child of God. I exist. I delegated by joining this union here to delegate some rights I have to the governments for social good. So the idea that somehow there is an inherent right, that there is no right of privacy, that there is no right. And remember the debate we had, you don't remember, but we had a debate about Griswold versus Connecticut. There had been a law saying a married couple could not purchase birth control in the privacy of their own bedroom and use it. Well, that got struck down. Griswold was thought to be a bad decision by Bork, and my guess is the guy's on the Supreme Court now. What happens if you have a state changes the law saying that children who are LGBTQ can't be in classrooms with other children? Is that legit under the way the decision is written? What are the next things that are going to be attacked? Because this MAGA crowd is really the most extreme political organization that's existed in American history, in recent American history.
President Biden from earlier wrapping up. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. We appreciate you joining us here. Amber Heard right now is testifying, and we have a special stream on our YouTube page. Check it out, youtube.com/LiveNowFox. You can watch it in its entirety right there as she just begins talking about her toxic marriage to Johnny Depp. Live Now from Fox coming up in just 2 minutes. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Oh, we always appreciate it. Coming up right here, we're going to hear from the Fed Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell in just a little bit. We are also monitoring State Department briefing will be starting pretty soon. And then we're also monitoring Pentagon briefing as well. So we got a lot coming up in the next hour. And if you're looking for the Amber Heard testimony, you can check it out on our YouTube page, youtube.com/LiveNowFox. And you can check out a very special stream that we have. In just a little bit, we'll also have some coverage of this as well. All right, everybody, let's go out to Governor Ron DeSantis from earlier today.
Which is played right across the bay, and I put my money on the Tampa Bay Bucks, and you know what? We were able to do it. Look, if they had beat the Rams, I think they would have beat the 49ers and the Bengals and won it again. But you know what? We get a chance. We get one more chance with Brady coming back. So hopefully we'll be able to get it done. For today's announcement, I have a great cast of characters with us. We have our Secretary for the Department of Environmental Protection, Sean Hamilton, Chairman of the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission, Rodney Barreto, the Executive Director of FWC, Eric Sutton. We have Visit Florida, President and CEO Dana Young, the Chief Science Officer of the state of Florida, Dr. Mark Rains, President and CEO of Moat Marine Laboratory, Dr. Michael Crosby. I did not see him. Where are you at? He's not here yet? Is he coming or no? He's on his way? Okay. Director of Fish and Wildlife Research Institute, Gil McCrae, FWC Research Scientist, Dr. Kate Hubbard, a new Commissioner for FWC, Al Mari, and then we've got Senator Ed Hooper, and then I saw Representatives Latvala, DeSigli, and Cheney, and we have the Speaker of the House, Chris Sprouse, as well. So thank you. We're here today to, is he, there he is. Okay, hey, how you doing, man? Hey, good to see you. Thanks for coming. We appreciate it. We're here today to announce some new funding that I've approved in this next year's budget. Now, I've not signed the whole budget yet because we're still going through those. I've got line item veto authority. We got to make sure we get it right. But we have done more than any governor to help put resources to bear for research and mitigation efforts against red tide. And if you look at the 4 years before I became governor, those 4 years there was a total of $2.5 million that was allocated to address the research and mitigation of red tide. Once I make this announcement today, for my 4 years, we went from $2.5 million to $40 million for these efforts. So we're excited about it. We understand that, yes, these red tide blooms have been recorded for hundreds of years. We understand they happen, but we also believe that we need to do whatever we can to mitigate the effects. You know, you see if there's one little bloom somewhere, like off the coast of Sarasota, you know, the media will act like it's in every part of Florida. So it does affect people who work in tourism and hospitality, the restaurants, because sometimes people think that somehow this is going. So we really want to put resources to bear both for research and mitigation. And so today, for next year's budget, we're going to have the most we've ever had. We're going to have $14 million to enhance the state's effort to better understand, detect, and mitigate red tide and its impacts on Florida communities. So that's really, really significant. So this includes $4.8 million for the Center for Red Tide Research at FWRI, which was created at my request in 2019 to improve statewide red tide monitoring and to conduct research to better track, predict, and mitigate the effects of red tide. It also includes $3 million for the Florida Red Tide Mitigation and Technology Development Initiative, which is a partnership between FWC and Moat Marine Laboratory, and we'll hear from Dr. Crosby here in a minute, to identify technologies to decrease the economic and environmental impacts of red tide. This initiative was established in 2019 in a bill I signed, and we have dedicated $3 million every year, and we're going to continue to do that for a total of 6 years. And this is important, and we'll let Dr. Crosby talk about it. You know, they are doing a lot of research in the laboratory, and they have a lot of things that potentially could be very effective. Now, you need to make sure if you're going to deploy that in the actual environment that it's not causing other problems, and so they're looking through all of these things. But I think he'll say, you know, they're very confident that if we keep up on this, we're going to have better mitigation applications than we've ever thought was possible. So we're going to continue to do that. We also have $20 million available to combat harmful algal blooms and to support county governments in cleanup efforts, with a minimum of $5 million dedicated to the Red Tide Emergency Grant Program. And so what happens is, you know, if you have a bloom, you end up seeing these fish And then if you don't go out and clean it out, then it just exacerbates all the problems. And so what we did last summer when you had it in Tampa Bay is they sent millions of dollars in grants to the counties. You had FWC-DEP out there, trying to do the quick cleanup to be able to allow the recovery to happen. And so we're happy that we're able to do that. We have had a dedicated funding source to respond to harmful algal blooms since I became governor in 2019. And this $20 million is actually double the funding than we had in the current year budget. And we did more in this current year's budget than we ever have. This is doubling that. And it's not just for the red tide in the Gulf Coast. We're also doing things to mitigate blue-green algae in Lake Okeechobee. Because what ends up happening is you have blue-green algae that will develop. Part of that is for runoff from other areas that are involved, a lot of it agriculture, other things, which, Lake Okeechobee is what it is. But if the lake gets too high, the Army Corps of Engineers will actually discharge that water into the estuaries. And so if you discharge that into the Caloosahatchee River, it ends up going out into the Gulf of Mexico in southwest Florida. If you then have red tide, it interacts with that and it exacerbates it. And so we've worked with the Army Corps to limit discharges. Our view is you should manage the lake so that it's lower level going into the rainy season. You're going to get rain, the lake's going to get higher, but it's not going to get so high that you're going to have to spew this into the St. Lucie and the Caloosahatchee. And you know what? You look at 2019, when I got elected governor, before I even took office, I went to meet with President Trump and I said, Mr. President, we've got an issue with Lake Okeechobee. And he's like, well, why don't you I was like, the Army Corps is doing it. We're not doing it. And he's like, all right. So I asked him, can you just please tell them? And to their credit, they have managed it better. We've had less discharges 2019, 20, and 21 over the rainy season than we had in the previous. So you go back to 2016, see what happened on the East Coast in Stewart, 2018 in places like Southwest Florida. So this is something that we're very, and we're also building more infrastructure. We're building a reservoir on both the east and the western parts of Lake Okeechobee that's going to be able to take this, clean this water so that we make sure that we're not mitigating. But before that infrastructure is finished, and it's going to be finished, by during my time as governor. But the technologies where you can actually send people in there who can now treat the blue-green algae. When we had some of this build up last summer, we actually had companies out there that were going and mitigating. And so that's where this funding can be applied to. And so that makes a big difference. So we're really happy. So since 2019, we've done $40 million to address red tide. It's been historic. Like I told you, $2.5 million in the 4 fiscal years prior to me becoming governor. To go from $2.5 million to $40 million, that's a huge commitment. We're happy to do that. And we've been able to, through our executive order, we're the #1 fishing destination in the country, so we've got to make sure that we're continuing to do all we can. And by the way, did you see we did the longest red snapper season that we've ever done? We announced that a couple weeks ago. All these fishermen, they're really, really excited. And we're happy to do that, and we want to continue to do that. And so, when I did the executive order upon taking office, we said we're going to reorganize the Red Tide Task Force because that had been defunct for the previous 15 years. We're going to make this something that's going to be a priority. And if you look at what they've been able to do.
All right, guys, we've been listening in here with Governor DeSantis. Did want to just show a little look at what else has been happening. I know we lost that shot on the testimony that is now happening with Amber Heard on the stand, working to get that shot back here. But do want to let our viewers know we're waiting on a couple of other important updates, including out in Houston. We do have a police update on that officer-involved shooting. They are saying that that officer was shot multiple times, but is said to be in stable condition at the hospital. We saw the scene just a little bit earlier here today. And I got to just show it to all of our viewers as well. There was not only a lot of bullet casings that were down on the ground, but they also had a lot of what looks like to be other evidence that they're going to be collecting on scene there. You can see a gun as well as some other items. Look at all of those shell casings, though. They do have, of course, an update that we are waiting on, again, just outside of the hospital. We'll be bringing that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Also want to show our viewers, we've been waiting for our State Department briefing, also expecting a Pentagon press briefing. But when we come back after this 2-minute break, we do have Powell speaking about interest rates here. So we will be bringing this to you after we return from this 2-minute break. See you right back here. Well, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Want to give you just a little context behind all of these different live events. We have so many coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. Of course, this camera getting a little sideways, but we do have some live pictures and our media out in D.C. area. They are, of course, still out covering those leaked opinions from the Supreme Court on abortion rights. We've already had quite a few of our leaders speaking already again here today. We'll be continuing to keep an eye on these shots, especially since we do have a lot of Capitol Police out blocking some of these different areas, protesters, demonstrators still out in full force here today. Then we do also have coming up here in just a little bit a State Department briefing. That's going to be with Ned Price. We do also have Press Secretary John Kirby, who's going to be speaking at the Pentagon, giving us the very latest on Ukraine. And finally, out in Fairfax, Virginia, inside of the courthouse, you can see Amber Heard now on the stand. She is testifying about her marriage to Johnny Depp. Of course, two different opinions, two different sides to this story. We already heard from Johnny. He was on the stand for multiple days, and Amber Heard going to be also on the stand, expected to be for quite a lengthy amount of time. So if you do want to keep your eye on that, listen into that trial. We do have a stream going on our YouTube page. You can always go to youtube.com/LiveNowFox, and that's where you can go and listen into that in full. Because right now, I'm going to take us into even more content that we have coming up here. We do have our U.S. federal chair, Jerome Powell. He is talking about the recent change to interest rates. That's coming at a time when I know obviously a lot of people concerned about everything to do with inflation and those stock prices. Let's go ahead, listen into that, and we'll keep an eye on all those other pieces, as well as down in Texas, still waiting for an update on that officer-involved shooting. So a lot to handle here, but don't worry, we control all of it here for you, bring you into all of these different live events. Right now, going to be listening in with Powell as he's talking again about those interest rates.
Good afternoon. It's nice to see everyone in person for the first time in a couple of years. Before I go into the details of today's meeting, I'd like to take this opportunity to speak directly to the American people. Inflation is much too high, and we understand the hardship it is causing, and we're moving expeditiously to bring it back down. We have both the tools we need and the resolve that it will take to restore price stability on behalf of American families and businesses. The economy and the country have been through a lot over the past 2 years and have proved resilient. It is essential that we bring inflation down if we are to have a sustained period of strong labor market conditions that benefit all. From the standpoint of our congressional mandate to promote maximum employment and price stability, the current picture is plain to see. The labor market is extremely tight and inflation is much too high. Against this backdrop, today the FOMC raised its policy interest rate by 0.5 percentage point and anticipates that ongoing increases in the target rate for the federal funds rate will be appropriate. In addition, we are beginning the process of significantly reducing the size of our balance sheet. I'll have more to say about today's monetary policy actions after briefly reviewing economic developments. After expanding at a robust 5.5% pace last year, overall economic activity edged down in the first quarter. Underlying momentum remains strong, however, as the decline largely reflected swings in inventories and net exports, two volatile categories whose movements last quarter likely carry little signal for future growth. Indeed, household spending and business fixed investment continued to expand briskly. The labor market has continued to strengthen and is extremely tight. Over the first 3 months of the year, employment rose by nearly 1.7 million jobs. In March, the unemployment rate hit a post-pandemic and near 5-decade low of 3.6%. Improvements in labor market conditions have been widespread, including for workers at the lower end of the wage distribution, as well as for African Americans and Hispanics. Labor demand is very strong, and while labor force participation has increased somewhat, labor supply remains subdued. Employers are having difficulties filling job openings, and wages are rising at the fastest pace in many years. Inflation remains well above our longer-run goal of 2%. Over the 12 months ending in March, total PCE prices rose 6.6%. Excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 5.2%. Aggregate demand is strong, and bottlenecks and supply constraints are limiting how quickly production can respond. Disruptions to supply have been larger and longer lasting than anticipated, and price pressures have spread to a broader range of goods and services. The surge in prices of crude oil and other commodities that resulted from Russia's invasion of Ukraine is creating additional upward pressure on inflation. And COVID-related lockdowns in China are likely to further exacerbate supply chain disruptions as well. Russia's invasion of Ukraine is causing tremendous loss and hardship, and our thoughts and sympathies are with the people of Ukraine. Our job is to consider the implications for the U.S. economy, which remain highly uncertain. In addition to the effects on inflation, the invasion and related events are likely to restrain economic activity abroad and further disrupt supply chains, creating spillovers to the U.S. economy through trade and other channels. The Fed's monetary policy actions are guided by our mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. My colleagues and I are acutely aware that high inflation imposes significant hardship, especially on those least able to meet the higher costs of essentials like food, housing, and transportation. We are highly attentive to the risks that high inflation poses to both sides of our mandate, and we're strongly committed to restoring price stability. Against the backdrop of the rapidly evolving economic environment, our policy has been adapting, and it will continue to do so. At today's meeting, the committee raised the target range for the federal funds rate by 0.5 percentage point and stated that it anticipates that ongoing increases in the target range will be appropriate. We also decided to begin the process of reducing the size of our balance sheet, which will play an important role in firming the stance of monetary policy. We are on a path to move our policy rate expeditiously to more normal levels. assuming that economic and financial conditions evolve in line with expectations. There is a broad sense on the committee that additional 50 basis point increases should be on the table at the next couple of meetings. We'll make our decisions meeting by meeting as we learn from incoming data and the evolving outlook for the economy. And we will continue to communicate our thinking as clearly as possible. Our overarching focus is using our tools to bring inflation back down to our 2% goal. With regard to our balance sheet, we also issued our specific plans for reducing our securities holdings. Consistent with the principles we issued in January, we intend to significantly reduce the size of our balance sheet over time in a predictable manner by allowing the principal payments from our securities holdings to roll off the balance sheet, up to monthly cap amounts. For Treasury securities, the cap will be $30 billion per month for 3 months and will then increase to $60 billion per month. The decline in holdings of Treasury securities under this monthly cap will include Treasury coupon securities, and to the extent that coupon securities are less than the monthly cap, Treasury bills. For agency mortgage-backed securities, the cap will be $17.5 billion per month for 3 months and will then increase to $35 billion per month. At the current level of mortgage rates, the actual pace of agency MBS runoff would likely be less than this monthly cap amount. Our balance sheet decisions are guided by our maximum employment and price stability goals, and in that regard, we'll be prepared to adjust any of the details of our approach in light of economic and financial developments. Making appropriate monetary policy in this uncertain environment requires a recognition that the economy often evolves in unexpected ways. Inflation has obviously surprised to the upside over the past year, and further surprises could be in store. We therefore will need to be nimble in responding to incoming data and the evolving outlook. And we will strive to avoid adding uncertainty to what is already an extraordinarily challenging and uncertain time. We are highly attentive to inflation risks. The committee is determined to take the measures necessary to restore price stability. The American economy is very strong and well-positioned to handle tighter monetary policy. To conclude, we understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. We at the Fed will do everything we can to achieve our maximum employment and price stability goals. Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
And as we do get into some of the question and answer portion of this press conference, do want to say thank you to everyone who's watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to be sending some of you off to your last 2-minute break of this hour as we continue to listen and hear with Powell on interest rates.
That you submitted in the projections at the last meeting. How has your outlook for further declines in the unemployment rate changed since March? What does this imply for your inflation forecast? And how has your level of confidence changed with regard to the feasibility of slowing hiring without pushing the economy into recession? Thanks.
Thank you. So you're right. 3.6% unemployment is just about as low as it's been in 50 years. And I would say that I expect, and committee members generally expect, that we'll get some additional participation. So people will be coming back into the labor force. We've seen that, particularly among prime age people. And that will, of course, tend to hold the unemployment rate up a little bit. I would also expect, though, that job creation will slow. Job creation has been at more than 500,000 per month in recent months, very, very strong, particularly for this stage of the economy. And so we think with fiscal policy less supportive, with monetary policy less supportive, we think that job creation will slow as well. So it is certainly possible that the unemployment would go down further. So I would expect those to be relatively limited because of the additional supply and also just the slowing in job creation. Implications for inflation, really the wages matter a fair amount for companies, particularly in the service sector. Wages are running high, the highest they've run in quite some time. And they are one good example of, or good illustration, really, of how tight the labor market really is, the fact that wages are running at the highest level in many decades. And that's because of an imbalance between supply and demand in the labor market. So we think through our policies, through further healing in the labor market, higher rates, for example, of vacancy filling and things like that, and more people coming back in, we like to think that supply and demand will come back into balance, and that therefore wage inflation will moderate to still high levels of wage increases, but ones that are more consistent with 2% inflation. That's our expectation. Your third question was?
Your level of confidence that you can slow hiring without pushing the economy into a downturn.
So I guess I would say it this way. There's a path. There's a path by which we would be able to have demand moderate in the labor market and therefore have vacancies come down without unemployment going up, because vacancies are at such an extraordinarily high level. They're 1.9 vacancies for every unemployed person, 11.5 million vacancies, 6 million unemployed people. So, and we haven't been in that place on the vacancy, sort of the vacancy unemployed curve, the Beveridge curve. We haven't been at that sort of level of a ratio in the modern era. So in principle, it seems as though by moderating demand, we could see vacancies come down, and as a result, and they could come down fairly significantly, and I think put supply and demand at least closer together than they are, and that would give us a chance to have get inflation down, get wages down, and then get inflation down without having to slow the economy and have a recession and have unemployment rise materially. So there's a path to that. Now, I would say I think we have a good chance to have a soft or softish landing or outcome, if you will, and I'll give you a couple of reasons for that. One is households and businesses are in very strong financial shape. You're looking at excess savings on balance sheets, excess in the sense that they're substantially larger than the prior trend. Businesses are in good financial shape. The labor market is, as I mentioned, very, very strong. And so it doesn't seem to be anywhere close to a downturn. Therefore, the economy is strong and is well positioned to handle tighter monetary policy. So, but I'll say, I do expect that this will be very challenging. It's not going to be easy. And it may well depend, of course, on events that are not under our control. But our job is to use our tools to try to achieve that outcome, and that's what we're going to do.
Steve Leisman, CNBC. Thanks for taking my question, Mr. Chairman. You talked about using 50 basis point rate hikes or the possibility of them in coming meetings. Might there be something larger than 50? Is 75 or a percentage point possible? And perhaps you could walk us through your calibration. Why 1 month or one meeting should we expect at 50? Why something bigger? Why something smaller? What is the reasoning for the level of the amount of tightening? Thank you.
Sure. So 75 basis point in an increase is not something the committee is actively considering. What we are doing is we raised 50 basis points today, and we've said that, again, assuming that economic and financial conditions evolve in ways that are consistent with our expectations, there's a broad sense on the committee that additional 50 basis point increases should be on the table for the next couple of meetings. So we're going to make those decisions at the meetings, of course, and we'll be paying close attention to the incoming data and the evolving outlook, as well as to financial conditions. And finally, of course, we will be communicating to the public about what our expectations will be as they evolve. So the test is really just, as I laid it out, economic and financial conditions evolving broadly in line with expectations. And, I think expectations are that we'll start to see inflation, flattening out and not necessarily declining yet, but we'll see more evidence. We've seen some evidence that the core PCE inflation is perhaps either reaching a peak or flattening out. We'll want to know more than just some evidence. We'll want to really feel like we're making some progress there. But I mean, we're going to make these decisions, and there'll be a lot more information. I just think we want to see that information as we get there. It's a very difficult environment to try to give forward guidance 60, 90 days in advance. There are just so many things that can happen in the economy and around the world. So, we're leaving ourselves room to look at the data and make a decision as we get there.
I'm sorry, but if inflation is lower 1 month and the unemployment rate higher, would that be something that we would calibrate towards a lower increase in the funds rate, or
I don't think one month is not no 1 month's reading doesn't tell us much. We'd want to see evidence that inflation is moving in a direction that gives us more comfort. As I said, we've got 2 months now where core inflation is a little lower, but we're not looking at that as a reason to take some comfort. I think we need to really see that our expectation is being fulfilled, that inflation, in fact, is under control and starting to come down. But again, it's not like we would stop. We would just go back to 25 basis point increases. It'll be a judgment call when these meetings arrive. But again, our expectation is if we see what we expect to see, then we would have 50 basis point increases on the table at the next 2 meetings.
Thanks. Let's go to Colby.
Thank you. Colby Smith from the Financial Times. Given the expectation that inflation will remain well above the Fed's target at year end, what constitutes a neutral policy setting in terms of the Fed funds rate? And to what extent is it appropriate for policy to move beyond that level at some point this year?
So, neutral. When we talk about the neutral rate, we're really talking about the rate that neither pushes economic activity higher nor slows it down. So it's a concept, really. It's not something we can identify with any precision. So we estimate it within broad bands of uncertainty. And the current estimates on the committee are sort of 2 to 3%. And also, that's a longer run estimate. That's an estimate for an economy that's at full employment and 2% inflation. So really what we're doing is we're raising rates expeditiously to what we see as the broad range of plausible levels of neutral. But we know that there's not a bright line drawn on the road that tells us when we get there. So we're going to be looking at financial conditions, right? Our policy affects financial conditions, and financial conditions affect the economy. So we're going to be looking at the effect of our policy moves on financial conditions. Are they tightening appropriately? And then we're going to be looking at the effects on the economy. And we're going to be making a judgment about whether we've done enough to get us on a path to restore price stability. It's that. So if that path happens to evolve levels that are higher than estimates of neutral, then we will not hesitate to go to those levels. We won't. But again, there's a sort of false precision in the discussion that we as policymakers don't really feel. You're going to raise rates, and you're going to be kind of inquiring how that is affecting the economy through financial conditions. And of course, if higher rates are required, then we won't hesitate to deliver them.
Neil.
Thanks, Chappelle. Neil Irwin with Axios. Do you see evidence that inflationary psychology is changing, that in areas like workers' wage demands, businesses' willingness to raise prices, do you see evidence that there is a psychological shift going on inflation? Thanks.
So we don't really see strong evidence of that yet, but that does not in any way make us comfortable. I think if you look at short-term inflation expectations, they're quite elevated, and you can look at that and say, well, that's because people expect inflation to come down, and in fact, inflation expectations come down fairly sharply. Longer-term inflation expectations have been reasonably stable, but have moved up but only to levels where they were in 2014 by some measures. So you can look at that, and I think that's a fair description of the picture, but it's really about the risks. We don't see a wage price spiral. We see that companies have the ability to raise prices, and they're doing that, but there have been price shocks. So I just think it takes you back to the basic point, was that we know we need to expeditiously move our policy rate up to ranges of more normal, neutral levels, and we need to look around and keep going if we don't see that financial conditions have tightened adequately, or that the economy is behaving in ways that suggest that we're not where we need to be. So again, you don't see those things yet, but I would say there's no basis for feeling comfortable about that. It's a risk that we simply can't run that risk. We can't allow a wage price spiral to happen, and we can't allow inflation expectations to become unanchored. It's just something that we can't allow to happen, and so we'll look at it that way.
Federal Reserve raising the interest rates again for the first time in 20 years by half a point. We will continue to play out this press conference for our viewers a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox, but did want to say thanks so much for being here with us. Christy Larson at the desk with you as we continue to bring you live events. I'm going to take us out to Fairfax, Virginia. We do have at this time Amber Heard on the stand. I've been noticing also ever since she walked up and sat down at the stand, Johnny Depp himself not looking up once at Amber, as this has been a very heated time in the courtrooms over the last 4 weeks. So right now, again, we're hearing for the very first time from Amber Heard on her side of the story on her marriage to Johnny Depp. Do want to let our viewers know viewer discretion is advised, especially since there's been a lot of times when they've brought in different text messages or emails, as well as some audio recordings. So do want to just put that out there. We'll do our best on our end to try to mute some of those pieces that have foul language. But let's go ahead and listen into what she's saying as she is now testifying under oath.
No. I knew it was wrong, and I knew that I had to leave him. And that's what broke my heart, because I didn't want to leave him. I thought if I got up out of that room, I'd leave the best thing that ever happened to me. And I wish I could sit here and say I stood up and I walked out of that house and I drew a line and I stood up for myself. I was just looking at the dirty carpet, trying to will myself to get up, to walk out of the door, because I knew I needed to. And I really slowly, I stood up, and I remember looking at him in the eye and just looking at him, frankly, because I didn't know what else to do. And before I know it, he starts crying. And, you know, like, I had never seen an adult man cry. I didn't even really see my dad cry at my grandma's funeral. You know, it's weird. And he's crying. Tears, I mean, just falling out of his eyes. He gets down on his knees and he grabs my hands and he's touching my hands and he's saying to me, I will never do that again. It's done. But on his knees. And I didn't have words. I didn't know what to say. I just remember thinking that it was just, he was crying. He seemed so sorry, but I knew I couldn't just forgive him because right? That means it will happen again, no? You know, like I've seen the health class videos, like everyone else. And I got up in my car. I walked to the car. I didn't say anything. I made a point to not say, oh, it's okay or anything like that. I just didn't say anything. I got up, I went to the car, I sat in my car, and I felt like I sat there forever. I didn't want to turn the key. I just leaned my head up against the window, and I remember just seeing my breath on the windshield, you know, on the glass of the window of the door, just seeing my breath and trying to will myself to have the strength to know what I should do in this moment, because I was heartbroken. And I sat there for a long time, and I eventually turned the key and drove home.
And what did you do after that?
I don't know. I don't remember what I did when I got home. I don't remember. I went to my therapist. I told her.
Objection, hearsay.
I
I'll sustain it as to what she may have told her.
I went home, and I, a few days later, started getting, I actually don't know how many days later, but I started getting calls and texts from Johnny, you know, apologizing profusely. I mean, just, you know, he said, I'd rather cut my hand off than ever lay it on you or lay it upon you, you know, and he had that way of talking. It felt like poetry. And he showed up to talk, like with the understanding that, you know, he understood I could never forgive him and it was done. So I felt kind of safe in saying, okay, let's have a talk, or, you know, yeah, we'll talk. I think you know, I know I just wanted to see him, and he comes over, brings me gifts. He brought me a couple cases, actually, of that Vega Sicilia wine that we've heard about, which is a really nice, expensive wine that I could never, at that time, dream of affording, you know. And we talk, and he tells me that he had put this thing away, that I could trust him, that it would never happen again. Of course, it would never happen again. That he had put this. I'll kill it again, it's done. Never lay a hand on you again. And I wanted to believe him, so I chose to.
Chose to stay in the relationship?
Yeah, I did. I believed it, but, you know, I believed it wouldn't. I believed that there was a line he wouldn't cross again, and that was it.
And so you stayed, correct? You stayed in the relationship?
Yes.
Okay. So, is this a good time? You want to
keep going a little longer, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So, could you please describe for the jury the evolution of your relationship after that time with Johnny?
I don't know how long it was until things got bad again. He did start drinking again. I remember it was almost, you know, he'd start drinking again, the disappearing thing, the coming back. He'd come back like in the middle of the night to my house. And it would be unclear to me, you know, drunk, often really drunk, and kind of accusing me, but not directly. Nothing was very direct. It was a lot of accusations, but they were veiled. You know, what I was wearing, who I was with, why didn't I text him back? I didn't text him back right away. This is when I was at my place in Orange. Sometimes he would show up to catch me. Like that was a pretext for coming over, and by the time we were done talking, I would have thought I had convinced him that I loved him, that I only loved him, there was no one else, and then that we were back in an upswing and would go back to good, loving, like sick, romantic love, like kind, sweet, velvety love. And then it would be something I said, why did you say it that way? You know, if I had to leave for an audition, I could guarantee that when couldn't guarantee, but 2 of those in a row, and when I came back, he was angry at me, you know, and I wouldn't necessarily know why. And then he started accusing me of things, probably, like, at first it was indirect, and then it became really direct. Then the punching of the walls next to my head, which is a constant at that time in 2012 when he was drinking. Eventually that became, you know, him accusing me of cheating. I'd defend myself. I'd say, you know, that's crazy. You're wrong. I would never. The normal things. And it would escalate to the point where he would push me. or shove me down, and then I'd get back up. And this happened several times. That's why it's not more specific, I suppose. When I'd get back up, I'd look him in the eye. I made a point of getting up and looking him in the eye. It's my way of defending myself at that time. And I'd look at him, and he'd ask me if I wanted to go again, and shove me back down. Eventually, he just hit me. Remember, he hit me in the face when I denied having an affair with my ex-wife, my ex-partner at the time. And he said he had proof. I denied it. And I was walking out of the bedroom, slapped me across the face. I turned to look at him. And I said, Johnny, you hit me. You just hit me.
I'm going to ask you, Michelle, can you bring up 1783, please?
What number again, please?
I'm sorry.
What number?
Defendants 1783.
1783, thank you.
Do you recognize this picture?
Yes, I do.
And could you tell us what it is?
It's a picture of my face with a note that Johnny left for me by the coffee. Typically is where we'd leave notes like that.
And does this accurately depict the scene portrayed?
It was one of those scenes. As embarrassing as it sounds now, I don't know which scene this came from. There was a lot. It escalated quickly, fast, and it became...
Amber, let me ask it a different way.
Thank you.
Is this a picture of you? Is it an accurate picture of you?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 1783.
Your Honor, we have an objection. May we approach?
Sure. Would you please describe for the jury some of the cycles you had with Mr. Depp through 2012?
So in 2012, the violence was pretty, relative to what it became, pretty, slapping, backhanding. Well, it went from this eggshell kind of, you're walking on eggshells, nothing you're doing is kind of right, but you don't know what you're doing wrong. And then I was doing something wrong clearly, but it was unclear within the scope of an argument what I was defending myself against. So it would shift from a rumor he had heard that I was with a friend, or I had been photographed standing too close to a male person. That was a person I had had something with, and I was lying to him about, and it would be eggshells, accusations, and then he would explode. It started with throwing things, destroying the property, and screaming at me. I remember the screaming at me was the worst, because I kind of always felt like I had done, I had to defend myself. I had to tell him so he didn't think these things were true. And sometimes, he would shift accusations while I'm trying to dispel one accusation. He'd start another one, and nothing I could do to calm him down it seemed like I'd walk away and that would make it worse. I remember in my apartment in Orange, he would grab me by the hair or he'd grab me by the arm, pull me into him, scream at me that way. He'd smash things around me. Then he would smash things very close to me. And then he would just hit me. And it started with slapping, and it got to be like repetitive slaps where he'd hold me in a position and slap me multiple times in a row. Then it would be, eventually I later would either push him off of me or I'd try to hit his hands away from me. I'd try to, not in 2012 so much. At that time, I was mostly, my defense was, I'd go some other place. Like, I don't know how to describe that. I'd focus on something else. I'd stand up, look at him, try to stand up to him that way. Later, I adopted other kind of strategies to deal with it. But at the time, in 2012, he'd have this blowout, and then he would leave, disappear, and I'd be committed to not talking to him. I'm done with this relationship. I can't take it anymore. I said that so many times. And then he'd come back, clean and sober, telling me either he had a chip. He didn't have any chips, but he would say, I've gone to meetings. I have a sober companion now. I'm doing this program. I'm reading this. I'm doing this. And he was done with drugs and alcohol for good this time. And he'd come back in my life, and with the combination of him being sober and having gone through this horrible thing where I felt like my heart ripped out of my chest, like a relationship ending is hard, I think, for anyone, but ending under that circumstance is really painful. And so when he'd come back, it would almost feel like a solution to that, and it would feel great, and we would be good again, and he'd be extra nice and extra apologetic and extra loving, and and we'd be back in the good bubble, the warm glow. And eventually it'd get bored, and then I'd see him drinking again. When I started to get upset, noticing the pattern of the violence going with the drinking and drugs, then he started sneaking it. So it became less clear, and I'd have to look for clues as to what he was on. So I just knew how to react, Johnny on speed is very different from Johnny on opiates. Johnny on opiates very different from Adderall and cocaine Johnny, which is very different from Quaaludes Johnny. But I had to get good at paying attention to the different versions of him. 2012, I was in the beginning stages of this, just learning these patterns. I was just learning that drinking kind of correlated with the violence.
And did you confide in anyone about these issues you were having? I think she can say. I think she can say if she told anybody.
As long as she doesn't say what she said.
Right, right. All right. So did you tell anyone?
Yes, I did.
Who did you tell?
I told my therapist. I eventually told my mom.
And let's go ahead and take a look at Defendant's Exhibit 150. 150.
Your Honor, I'm going to object on hearsay. Yeah.
I'm sorry, I apologize.
Why did you decide to confide in your mother about the issues you were having with Mr. Depp?
I think I felt safe talking to my mom because I knew that she understood these dynamics and she wouldn't judge me for staying with him, for loving him, even though this was happening and was happening to me. I knew she would understand.
And when approximately did you start confiding in your mom about your issues with Mr. Depp and physical abuse?
Objection, hearsay, compound.
I sustain as to compound.
When did you start confiding in your mother about the abuse you were suffering at the hands of Mr. Depp?
I was confiding in her from the very beginning about the abuse hearing, the not knowing where he was, then he'd come back and sometimes in the middle of the night, the constant accusations, like that sort of thing I talked to her about probably from the very beginning. The fact that I was secret, I had to hide. I couldn't tell any of my friends that I was with him for a long time because he told me everyone would blame me for the split with him and his partner, so I had to kind of sneak around and kind of get brought to his house, typically in a secretive way, and then he'd come to mine in a secretive way, and it was just all very, so very isolating. And I confided with her at the very beginning on that sort of thing, and then later opened up to her about some of the violence. I did it gently. First I just wanted to have someone to talk to about how scary it was. The rage and the uncontrolled violence, the rage that this man had, and why it was
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay. May we approach, please?
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go ahead and take our 15-minute afternoon break, so please do not talk about the case. We're doing the outside research. Okay, we'll see you soon.
All right, so you heard there, jury going to be dismissed for 15 minutes as they stop to take a break. We have been listening into this testimony right here live, raw, unfiltered, on Live Now from Fox. Ever since Amber Heard took the stand, Johnny Depp not looking up at Amber, and the same when he was on the stand. She barely would be looking at him at certain points, but she definitely did keep an eye on him when he was on the stand testifying for those 4 days. We're going to stay on top of this here for you, but also going to be taking you into just some of those other events we have happening across the country. Not only are we still waiting for a State Department briefing, we also have a White House briefing coming up, but right now a Pentagon briefing happening as well. So a lot more to come here. We'll take a 2-minute break. We'll get into some of that Pentagon press briefing and then, of course, bring us back out here inside of the courtroom when they do return from that brief recess.
You guys good? All right. Today, as I think you know, the Secretary also met with Japanese Defense Minister Kishi. They had a terrific discussion, just talked about regional security issues, bilateral efforts to upgrade the U.S.-Japan alliance, and measure to expand cooperation with like-minded partners. The Secretary thanked Minister Kishi for his participation in the Ukraine Security Consultative Group last week in Germany, and he welcomed Japan's continued leadership role in countering Russia's illegal aggression. They also discussed China's ongoing coercion in the East and South China Seas and the need to uphold a free and Indo-Pacific that secures peace and prosperity for all. I never had theme music to my opening statement. It's it's very soothing. Please don't stop it. Finally, they affirmed the need to continue close collaboration with allies and partners to bolster integration.
We're going to get back to that in just a little bit here on Live Now from Fox, but we do want to go out to Houston, getting an update on an officer-involved shooting where officer was struck by gunfire. Let's get the update right here from officials.
Ready. Just want to say good afternoon to everyone. Thank you for your patience. You know that we don't like to keep everybody waiting. When this shooting dropped at 11:20 a.m., this afternoon, we were at cadet graduation. Just want to tell you briefly, it's approximately 11:20 a.m. Officers conducted a traffic stop in the 14300 block of Gulf Freeway Service Road, directly in front of the Exxon station. This was a multi-agency investigation. The DEA, Harris County, Precinct 5, DPS, and HPD, narcotic investigation. The suspect was wanted on a $100,000 bond. Officers stopped him, two officers, HPD officers, both 10 years of service, assigned to the Highway Interdiction Unit. Once they stopped the suspect, they asked him to get out the car. A few words were exchanged. The suspect got out the car and immediately started firing upon our officers. The officers returned fire, both of them, striking the suspect multiple times. The suspect, what I'm being told, is in critical condition in the area hospital. Our officer, one of them, is a 10-year veteran, as I said, sustained an injury in the pelvic. Also, he sustained minor injury to the chest area. Thank God for his ballistic vest and a flashlight. I think it probably saved his life. The other officer is okay, no injuries. I spoke to the officer and the family. He's in good spirits, of course. His wife, his children, and other family members and friends are shaken up. But he's going to be fine. The only information I have on the suspect, again, is he's in critical condition. He was a white male, approximately 23, 25 years old. I want to also add that I'm proud of our officers. I'm proud of the men and women on the front line. Even after this shooting, multiple shots fired at them, one suspect goes down. Once that scene was safe, our officers immediately rendered first aid to that suspect. It goes without saying, anytime anyone injures anybody in our city, I'm upset. But I'm very upset at what's going on in our nation, in our state, in our county, with gun violence, with suspects who have no damn regard for anybody else in the police. And I want to be respectful when I say this. Our officers are going to continue to charge forward, and not just HPD officers, all the officers in our task force, everyone that we have out here. We're going to keep charging forward and doing what we have to do to make our city safe. But again, sanctity of life is most important. But what can we do when people are firing upon us, or putting us in those positions? Today is a day of prayer. It's a National Police Week, and we started out with prayer. And I ask that our community continue to pray for everybody. As customary per policy, both officers will be placed on administrative leave. Hopefully, and we'll pray for a speedy recovery for our officer. The District Attorney's Office is conducting their investigation. Our Special Investigative Unit, the homicide, is conducting the criminal. Our IED is conducting our administrative investigation. So with that said, we'll open up for questions.
Chief, is there a warrant out for his arrest?
I understand, and I was told that he had an active warrant, some type of narcotic warrant. It's still early on in this investigation, preliminary parts, and things do change, but that's what I was told at this time. Yes, ma'am.
How many years of service does the second officer have?
Both of them, I was told, 10 years, but y'all can see I just barely got here, and I know y'all been waiting a long time, and it's hot out here, so I didn't want to delay. So as we get more information, if we got to update, we'll update it, but I've been told both 10 years of service.
Chief, can you say anything more just about the actual narcotics investigation that y'all?
No, it's active right now. And once we, it was drugs. It was a warrant for drugs. So that's all I know at this time.
Were the officers taken over here to the hospital in the bed of a truck or in a truck?
Thanks for asking that. I know one of our officers were self-transported, not by ambulance, by one of the officers on the task force with them. They knew that they were very close by, and they wanted to get him here quickly. The suspect was transported by ambulance. And the second officer was possibly transported by ambulance, but we'll check on it for you.
That truck at the scene, the gas station, is that the truck the suspect was driving and the bullets?
Yeah.
The front window?
I'm going to go to the scene after I leave here, but I came directly to the hospital. But I was told that the suspect's vehicle, whatever it is still on the scene. They're still processing it.
Chief, did you want to discuss our body-worn camera policy about that we're going to release the video?
Absolutely, thank you. Yeah, and as per policy, we're going to release all officer-involved shootings when we can legally do so within 30 days in our city. Thank you.
Did you release the officers' names?
No, not as yet. His family is there, but they still have some more family members that they're trying to contact. But sometime this day we'll release that. Okay.
Chief, can you talk to them about the danger? You touched on it a little bit in your statements, but this is a traffic stop. Yes, it's a narcotics investigation, but it's a traffic stop, and immediately he gets out and shoots.
Well, that's what's been going on, unfortunately, around our nation, around our city, around our county, and it's just disturbing. But as I said, you know what? We're going to keep doing what we're trained to do and what we're committed to do, and that's doing what we have to do to keep our community safe. We're not asking for shootings or to be involved in shootings, but we're going to do what we have to do to protect ourselves.
Were they able to say anything to the suspect as soon as they got out of the car?
I still need to get details. I know that there were a few words exchanged, and I don't know what that was. I hadn't had a chance to view the body-worn camera as part of the investigation, so yeah, I don't want to speculate on it right now. Go ahead.
What kind of weapon did the suspect?
I'm not sure. I know he fired multiple times, what I was told. Yeah.
But was there any indication this was like with the three officers with an auto sear?
Oh, I don't know. I don't want to speculate on it. Thanks.
Third officer involved shooting within the last week. I mean, how do you keep your spirits high at this point?
Hey, don't ever underestimate the spirit and the heart of these men and women who signed up to serve. They're going to continue to charge forward. And we got a great community here. We got a great community with people who love and support, so we're going to be fine. And I think this is the 15th officer-involved shooting in our city, and this is only the first part of May. All right?
Was anything found in the suspect's car?
I'm not sure. Not sure. We're going to take a few more.
DEA, HPD, Precinct 5, who are the other members of the staff?
Harris County. Make sure we don't leave anybody. DA, DPS, Harris County, Precinct 5, and DPS.
Just to be clear, Chief, it wasn't a civilian who transported your officer?
No, one of our officers on the task force, and I don't know what agency right now. It's multi-agencies out there. One more question.
The suspect was the only one in the vehicle?
Yes, that's what I was told. Yeah. Hey, so we're gonna let Assistant Chief Patty Cantu do the translation in Spanish, but thank y'all, and as we get more information, we'll share it with you.
And of course, when there is more information, we will bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. You can also see that we are continuing to monitor the Johnny Depp, Amber Heard defamation trial. They are on a short break. As soon as it gets going, we'll bring it to you right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, White House briefing just getting started. Let's listen in live.
Working on a range of these issues. As you all know from his biography, he led the fight against the nomination of Robert Bork, and what struck him in reading the leaked document was how some of the language reminded him of Robert Bork's view of the narrow definition of how one should analyze or review what the Constitution allows for. And if you remember during those hearings, I know many of you, including myself, were quite young during the time, but we all read history. Part of the big debate there, or the big discussion, was the Griswold versus Connecticut case, which was related to privacy and whether married couples should be able to have the privacy to purchase contraception. And so I think what you're hearing play out is the president's own reaction to what he saw in these documents, and his view that the protection of privacy and the protection of the ability of women to make decisions about their health care with their doctors, about people to be able to choose who they marry, and to him reading that reminded him of how important those protections are, and that's why you continue to hear him talk about it.
If I could just ask briefly on Chairman Powell. He just said that the Fed is limited in how it can deal with supply shocks that have been leading to higher inflation. So what more can the White House and Congress do given that challenge?
Well, I would note also, as you and others have reported, that there were announcements made about decisions, actions the Federal Reserve intends to take, which are consistent with what they have said they would do to date. And the president has said in the past that it's appropriate, and he supports their decision to recalibrate. So that remains his view today. In terms of what more we can do to address inflation, I mean, I would also note that during his comments, Chair Powell also noted the strength of the economy. He also noted that there's a path for a soft landing without pushing the economy into recession. He had a lot to say, of course, during this press conference, so I just wanted to note a couple of the things. But what more we can do beyond, of course, respecting the independence of the Federal Reserve and the decisions they make, including those announced today, is to continue to take steps to address costs for the American people. Chair Powell also said, or echoed, I think it was in response to a question, the point that energy prices, and specifically the invasion by President Putin, was having an impact on inflation. And so one of the president's primary focuses right now, as you all know, is taking any step we can to bring down costs, whether that is the historic release from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, leading the world in their own release, continuing to talk to large global providers of oil and what they can do to help the global market, even the announcements we've made over the last couple of weeks about E15, and taking any step we can to reduce those costs, and also continuing to have conversations with leaders on Capitol Hill and members about steps we can take to reduce costs for the American people, whether it's child care, health care, elder care, prescription drugs. All of these have an impact on people's day-to-day lives. Go ahead.
Back to abortion, if I can. Yesterday you said the leak raises eyebrows, including for many here in the White House. But does the White House explicitly condemn this leak, or has seeing this draft been seen as welcome by some here?
I don't think we have a particular view on that, other than to say that we certainly note the unprecedented nature of it. What we are mindful of, and I spoke with the president about exactly this question yesterday, and obviously it's up to the Department of Justice to determine what, if any, action they will take. And I know obviously there have been calls for that from some Republicans, but also members of the Supreme Court. But our focus is on not losing sight from what the content is in the draft, and what is at risk here. And while we have heard a number raise concerns about the leak, our focus is on highlighting what the content in there would put at risk for women across the country. So again, we'll leave it to the Department of Justice to make a decision about that. I would note that many Republicans have wanted to talk about that and not about whether they support the protection of a woman's right to choose, a woman's right to make decisions with her doctor about her health care. Maybe not a surprise, given by more than a 2-to-1 margin, Americans want the Supreme Court to support abortion rights.
As for the content of the draft, the document, the draft, it is of course a draft, but if the Supreme Court does move to strike down Roe, should Americans be prepared to accept that decision as legitimate, and would President Biden accept that decision as legitimate?
Well, I can't speak for what actions could be possible on the legal front. I would point you to the Department of Justice on that. But what I can tell you will happen is, and this is what we are preparing for the possibility of, that if Roe were to fall, abortion would probably be illegal in about half the states in the country, up to 26 states, particularly in the South, the Midwest, and West, who have all spoken out, many leaders, about how they're poised to restrict or ban.
We'll show you the White House briefing in its entirety a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. Let's go back out now to the Johnny Depp defamation hearing with Amber Heard back on the stand.
All right, thank you. Please be seated. Your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Amber, I'm going to take you up to March of 2013. Can you describe your relationship with Mr. Depp during that month? And we'll start there.
I remember that was after a period of some peace, and then and sobriety. Johnny was sober, drinking Beck's, and my dad, who was struggling with alcohol and drug addiction at the time, had fallen off the wagon, and I remember he said, "Why don't we I want to send a picture to your dad of support," because my sister was upset with my dad. And so he poured a shot and kind of said, "Let's take a picture." I don't drink spirits, but I know that, I kind of held up in that picture. It's kind of eerie because I just think it's bizarre. He had broken this long period of sobriety that I thought was going to be the end of him drinking forever. Sounds foolish now, but I held up this kind of glass with him, and we sent the picture to my dad because, I didn't know what else to do. And I remember thinking it was weird that he was drinking. And then the month got really crazy from that point on. It was a bit of a revolving door of accusations. He was accusing me of having affairs with, frankly, just one person. I had an acquaintance with somebody, and he was accusing me of being with them, and then it was accusing me of being with my friend, the one I had seen in Spain. I'm, in these kind of arguments, nothing I do is working. Walking out of the room is me leaving him, walking away from me. Hey, where are you going? I'm talking to you. That it went from that to pulling me in by my arm, still shouting at about the accusations. there was somebody else he was sure I was sleeping with, and it was a revolving door at that time. A painting I had hanging on the wall, done by my ex, who's an artist. That was one day he was convinced that was proof I was sleeping with her or having an affair with her. I didn't really love him, and all the while I'm madly in love with him and trying to convince him. So March started with this picture of him doing a shot, and he's kind of saying, let's send it to your dad to show support. And what I remember of March is just like an almost, it's almost like it was a never-ending fight. It was just, there were breaks in it. What kept me in it is because I kept waiting for the other shoe to drop, you know, the sobriety shoe, if you will. I kept waiting for him to get to the point where it's not supportable or anymore, and he's done with it and he's ready to get clean and sober again, because there commences a period of like pure joy. And it was one fight after the other, March.
So let me start with the painting incident. Please tell the jury what happened on that particular incident with the painting.
As I mentioned, the painting, which had been hanging there for months, one day he kind of stayed up doing cocaine, just drinking, doing cocaine, music, which is not in and of itself that weird in my relationship with Johnny at this point. You know, like he stays up and keeps weird hours and smokes and stuff. But he was drinking brown liquor and doing a lot of cocaine, and it was like, it became clear to me in that argument, if you will, that he wasn't making sense. He had effectively just taken, it seemed like, a turn and had decided that the painting was an offense that he could not forgive me for. It meant I was having an affair with my ex-partner, whom I had already split, and it made no sense to me. So I'm trying to kind of quell the accusations by saying, you know, it's been there, and what are you talking about? And it's like, that doesn't mean anything. And, you know, he was demanding I take it down. He eventually takes it down and tries to burn it, but it was unsuccessful, luckily, because he was not, he wasn't, with one of those normal, what do you call them, Bic lighters, he wasn't very successful at doing it while drinking, to the extent he was. But I remember it was this kind of ridiculous fight, like didn't feel like it needed to be an argument, but it seemed like nothing I could do, nothing I could say. I tried leaving. I left the room. I left the house. I eventually came back. It was like a whole night, an evening, a night, and then a morning of this. So this morning in particular, I think it was the 22nd of March. There were several incidents in March, though. But in this particular one, he had something to go to. He was filming with Keith Richards and Tom Waits.
Well, let me, before you go into that part, let's pull up Defendant's Exhibit 161, which is already admitted into evidence, I believe, Your Honor.
Yes, 161 with redactions.
Thank you. And I'm going to show you Defendant's Exhibit 161. And the date on this is 3/12/2013, and it's a text exchange between you and Mr. Depp. Do you see that?
I do.
Okay. And the first one is from you to Mr. Depp. Just thought you should. From you, or it's vice versa, isn't it?
It's Johnny texting me.
Just thought you should know there exists a book titled Disco Bloodbath. And then you say, we need that book. And you say, is this about last Friday night by any chance? And he says, how can you make me smile about such a hideous moment?
There were, like I said, there was a few different
incidents in March. I believe this one happened in the Eastern Columbia building, which are one of Johnny's penthouses. They're in downtown, so a different part of Los Angeles. And we would sometimes go there. I remember he was accusing me again of sleeping with this artist, this musician who I'd never slept with. I was denying it. I barely knew the person. And then he was accusing me of sleeping with my friend in Spain. And I remember nothing I could do. He called this person on the phone and screamed at him. He didn't speak English, so he was really confused as to what he was being yelled at by Johnny. But I remember those were the accusations. That was the fight. But it was one to the next accusation. And I remember I was kind of doing that juggling act. I was in one of these fights, I believe it's this one, in his downtown ECB, we call it, loft. And we're in the kitchen living room area, and he backhands me. And, it was, he wears a lot of rings. I remember kind of just feeling like my lip went into my teeth, and it got a little blood. Just that simple, a little bit of blood on the wall. As hard as it is to explain this, I was so caught up in the relationship and also very occupied in defending what I only could assume he believed, these accusations, that, I didn't internalize, I didn't make that big of a deal of it. I kind of pride myself on being tough, and, I don't make a big deal out of, smaller injuries. And I know that sounds horrible and hard maybe to understand, but my best way to cope with it is I kind of, minimize it, make sure no one, make sure he knows that I'm tough and can't knock me down, and I make a joke of it, clearly. Make light.
I'm going to, Michelle, if you can take this one down and bring up 170A. Did there come a time in March, Amber, where you sent a picture to your mom?
Yes, this is sometime in March 2013. I sent it to her because I had been texting about some of the craziness, and
Objection, hearsay.
I'll sustain as to what she may have texted. All right, next question.
Without saying what you said in the text, explain why you were sending it to your mom.
I was reaching out. I was very lonely in what I was living in, and I wanted help. I wanted advice, help. I just wanted to talk to somebody and figure out how I could make this stop.
And is this a picture that you took of yourself in March of 2013?
I did.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 170A.
Any objection?
No objection, Your
All
Honor.
right, 170A in evidence. You can publish the picture.
Thank you, Your Honor. And how did you sustain that bruise, Amber?
I had thrown Johnny slapped me. I walked away from him, and that made it worse. We got into a shouting match. And he kind of did this thing with his body where I could tell he was going to hit me again. I picked up a I remember it kind of like a little pot, not a pot, but like a vase. And I remember I got away from him enough as he reels back. I threw it in his direction and actually managed to get away before he got me. He grabbed me by the arm and he kind of just held me on the floor, screaming at me. I don't know how many times he hit me in the face, but I remember being on the floor of my apartment, and I remember thinking, how could this happen to me again?
Can you bring up 170? Thank you, Michelle. And if we can, and just to start, it's 3/23/2013, and if we can scroll up. This is a text message exchange with your mom, correct?
Yes, it is.
Okay, let's go. Scroll down and then.
Your Honor, I'm going to object to hearsay.
Let's wait until we get to the spot. All right, and is this the picture that you sent to your mom on 3/23/2013?
Yes, it is.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of 170, just that picture that's on the text.
With no words?
Well, it says from 2 weeks ago on it.
Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
If we redact the from 2 weeks ago, can we admit it then? And then just have the showing that she sent it to her mom
May
for
we
the
approach,
date?
Your Honor?
Okay, sure.
I'm going to use this time here to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you on Live Now from Fox.
And may we publish to the jury, please?
All right.
And that's the picture you sent to your mom
Yes, it is.
on March 23rd, 2013?
Yes, it was from a previous fight,
Okay.
the bruise.
All right. Now, did you have any other altercations in March 2013 with Mr. Depp?
Yes, we had a couple of these fights in Orange that were around this time, one of which I started to tell you about the painting.
You know, and I know I've interrupted you now twice on that, but I realize the jury doesn't. Can you tell them what you mean by Orange, at Orange?
Sorry, Orange was my apartment that I kept in Los Angeles at the time.
And it was an apartment. What type of an apartment?
I rented the top of a duplex. So it was a house with the landlord living on the bottom floor. I rented the top floor.
Okay, thank you. Now, please continue with the painting. I'm sorry.
It seemed like nothing I could say to Johnny would convince him. He wanted me to remove the painting. And he wanted me to admit to this affair that I wasn't having. And cocaine, and I woke up the next morning. I think it was on the 22nd or the 23rd. I woke up in the morning and the breakfast table was like cocaine and booze, and I realized that I wasn't going to be able to talk I wasn't going to be able to talk our situation down. I wasn't going to be able to talk him out of it, and he was just so convinced that I was fighting with him or at the reason that he wouldn't leave the house, and he had something to go film that was important, and there were important people waiting for him. And I remember people were reaching out, his assistants, his manager sister, everyone was wondering where he was, and I kept feeling embarrassed and unable to move this person out of my house. I couldn't calm him down. I couldn't change. He was just so intent on me admitting the details of this affair that I wasn't having. And me pointing out that the cocaine wasn't making his situation any better made me the bad cop. Then I'm the nag. So eventually I called my sister. He had a kind of a buddy-buddy relationship with her at the time, and at the time she occasionally did cocaine. I didn't, but she did. So I was like, hey, come take over. Maybe you can buddy him and talk him into leaving the house, just getting out of the house. And she did. I remember his assistants trying to get him out. Eventually in the evening, I think early evening, he finally agrees to leave, but I can't tell our relationship status. I can't tell if he still is convinced of these things or if he's just going to sleep it off and it's going to go back to normal sobriety, sorry kind of phase. And he was still upset, but seemingly calming down. So I agreed to go with him. He wanted me to go to the shoot. I had plans, so I kind of reluctantly agreed, but didn't want to set anything off. I didn't want to engage anymore. I didn't want to do anything that could be perceived as antagonizing him or engaging more. So I went with him. We grabbed the dogs. We get in the car. We're on the way there. We're headed up. Sweetser is the street. It's a major street that leads up to Johnny's houses. He effectively owns the end of the street. It's like a cul-de-sac. So we're nowhere near his home, but we were driving up this street, and he has the window down. He's smoking. It wasn't all the way down, but he's constantly smoking. And at some point, he starts howling out of the window, and then grabs two small dogs. Well, one was Johnny's dog, and one was my dog. But he grabs, if I remember correctly, Boo, his dog, slightly chunkier teacup Yorkie, and he grabs this teacup Yorkie and holds Boo out of the window of the moving car. And he's howling like an animal while holding the dog out of the window. And everyone in the car, I'll never forget it, everyone just froze. No one did anything. And I too was torn as to what I should do, because I didn't want to do anything to cause him to react, drop the dog. It was just this eerie moment where he's howling and holding this animal outside of the car window. And more than that weird memory is I have a memory of everyone just kind of not really reacting to him. No one really kind of did anything. I eventually kind of pulled his arms gently back into the vehicle and kind of got the dog back on the seat, and we continued driving, but no one reacted. They just kind of avoided dealing with it. We get to the place, the house where he was filming this thing that he was late for, I suppose, for the day. And we walk in. Meanwhile, I've been bombarded by text messages and calls and conversations with everyone seemingly so stressed about...
Objection, hearsay.
All right.
Just don't tell us what somebody else said, just what you observed.
I understood everyone was stressed. They seemed stressed to me about the tardiness. Where is he? Let's get him there, you know, so we get him there. And no one reacts when we get in. I mean, we walk into this house where everyone was waiting for him, and everyone smiles and says, you know, hey, boss.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay. Let's, Michelle, can we pull up 167A? I think is B the one that's in? 167B is already in, right? Oh, it's A. Okay, then go ahead and pull up A. Does Your Honor show that one to be in 167A? Defendants. I'm sorry.
Well, this might be your 167A, but it's in evidence as a plaintiff's number, and I'm not sure which plaintiff's number it is. I don't need it in twice, so.
I would agree. Do we?
Your Honor, I don't think it's this version of the photograph that's been admitted. So it's a
different version.
It's a
same
different
photograph, but a little different. Is that what we're?
It's not the same photograph.
Okay, not the same
right, well,
photograph. Then we'll go with it. Then what number is it?
Do you recognize this photo?
Yes, I do.
Please tell the jury what it is.
It's a picture I took of my breakfast table that morning.
Your Honor, I'm going to move the admission of Defendant's Exhibit 167A.
167A. Any objection?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Sure. A is in evidence. You can publish.
So may we publish that? Thank you, Your Honor. Okay. And Amber, you said that you took this that morning. Is that correct? Could you tell the jury what the box is that has the property with the skull bones, property of JD?
That's Johnny's drug box. I've seen it used for pills, but at the time it was bags of Coke, like dime bags of Coke.
Okay. And what are these white lines on the table to the left of that box?
That is cocaine.
Okay. And do you know what is in these two glasses that have kind of a gold-colored liquor?
Yes, they're different, actually. It's confusing. They're different. Different liquids. The one in the back in the larger glass is, I believe at the time I was doing these tabs, or Barocca, that's what they're called. They're little tablets. And anyway, I remember at the time that's what I was putting in my water because I had just come back from France where they sell them. And then the brown liquid in the shot glass is Johnny's liquor. I don't know what it's called, but we kept it in the freezer. At the time, it was at that time, March 2013, I hadn't, I still didn't have the, hard line. I won't even keep that, in my freezer sort of attitude or posture with him. I wasn't that bold at the time, I didn't like it, but I didn't have that strength. I kind of, at that time, I think was doing things like trying to pour it out when I could.
So what is the bag, the brown bag on the left side? What is that?
That's a DOP kit. It's his prescriptions and cigarette, tobacco, weed, things like that.
Okay, and then above it, there appears to be a CD of some sort, DVD, something. Do you recognize that?
Yes, it's the single, I believe is what it's called, the single he was making at the time. I think that's the song that they were filming a video for, if I'm correct.
Okay. All right. Now, did you end up sending a copy of this picture to Rocky Pennington that day?
I did. I sent it to my best friend at the time, and, you know, it was like, look at my morning.
Objection, hearsay.
Okay, you can't say what you said, but you sent it to your friend, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Let's go to 167, please. And is that the email in which you sent this picture to Rocky Pennington on 3/22?
Yes.
2013? Your Honor, I'd like to move the admission of the picture with the redaction of the message on it, with the top with identifier redactions, and we take out the rest of it.
All right, any objection?
No objection.
All right, so I'm going to do those redactions, 167 and evidence with redactions.
All right. And may we publish, please? All right. And is this the text message, the email that you sent to Rocky with this picture?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to, let's go to Hicksville. Let's tell the jury about Hicksville, May 2013. Can you tell the jury what transpired at Hicksville?
It's a fancy trailer park, like a little hotel in the middle of nowhere, set up with these little trailers, and we had made a plan to go there with friends, and we were going to do, like laffy, as we said, laffy drugs, like mushrooms, eat mushrooms, sit by a campfire. There's really not a whole lot else to do out there. It's like a getaway. We had made this plan, and it was going fine. It was like a, kind of like a party out in the desert with a few friends and campfire and music. And I don't know somebody brought MDMA. It was being passed around, and somebody who took it kind of was starting to feel the effects of it, I guess is the best way to describe. She kind of reacted in this way where when the MDMA hit her, she kind of, we were sitting around a campfire, all of us, and she kind of just leaned into me and put her, head on my shoulder and kind of grabbed my arm. I took it, to be the effects of the drug. I think I had eaten a mushroom cap, but was not feeling anything at the time. I don't remember feeling anything because the night just kind of changed pretty dramatically before I really felt anything of the effects of that. But that was the environment we were in, and as soon as she kind of did this thing where she leaned into me, Johnny gets really activated. He gets really upset, and he starts, well, at first she thought he was kidding too. She thought he was kind of making a joke. I think we all did. Everyone kind of responded at first, like it was a joke, but he was like, hey man, what are you doing? What do you think you're doing? And she kind of giggled and kind of leaned into me more. And I knew in my body just instantly that it wasn't a joke. But she didn't. So she's kind of still attached to my arm when he says it again to her louder. Louder, and she kind of did this thing, half understanding what was going on. I think she kind of started to cry at this point, but she kind of threw up her hands, and Johnny grabbed her wrist and kind of twisted it and pulled her into him and said, "Do you know how many pounds of pressure it takes to break a human wrist? Huh?" And he kind of held her, and she just looked frozen. And she's crying, and was just denying understanding what was going on. I stepped in. I kind of take Johnny's arm around, kind of take Johnny's hand, and kind of we start communicating. I don't remember if he immediately was accusing me or if it was sometime after. I wish I remembered, but we agreed that we'd go and talk about it in the trailer. So we walked to the trailer, and when we're in the trailer, Johnny, by the time we get into the trailer, Johnny tells me that I had been instigating the, in asking for this, and that I had invited it, and that I hadn't been honest with him about my relationship with this woman. And I didn't really know her that well. I mean, I actually don't know her at all, but I had met her. And I remember in the trailer, he's accusing me of lying about it, and that I had something with her. I'm trying to diffuse that. I'm trying to calm him down. And he just turned all that, it seemed like he turned all that rage onto the trailer itself. And he just started smashing things. He picked up something on the table and threw it right into the glass cabinet. He hit with his hand a wall sconce. He cleared the tabletop on the little fold down like kitchen dining room area in this trailer. I mean, it's a trailer, so there's only so much you can do. And he's screaming at me, just screaming at me. And I eventually go back into the bedroom area. He comes into the bedroom area. We had what I can only describe as it sounded like nonsense from him. It wasn't making sense. And I realized that he's just probably really high. Because it wasn't making sense anymore. It wasn't like a direct accusation. He wasn't hearing me when I was saying I wasn't involved, wasn't cheating on him. I wasn't secretly trying to engage this woman in some sort of sexual affair. And then it became clear to me he was like looking for something. He cleared things off the bed. I went into the bathroom, and as I come out, he asked me where it is and how long I've been hiding it. And I was like, "What are you talking about?" "Where are you hiding it?" And he kind of like makes to look into the bathroom. And I gestured to the bathroom, which was to my right. I kind of like gestured to him, and I said, like, what am I hiding, and where am I gonna hide it? And we're standing in this little hallway area outside of the bathroom, and he starts, what it feels like patting me down, or saying he's patting me down. I can't recall, but he ripped my dress, the strap top part of my dress. I had just dyed this thing myself pink, and it's just one of those things. I was like, I just finished that dress. And he's like grabbing my breasts, he's touching my thighs, he rips my underwear off, and then he
proceeds to do a cavity search. He said he was looking for his drugs, his cocaine, his coke. I was wondering how somebody who didn't do cocaine and was against it, that was in and of itself causing problems in our relationship. How could I hide? Why would I hide his drugs from, like he was insinuating that I was doing it or something? It made no sense. And he was telling me we're gonna conduct a cavity search, shall we? Like, just shoved his fingers inside me. And I just stood there staring at the stupid light. I didn't know what to do. I just stood there. While he did that, he just twisted his fingers around. I didn't say, like, stop or anything.
So the next morning, what transpired?
I remember thinking that Johnny would change his mind. And it would be, yeah, I thought it would end differently. I kind of froze. I don't know how we went to bed that night. I don't know how I went to bed. I don't know how I slept. I don't know how we woke up. I don't remember having a conversation with him the next day. I don't remember talking to him about it or confronting him about it. I remember wanting it to be okay. Trip that was to end, just to be over and for it to just go back to normal. And I remember my friends were out by the pool. Like there was a pool in the center of the trailer park, and I remember putting on my, just putting on my face and going back into this like crap, and I remember seeing my friends by the pool thinking they were just having a great time, and no one knew what was, I felt so lonely, like no one knows everyone was just having a good time, like normal stuff. So I just smiled and made a joke about how trashed the trailer got, and we had to get the manager, who started off furious that Johnny had wrecked the thing. And then he had this like black mesh tank top, not tank top, it was like a meshy kind of shirt on. And I remember he came into the trailer and looked around and was like, whoa, what happened here? Whoa. And Johnny had an exchange with him. And I remember watching this man be so charmed. It was just a kind of a surreal experience. And, it just went away. That just got fixed. We walked out of the trailer at some point. My dog stepped on a bee. We went to the vet and went on with our, vacation. We actually went to another location after that, and then eventually went home and went about our life.
I'm going to ask you to take a look. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 176? Was in May of 2013. Did there come a time that you wrote an email?
Objection, leading and hearsay, Your Honor. May we approach?
All right.
Watching live now from Fox, everybody, as they do a breakaway here, side panel. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us.
In June 2013, how were you feeling about your relationship with Mr. Depp?
May we have the exhibit taken away from... Sure. Thank you.
By June, I was so torn. I was so in love with this person because when it was good, it was so good. You've never felt love like that. At least that's how it felt. So much. I felt like he recognized me and I recognized him, and there was just something there that was the love of my life. And he was. He was. But he was also this other thing. He was also this other thing. And that other thing was awful, awful thing that would come out and take over. And it was, you couldn't see the Johnny I loved underneath it. It was this other thing. And no one told him. No one was honest with him. No one, he'd pass out in his own vomit. He'd lose control of his body, he'd lose control, and everyone would clean up after him. I cleaned up after him. I mean, this man lost control of his bowels, and I cleaned up after him. His security cleaned up after him, changed his pants in front of me. He would pass out in his own sick. And then he'd walk around saying he didn't have a problem. Until he did. Until he couldn't support it anymore, and he'd get clean and he'd get sober, and then he was this thing again. This thing that made me feel so loved, that made me feel like my soulmate, as cheesy as that sounds. I just felt like he knew me. And I recognized something in him, either some part of my makeup and my background or something, that I just got it. And I loved him and understood him. It just got so scary, the other part of him. And in June, I wanted to leave him. I didn't want to leave him. I wanted to leave him. I wanted him to get better. And he expressed to me so many times when he was in that period of getting clean and sober, he would tell me, "You saved my life. Baby girl, you saved my life." Everyone else was saying that to me, and I believed it. If everyone else was saying it, he was saying it. I thought, just like his other friends who had gotten clean and sober and stayed that way, his older friends, these rock stars that he hung out with that had gotten clean and sober and they had 20, 30 years, something, I thought, and Johnny told me he would be that person, that he was going to be that person, and I believed it. I had so much, I looked at that man twice my age, I was 25, looking at this man twice my age, and I saw hope and promise. I had so much hope. The whole thing. Kids and growing old together, sort of hope. If it was just for this one thing that he could do, which would save his life, which would be to get clean and sober. And I believed it. And I wrote this letter to myself, among many letters to myself.
Objection, hearsay.
All she did was refer to that she wrote it. She isn't saying what she said.
I'll overrule for that.
Thank you.
Okay.
I wrote that letter because I thought
it would be read to him. I could read it to him. I could say it to him in intervention, in help. And he would later thank me for, as he used to thank me all the time for saving his life.
Did there come a time later in June that you finally met Johnny's kids?
I'm sorry. Yeah, I finally met them in the summer of 2013. I had been with Johnny for over a year, maybe like a year and a half at this point, is my best guess. And I was dying to meet them, dying to get to know these kids. I felt like I knew them already. I had his daughters, and Jack's, both of his kids' art on my fridge, and I had never even met them. Johnny had brought them over one day and kindly given them to me, and I had them up on my fridge because I felt like I knew them, just how much he talked about them. And I finally got to meet them at the Lone Ranger premiere at Disneyland, summer 2013.
So then I'm going to jump to, and it's not much of a jump, to June 26, 2013. There was a plane ride to Russia with Johnny. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Well, tell the jury about that particular event.
Well, that was the first and last time I ever decided it would be a decent idea to do drugs with Johnny. I did MDMA with him on the plane, which was as stupid as it may sound. I just had never, I was very against, obviously the cocaine had been a problem. I was very much against him using cocaine. I was against the drinking, supportive of the sobriety, but I'm 26 maybe, ish. And I wanted, I had never heard of anyone making MDMA like what I had done MDMA before. I thought it's a lovey drug. It's it's like a kind of, I never knew anyone to get violent on it. And, I thought, well, this is a relatively contained environment. Maybe this will be different. Maybe I can be a good cop and be part of the, I don't have to be the lesbian counselor all the time, as you would say. I can maybe be the fun girlfriend. And I learned the hard way that was not happening.
So what happened?
Well, we took MDMA. I took a capsule. It's like a powder in a capsule. I took a capsule, and Johnny took several. I didn't count, but it's very different when you see someone take one versus a handful of something. But nothing that seemed to set any alarm bells off, and things were going fine until the flight attendant got involved. The flight attendant came by, was engaging with us. I don't think that they're really, it felt like it was before the effects of the drug took over. It was relatively quick, soon after we first took our dose, if you can say. And the flight attendant, Johnny offered her some. She, of course, said no. And then after some back and forth between them, Johnny convinced her that it would be fine. So she acquiesced and took MDMA with us. And within, a few minutes go by, and the same thing happened that happened on the mushrooms at Hicksville with the woman, Kelly Sue, who I've told you about. Flight attendant got friendly with me, but just friendly, just like MDMA friendly, was kind of
I'm a woman, he's a man, so she was naturally, I think, more comfortable with me physically. She kind of leaned into me and kind of sat on the arm of the chair I was sitting in. I mean, after all, she's on drugs, and Johnny grabs her hand and tells her not to touch me, and she kind of reacts in a way like she's defending herself and was trying to clarify. And he grabbed her by the wrist and slammed it down on the table and told her he could break her wrist. And I remember thinking, I've heard this before. And that was a pattern that would repeat itself a few times. These things would happen in these kind of cycles where there would be a certain element that would get filtered for a while, whether it's an accusation or a gesture, and that would be the thing that he looped on. I called it loops. And he grabs her wrist and he tells her he could break her wrist. She cries instantly, denies it, is so apologetic. Eventually he lets go. She goes to the front of the plane where the flight attendant, normally hangs out, and the doors closed, and I don't see her much of that whole flight. We land in Russia, and I don't really remember I don't recall any violence on the plane between Johnny and I, but I remember feeling this tension because I was wondering when it was gonna aim at me, because he had this particular thing about, at the time I understood he had a particular thing, a sensitivity about me and women, because I had a female partner. So I was feeling nervous, anxious, and I remember we had a very quiet ride, at least I didn't say anything, to the ride to the hotel. And almost as soon as we get into the hotel room, Johnny's accusing me of effectively having engaged that, caused that. I, of course, deny it, point out what I thought was obvious, that, we'd given her drugs, wasn't an affair, wasn't, and I'm trying to argue and defend myself at the same time. And at one point, Johnny just shoves me, just shoves me hard. And I fall back onto this glass table. I catch myself on the table. I don't know how some furniture got knocked around. There was I'm trying to stand up for myself. I'm trying to stand up, literally. I'm not, at this point, I don't even try to hit back or try to run. I'm in this hotel room trying to do my best to fight mostly the verbal accusations, but also I try to stay on my feet, At some point, Johnny whacks me in the face, and I don't remember feeling pain or awareness of my nose or anything. I don't remember thinking that. I remember kind of crying and feeling, I went into the bathroom and I wanted him to have I just remember wanting him to realize what had happened. I wanted him to kind of snap out of it. I wanted him to care. I wanted him to realize what was going on, because a big part of this, I felt like he wasn't aware. There was this sense that he didn't know what was going on. Again, I don't know how much of the drugs or alcohol is a part of this, but I remember crying. I came out at some point because I don't hear him in that room. I remember we had been arguing in the main room, but I went out to the hallway, which is where I presume he walked out, and his bodyguard, Jerry Judge, was in the hall. And I don't recall seeing Johnny in the hallway, but I remember seeing Jerry Judge, who gestured to my nose.
Objection, hearsay.
She's just saying gesture. He hasn't said anything yet.
All right, gesture's fine. I'll overrule the objection.
He gestures to my nose and holds out his handkerchief, like a cloth handkerchief. And I instantly felt really embarrassed. I felt ashamed. I don't know how else to describe it. I just felt like just really embarrassing. And I went inside the room.
What, if any, injury did you have?
I had a little blood coming out of my nose. I didn't know it. I didn't feel it at the time until Jerry gave me Jerry let me know.
Okay.
And I went inside the hotel room, and as embarrassing as it is, I remember just wanting Johnny to say sorry. I wanted him to realize it. It's so stupid, but I like the emotional part. I just wanted him to acknowledge that this was that he could hurt me, and I wanted it to be okay. I didn't want him to think I was interested in this flight attendant. I didn't want him to think that I would capable of cheating on him. I was in love with him. I just wanted things to be okay.
Let's take you to July 9, 2013. Did there come a time that you went for a ride you went to the Bahamas and went on a ride the yacht with Johnny and his kids?
Well, it's less like we flew out to the Bahamas to his island. He was selling the yacht to J.K. Rowling, and he wanted to kind of have a goodbye trip on the yacht. So it was docked off the island, and I went with him and his kids, who I had quickly developed a bond with and loved. And we brought a friend along with us, I think, to kind of help. And yeah.
Okay. Tell the jury what happened on that trip.
Johnny was upset that he had to sell the boat. And he was off the wagon again, but he didn't want to tell his kids, so he was hiding it from them. He was putting it in coffee cups and drinking, and the behavior just kind of he was upset, he was emotional, and he just that's how he dealt with it, just drink. But there's just no off button with Johnny. So he just kept drinking, and the behavior kept getting more obviously drunk. And Lily Rose, his daughter at the time, was young, just maybe 14. And she started to get panicky and started to ask me questions about his drinking.
Objection, hearsay.
Without saying what Lily Rose was saying, please continue on.
Sustain the objection.
Thank you.
So she was asking me questions about the drinking. And was very upset.
Sustain the objection.
Yeah, you can't say what Lily Rose said.
Oh,
but
yeah.
you can tell gestures.
Sorry.
You can tell, and you can say what you and Mr. Depp said. Okay.
Sorry. So she was upset, and Johnny we were with the kids, and he kind of threw himself off the boat in a half playful way, like a dead fish kind of way. I don't know how to describe it, almost like a belly flop. But we were on a skip, like a smaller boat parked next to the yacht, and he's jumping. Well, he jumped off the front of it, but kind of in a chest forward way. Like it looked a little scary, like not something somebody would do if they're completely okay. It was started off all of us kind of taking turns jumping off the edge of the yacht into the water, and then he at one point kind of throws himself over, and it looked a little scary, the way his body fell into the water. And Lily Rose started to cry and expressed to me that she
Objection,
was
hearsay.
upset.
Sustained.
You can't say what she said. You can tell expressions or observations, but you can't say what Lily Rose said.
So Lily Rose is crying, and then the crying becomes like a panic, like almost like a panic attack. Like rapid breathing, crying, lots of questions. And I'm holding her, kind of comforting her, and Johnny comes in, and within a few seconds, I realize that he kind of shifted his attention on me, and then he seemed very angry. He asked Lily Rose to leave. Lily Rose leaves, looks at me, leaves, crying, and Johnny, I don't remember the words he used, but starts accusing me of kind of like telling on him and calling him, a drunk in front of his kids. I hadn't done that. I was actually trying to protect Johnny. It didn't feel like my place at all to share that with his daughter or anyone at the time, other than adults who might help with it, but not his kids. So I was trying to tell him I was just trying to comfort her. I was trying to protect you. He basically was accusing me of doing this thing and of making them aware of his that he was drinking again. And he slams me up against the side wall of the bedroom of the we were in the bedroom this whole time, but up against the wall of the cabin, and slams me up by my neck and holds me there for a second and tells me that, and that was an embarrassment. I was embarrassing. It was an embarrassment. This whole thing was a joke. It was all embarrassment. I made him feel sick. And I'll never forget. I'm very, very, very much in love with this whole family now. And he's saying I'm embarrassing to him. And that somehow stuck in sounded like something he was just saying, but the names that he was calling me, well, kind of just pushing me up against the wall by my neck, it hurt my feelings. It hurt. When I saw Lily Rose again, we get, I won't say what she told me, but the next thing we do is we call for a helicopter to come and take us off of the boat, or off of the island. So we leave the boat, go to the landing of a part of the island, or maybe it was a different island we had to get to leave, and we take off. I'm holding Lily Rose in my, literally holding her under my arm while she's crying, and we're lifting off. And Jack ended up not coming with us at the last minute. He stayed behind. And we were taking off, and I remember being really torn about leaving. I felt bad about leaving, even though that had happened. I still felt awful leaving. I felt awful leaving him. I also felt like I had done something wrong. He was mad at me. I wasn't sure, what I had done, but I remember not being, I'm getting all these text messages from him calling me all these names, and it barely coherent, barely, and I'm holding his daughter crying.
And let me just stop you for a moment. Michelle, can you pull up Defendant's Exhibit 180?
Do you believe that's already in evidence?
It is already into evidence, Your Honor, so if we may publish it to the jury. And Amber, I'm going to ask you to take a look at 180. And this is text messages from Mr. Depp to you. Do you recall these?
Yes, I do.
And are these the text messages?
Yes, that's what he was sending me while I was taking care of his daughter.
Your Honor, I'm about to go into another event. Should I keep going?
I mean, that's fine if you think this is a good point to break
probably
for the day.
I think it's probably good.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and conclude for today. Again, do not read anything about this case. Do not do any outside research, and don't discuss it with anybody, okay? Have a good evening. We'll see you in the morning, okay? Thank you.
All right, that was day one of Amber Heard on the stand there talking about her relationship and marriage with Johnny Depp there. And they were talking about drug use issues with Johnny Depp and much, much more today. And we're expecting a full day of her on the stand tomorrow. And of course, you'll see it right here on Live Now from Fox, including on our special stream, youtube.com/LiveNowFox. We'll have it for you in full once again tomorrow. Let's take a quick 2-minute break here on Live Now from Fox, our last one here of the hour.